The setting sun blazed like a fiery inferno, resembling a sorrowful artist, weeping blood, who boldly sketched the city's horizon into a breathtaking shade of blood orange. Lin Yun wiped away the remnants of several lipstick stains on his neck and, dragging his weary body, stumbled out of the office building, step by unsteady step. Those wretched scoundrels. Do they truly take me for a beast of burden? Damn it. On my last day, I will surely pluck every last hair from that bald pate of yours. After an entire day of relentless, high-intensity labor, only exhaustion and resentment remained in his eyes. His legs felt like jelly, swaying precariously as he needed one hand to support his waist and the other to steady himself against the wall. The mere thought of his supervisor clandestinely bringing in a young and beautiful assistant to explore the mysteries of the human body within the office made his teeth grind in fury. All the work was piled on to him and a few other beleaguered souls, while the supervisor lounged about with his beer belly, pontificating on various matters. In a feigned sense of authority, he called it supervision. Lin Yun was aware of at least 2 recent graduates who had resorted to bribery to escape their meager workloads. Thus, in a moment of desperation, he resorted to a small act of charm to curry favor with the supervisor's wife. Strangely enough, despite his supervisor's bear-like appearance, his wife was rather graceful and her looks were quite agreeable. Her only flaw was her excessively high demands, often summoning him discreetly to do her bidding behind closed doors. The ancient laborers lamented their plight as scum, while they merely transformed it into yes and received. What choice did he have? He was suffering too. He could only timidly type out received and hit send. Lin Yun was but a minuscule grain of sand amidst the vast multitude of humanity. An orphan from the tomato orphanage, having lost both parents at a tender age, he was utterly alone, with the sole advantage of possessing a slightly handsome visage. Devoid of familial protection to shield him from life's storms and lacking the illustrious aura of a prestigious institution to pave his path, he found himself merely scraping by as an ordinary worker, barely securing a job with a monthly salary of 4,000, toiling each day like an ant for survival. To this day, a singular thought consumed him: to endure this wretched life of servitude. He had once quietly calculated that surviving for over a decade would allow him to break free from the shackles of the workplace. He dreamt of traversing the renowned mountains and rivers of the world, savoring the breathtaking scenery that changed with the seasons. Yet, the ceaseless grind of sleepless work left him feeling somewhat dispirited, as though his vitality was waning. In a daze, he seemed to catch a glimpse of his long-departed grandmother gently beckoning to him from across the street, her smile warm and benevolent. Shaking his head, he dismissed the strange vision from his mind. On the street, the once bustling flow of cars had vanished. The trees lining the road shivered in the biting cold wind, their dry, yellowed leaves spiraling down lifelessly, one by one. A faint sense of unease crept into Lin Yun's heart, as if something ominous were about to unfold. Yet, this overwhelming fatigue left him with little energy to ponder. At that moment, all he desired was to return home swiftly. Then, he could bury himself in the soft embrace of his bed, burying the fatigue, worries, and loathing of the day within the realm of dreams. As Lin Yun entered the subway station, the eerie absence of any other souls unsettled him, though he could not quite articulate why. Why is it so quiet today? There used to be so many people here. After a lengthy wait, the train finally glided into view. The once crowded carriage now accommodated only a sparse handful of weary passengers, each huddled in their corners, engrossed in their phones. The plight of the working class was vividly illustrated, the atmosphere heavy with despair. Finding a secluded corner, Lin Yun settled down, slowly closing his eyes, attempting to allow his strained orbs a moment of respite. Yet he dared not truly succumb to slumber, fearing he might miss his stop. As the train commenced its journey, a low, hoarse rumble echoed through the carriage. The scenery outside whirled past at an alarming speed, and Lin Yun's thoughts drifted far away. Suddenly, creak! The train came to an abrupt halt, and Lin Yun's body lurched uncontrollably to the side. His forehead narrowly grazed the safety railing ahead. A sharp pain shot through his shoulder, snapping him back to reality. What on earth is happening? A terrified scream shattered the silence within the carriage. Lin Yun's heart plummeted, a strong sense of foreboding washing over him as he battled against his bogus inertia, shakily rising to peer through the window. What he beheld was chaos on the platform, a crowd of panicked individuals darting about like headless flies, their screams and cries intertwining, echoing throughout the station. As the doors slowly opened, a pungent, metallic scent of blood invaded the carriage, assaulting the mental fortitude of all within. Was this a terrorist attack? Lin Yun felt his scalp prickle, fear slithering up his spine like a cold serpent, spreading throughout his body in an instant. Instinct for survival urged him to cautiously step out of the train, but the sight before him froze his blood. A horde of grotesquely twisted, blood-soaked figures was frantically lunging towards the terrified passengers. Zombies. Lin Yun's mind went blank with shock, this horrifying moment consuming all rational thought. Without a moment's hesitation, as others remained paralyzed with confusion, he turned and bolted towards the exit. Having barely run a few steps, he heard the anguished cries for help from behind him. Lin Yun dared not look back, focusing solely on his escape. He noticed the twisted zombies relentlessly pursuing him, emitting deep, chilling growls. Roar, roar! The desperate pleas of passengers and the terrifying growls of the undead were like death knells, causing Lin Yun's heart to race and his breath to quicken, each inhalation feeling like a blade tearing at his throat. Adrenaline surged through him, igniting his senses and banishing fatigue, filling him with a fierce energy. Damn it! How can the scenes from a movie manifest in reality? This is absurd. Lin Yun disregarded all else as he burst out of the subway station, ignoring the cries for help behind him, not even casting a glance back. Outside, the street had devolved into a hellish battleground. Once a bustling thoroughfare, it was now overrun with the grotesque figures of zombies and the anguished wails of despairing individuals. Vehicles collided, creating a cacophony of deafening noise. Flames leapt high into the sky, and thick smoke billowed like ink diffusing in water, rapidly spreading across the heavens. Amidst this chaotic street, Lin Yun's singular thought was home. It was his only sanctuary in this apocalyptic world, the one place where he could find solace. And his home was conveniently close to the subway station, just a few minutes away. Everywhere else felt like a gamble, uncertain of what horrors lay inside. In contrast, returning home provided a sense of security. To run faster, he resolutely discarded the cumbersome briefcase, tossing it aside. Next, he swiftly shed the restrictive suit, hurling it away. Though in peril, an inexplicable exhilaration surged within him, as if the chains that had long confined him were shattered in that instant. His entire being relaxed, and his steps became increasingly light. Chapter 2. The Emperor's New Clothes and the Female Zombie on the Chaotic Streets. Lin Yun staggered as he fled. The surrounding air was thick with a foul stench that nearly suffocated him. Suddenly, a female zombie clad in the Emperor's new clothes lunged out from a dark alleyway. Damn! Love at first sight around the corner. At that moment, Lin Yun felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. After all, he was just an overworked drone, and his physical endurance was lacking. His weariness dulled his reflexes, and before he could execute any effective evasive maneuver, the zombie pounced on him with great force. Bringing him crashing to the ground, roar! The zombie opened its gaping maw, exhaling a putrid breath laced with the stench of blood and decay. A row of sharp, yellowed fangs glistened as it lunged for Lin Yun's neck. The grotesque headlights dangling above seemed almost blinding. Yet, driven by an instinctual will to survive, he struggled fiercely, resisting the attention of the grotesque creature, his hands pressed firmly against the zombie's jaw. The immense strength emanating from the creature's chin sent a jolt of pain through his arms. Ah, hell! In a moment of distraction, the zombie's sharp claws raked across Lin Yun's arm. In this dire moment, Lin Yun spotted a brick nearby. With his right hand desperately groping, his fingers grazed the cold surface of the brick. A fierce glint ignited in his eyes as he seized the brick without hesitation, channeling all his strength into a brutal strike aimed at the zombie's head. Take this, you filthy beast! A dull thud resonated as the brick smashed into the zombie's skull, opening a gaping wound. The impact caused its body to lurch, blood spraying forth like a dark fountain, splattering across Lin Yun's face and body, the rancid liquid stirring his stomach violently. Truly disgusting. However, the zombie seemed utterly impervious to pain. Its gaze filled with insatiable greed and bloodlust as it prepared to lunge at him once more. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yun summoned every ounce of strength and delivered a fierce kick to its rotund chest. The blow deformed its body, yet it also sent a wave of agonizing pain coursing through his leg muscles from the exertion. But there was no time for concern. Seizing the brief opportunity created by the kick, he scrambled to his feet, pushing through the fatigue and pain, and continued to sprint frantically towards home. As he rounded a corner, he spotted a cluster of zombies ahead, a wave of dread tightening his heart. Damn, why are there so many? No choice, I must find another route. Even though his body was utterly exhausted, each step increasingly heavy, the instinct to survive burned ever brighter within him. It seemed that fate conspired against him. As he soon found himself cornered, faced with several snarling zombies while a wall loomed behind him, towering nearly 2 meters high. Lin Yun felt his heart racing, nearly stopping altogether as he quickly scanned his surroundings. His gaze landed on a garbage bin at the wall-less edge. In this critical moment, he kicked the bin forcefully towards the approaching horde of zombies. Bang! Clatter! Clearly, the zombies, with their negative IQ, either stumbled over the bin or began to paw at the foul-smelling object. However, a few zombies managed to circumvent the distraction. Seizing the fleeting moment of their diverted attention, Lin Yun scrambled up the protruding edge of the wall, his feet flailing like a tortoise paddling through water. Struggling to ascend. Indeed, exercise pays off. Otherwise, this would have been far more arduous. He leaped down from the wall and continued his reckless dash. Thankfully, his wits had saved him from becoming a mere meal. Soon, he arrived at a chaotic intersection. The center was a wreck, vehicles charred and ablaze, thick black smoke billowing upwards. As Lin Yun crossed the intersection, a black sedan barreled towards him. The driver transformed into a zombie. Madly wrenching the steering wheel in the split second before the car was upon him, Lin Yun instinctively leaped aside, the out-of-control vehicle narrowly grazing his body as it sped past. He rolled into the adjacent greenery. Damn, that was close. Does he even know what dangerous driving is? The scare left him drenched in cold sweat, unable to suppress a curse. The plants beneath him, some withered and dying, crunched under his weight, producing a crisp snap. Ugh, even the funds for landscaping are being cut. Ignoring the pain from the branches that scratched him, he gritted his teeth and continued to run. After what felt like an eternity of fleeing, he finally returned to his residential complex. The once vibrant community lay in eerie silence. The life and vitality that once flourished now vanished without a trace. At the entrance, several zombies roamed aimlessly. Their grotesquely contorted bodies appeared particularly horrific under the waning sunlight. Lin Yun's heart raced as he carefully edged along the wall, daring not to make a sound, fearful that even the slightest noise might alert the monstrosities. His eyes remained fixed on the zombies' every move, navigating through their blind spots. Sweat drenched his clothes, mingling with the zombie blood that had splattered on him, emanating a noxious odor. Perhaps it was this foul stench that masked his own scent. For the horde remained oblivious to his presence. After what felt like an eternity, he stealthily infiltrated his own unit, navigating the hallway back home. Click! As soon as he stepped inside, he hastily locked the door behind him. Ha! Ha! Lin Yun leaned against the wall, collapsing in exhaustion, gasping for breath. His arm bore the marks of the zombie's attack, blood seeping steadily from the wound and quickly staining the floor beneath him. The dark veins around the wound bulged ominously, creating a rather gruesome sight. He bore the excruciating pain, struggling to locate the first aid kit, his hands trembling uncontrollably. After considerable effort, he managed to tend to the wound in a rudimentary fashion. Ouch! Damn it! I thought it would hurt watching zombie movies, but experiencing it firsthand is something else entirely. Perhaps the temporary sense of safety allowed his mind to relax. Lin Yun suddenly felt as though he had been tossed into a blazing furnace. His body growing increasingly hot, his head heavy and foggy. Am I infected with the zombie virus? In movies, being bitten or scratched by a zombie leads to one's transformation into a fresh undead. Is this how I am destined to die? What a pity. I haven't even traveled yet. Such thoughts flickered through Lin Yun's mind, yet curiously, he felt little fear or resentment. Instead, an odd sense of relief washed over him. No, wait. There's still one thing I'm not at peace with. Damn. Had I known I would turn into a zombie, I should have at least fondled those monstrous headlights. Those two headlights together were larger than my own head. It would have been a shame not to touch them, Lin Yun lamented. He dragged his weary body step by step towards the bed. However, Just a few steps away, he collapsed onto the floor. Slipping into unconsciousness in his stupor, Lin Yun seemed to plunge into an unfathomable abyss, surrounded by an eerie, dense fog. The fog coiled around him like a grotesque, tentacled creature. Binding him tightly, he flailed his arms desperately, attempting to escape the terrifying grasp, but it was utterly futile. The black tendrils writhed, inching up his limbs and coiling around his body. Damn. I certainly do not wish to become a tentacle monster's plaything. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Lin Yun, who was lost in unconsciousness and battling the invasive tendrils, a blood moon had risen in the sky outside. The scarlet moonlight streamed in, enveloping Lin Yun in a delicate crimson veil. Chapter 3. Awakening of Abilities. Under the sudden appearance of the blood moon, all zombies ceased their movements, staring blankly at the moon that radiated a sinister crimson glow. Simultaneously, humanity across the globe fell into a deep slumber, oblivious to the bizarre spectacle unfolding. Some individuals gradually absorbed the mysterious energy emanating from the moonlight, and zombies were no exception. A particular zombie residing on the top floor of Lin Yun's building, under the influence of the blood moon, began to swell like a balloon, its body nearing 2 meters in height. Similar transformations occurred worldwide, manifesting in numerous locations. Consciousness drifted in the darkness, and after an indeterminate passage of time, Lin Yun was abruptly jolted awake by a surge of violent energy. The force rampaged within him, creating waves of tingling sensations and tremors. Fortunately, it hadn't gone on a rampage through my lower regions. Otherwise, no man could endure that. Once the tempestuous energy within him settled, Lin Yun opened his eyes wide, astonished to discover a faint aura surrounding his body. Though the glow was barely perceptible, it filled him with shock and awe. What boy hasn't he fantasized during their adolescence about possessing supernatural powers, yearning to stand out? This is an ability? Lin Yun stared, wide-eyed, at his hands, his expression a mixture of astonishment and exhilaration. Driven by insatiable curiosity, he slowly raised his hand and gently touched the bedside lamp. In the next instant, the lamp seemed to transform into a feather, floating gracefully into the air. Instinctively, he extended his finger, lightly pressing the switch, and with a crisp click, a warm glow filled the room. Yet, he could clearly sense that this newfound power was somewhat rebellious and challenging to control, so he obediently returned the lamp to its original position. As his gaze gradually shifted towards the bed, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. To his astonishment, the heavy bedstead began to lift slowly from the ground, quivering slightly in midair, as if resisting yet powerless to break free. Taking a deep breath, he struggled to suppress the surging excitement and elation within him, gently placing the bed back down onto the floor. He had awakened to superpowers. Lin Yun felt an overwhelming thrill in his heart. This sudden ability offered him a glimmer of hope for survival in the apocalypse. He could distinctly sense that he had been bestowed with a wondrous power of control, capable of manipulating the magnitude and direction of the vectors of all that he touched. Whether tangible or intangible, could this be the legendary vector manipulation? Lin Yun murmured softly to himself. Was it due to the zombie virus, or some other factor? Unintentionally, he caught sight of his previously injured arm. The ghastly wound had mysteriously healed, with his skin now smoother and more delicate than before. He couldn't help but exclaim in genuine astonishment. Incredible! It even came with a full health revive. He casually pulled out his phone from his pocket, the screen displaying the time, 6:48. After a brief moment of contemplation, he realized that he had been unconscious for nearly half an hour. Just then, a chilling, harrowing scream of a zombie echoed from outside the window. Lin Yun quickly approached the window, peering down below, and was greeted by the sight of zombies emerging from every corner, their numbers enough to send shivers down his spine. How many survivors could possibly remain in this community? His brow instinctively furrowed, an ominous feeling swelling within him. He had to devise a way to deal with these zombies. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to sleep soundly. Lin Yun fell into deep contemplation as he gazed out the window. After weighing his options, he ultimately decided to bide his time and wait until dawn to take action. The night was thick, and in the darkness, visibility was severely limited. Taking hasty action now would be perilous, akin to lighting a lantern in a toilet, a certain invitation to disaster. His vector abilities were formidable, even in their nascent stage, and he believed he could easily handle ordinary zombies. Today happened to be a weekday, and the residents of his building typically returned home late, so the number of zombies inside should be relatively low. If he cleared the floors methodically, coupled with his extraordinary powers, it was certainly an achievable task. Moreover, due to his busy work schedule, he often worked late into the night and rarely cooked at home, resulting in limited supplies. This presented an opportunity to gather essential provisions for unforeseen circumstances. Resolute in his decision, he stood in the center of the living room, inhaling deeply, striving to calm the restlessness within him. He concentrated all his attention on the mysterious power residing within him. Slowly extending his hand, he fixed his gaze upon an empty water cup on the table. As he gently focused his thoughts, a faint shimmer flickered at his fingertips. Subsequently, the water cup began to tremble slightly, as if grasped by an invisible hand. Lin Yun lifted his finger slightly, and the cup ascended gradually into the air, spinning leisurely while casting strange reflections of light. He attempted to exert more force, and the cup shot towards the wall at a rapid pace. Yet, just as it was about to collide, Lin Yun summoned all his strength to pull it back, halting it before his eyes. Beads of sweat began to form on Lin Yun's forehead. It seemed his control over this superpower was still far from precise and required further practice. He slowly closed his eyes, striving to feel the flow and operation of that power within him. In his mind, he envisioned a perfect fusion of his will and superpower. Upon opening his eyes again, he felt a newfound confidence. His gaze swept across the room, landing on an abandoned basketball in the corner. With a gentle beckon, the basketball soared into his hand as if imbued with life. Success. Manipulating air currents was indeed feasible. Just moments ago, he had pondered that while his abilities were remarkable, the range of influence was rather limited, a significant drawback that needed addressing. Thus, he considered the omnipresent air. Lin Yun firmly cradled the basketball in his hands and then, with a powerful throw, the ball did not soar in a straight line as usual. Instead, it traced a strange and wondrous arc through the air, skillfully navigating around the furniture, ultimately landing accurately in a nearby trash bin. Yes, he triumphantly clenched his fist, then turned his gaze towards the living room curtains. With both hands raised, he made a forceful pulling motion, and the curtains were swept apart as if caught in a tempest, rustling loudly as they parted. Indeed, it seemed his talent was quite remarkable, allowing him to wield it with such proficiency in no time. That night, Lin Yun immersed himself in practicing his powers, akin to a child discovering an intriguing new toy. He merely nibbled on a bit of bread for dinner, oblivious to when he fell asleep. Chapter 4. So brave, free fall. Lin Yun stirred from his slumber, the sunlight streaming through the gaps in the curtains bathing his face. The dazzling light momentarily blinded him. Rubbing his temples, he felt a heaviness in his head and a dull ache in his muscles. Recalling yesterday's events, he remembered the strenuous effort it took to dash home, the adrenaline-fueled flight nearly exhausting him. Then, he had been so exhilarated by the awakening of his vector abilities that he practiced tirelessly throughout the night without pause. Ouch! It seemed he would have to exercise some restraint next time. His body could hardly withstand it. Being constantly exploited by his boss's wife at work had taken a toll on him. Leaving him drained, he dragged his weary body to the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and felt the icy water gushing forth. Leaning down, he submerged his face in the coolness, the refreshing sensation jolting his senses and making him shiver. Gathering water, he vigorously scrubbed his face, the cold water gradually dispelling his drowsiness and clearing his mind. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, he noticed something different about himself. He looked more handsome. Throwing a playful wink at his reflection, he reveled in his self-admiration. After a quick wash, Lin Yun entered the kitchen. He retrieved a bag of bread from the cupboard and swallowed a few bites. The dry bread struggling to slide down his throat, yet it replenished his energy. Taking a deep breath, he grabbed the only weapon he had, a kitchen knife. The cold touch sent a slight shiver through him. It was time to deal with the zombies. He regretted not cultivating a habit of stockpiling supplies, wishing he had waited until his powers were fully developed before venturing out. Unfortunately, his home had little to offer. And if he did not take the initiative, he would have nothing to eat tomorrow, not even the small bread. The awakening of his powers instilled Lin Yun with newfound confidence. He wrapped several layers of thick towels around his limbs and donned several pieces of clothing. Though his defenses were rudimentary, they would certainly provide some protection against bites. He opened the front door. A putrid stench assaulted his senses. Lin Yun grimaced, suppressing his nausea as he cautiously stepped into the corridor. This floor housed 3 households. He stood before the first door, pressing his ear to it to listen intently for any sounds within. After a moment, he discerned faint shuffling footsteps, as if a zombie was wandering inside. Gripping the kitchen knife tightly, he gently turned the doorknob, applying gradual pressure. The door creaked softly, losing its security without alerting the occupants inside. The dimly lit room was shrouded in darkness, with the curtains drawn tight, only a few feeble rays of light filtering through the gaps. Lin Yun's eyes quickly adjusted to the shadows, revealing 2 zombies standing in the center of the living room, their bodies grotesquely contorted. Skin rotting and exuding a nauseating odor. Lin Yun inhaled deeply, steadying his breath. He needed to act swiftly to avoid attracting other zombies from the neighboring floors. Cautiously, he approached the zombies, drawing nearer until he could hear their guttural growls. Just as he raised the knife, preparing to strike one of the zombies, the other suddenly turned towards him and lunged. Roar! Lin Yun's eyelids flickered, and he quickly sidestepped, causing the zombie to miss its target and crash to the ground. Die, you abominable creature! Seizing the opportunity, he swung the knife downward. Infused with his vector abilities, it sliced through the zombie's neck as easily as cutting tofu. Black blood sprayed forth, splattering onto the ground and Lin Yun's clothing. The other zombie reacted swiftly, clawing its way towards Lin Yun. He charged forward, driving the knife into the zombie's skull, which immediately ceased its struggle. Panting heavily, Lin Yun stood up, his heart racing with tension. Pulling the knife free, he wiped it clean on the zombie's clothing. Upon searching the room, he discovered a packet of noodles, a small plastic bag of lettuce, and half a carton of milk. After placing these supplies in a pile, he slowly approached the second household. This neighbor was relatively quiet. He gently pushed open the door, finding only one zombie curled up in the corner. The living room reeked of decay, blood spattered across the walls, and the flickering dim light added to the ominous atmosphere. Lin Yun stealthily approached, raising the knife high and bringing it down forcefully. The zombie's head rolled away, its body collapsing soon after. It was easier than he had imagined. Stretching his aching wrist, he quickly gathered the usable supplies and exited. The moment he stepped into the corridor, Lin Yun's nerves tightened involuntarily. He could hear his heartbeat echoing in the silence. They say one becomes familiar with the unfamiliar with time. Perhaps it was due to his innate resilience that he began to adapt quickly. Upon arriving at the final household, he came to an abrupt halt, straining to listen for any sounds from within the dwelling. Yet all was eerily silent. Gently pushing the door ajar, he was met with a scene of utter disarray. Furniture lay overturned and belongings were strewn haphazardly about the room. He cautiously stepped into the bedroom. Scanning the corners, just as he began to believe the house was devoid of any zombies, suddenly, a zombie burst forth from the wardrobe, lunging towards Lin Yun with a ferocious growl. With a swift motion, Lin Yun brandished his knife to confront the creature. The zombie's immense strength was palpable as its claws clashed with Lin Yun's blade, producing a jarring metallic screech. Gritting his teeth, he used his powers to shove the zombie away. Seizing the opportunity to strike at its arm, the blade severed the limb, black blood gushing forth, yet the creature seemed impervious to pain, continuing its relentless advance towards Lin Yun. He deftly sidestepped, maneuvering behind the zombie, and delivered a decisive blow, severing its head. The headless corpse writhed momentarily before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Goodness, can these wretched creatures still haunt the living? After exhaling in relief, he began to gather supplies. The family had stockpiled a commendable amount of provisions. The refrigerator contained several pieces of cured meat, a few sausages, a cut of pork, along with eggs and vegetables. Just as Lin Yun reveled in his fortune, a faint cry for help drifted from the bathroom. Help me. Startled, Lin Yun approached the bathroom door with caution. The door was firmly shut, and he rapped gently upon it, whispering, "Is anyone there?" A feeble voice replied from within, "Please, help me. I'm trapped in here." Lin Yun turned the doorknob cautiously. The sound of cracking echoed as the handle twisted and fell to the floor. Slowly, the door creaked open to reveal a young girl, pale and cowering in the corner, her eyes brimming with terror and despair. Her clothing was tattered, hair disheveled across her face, and to an unknowing observer, one might assume she had suffered a grievous violation. Upon seeing Lin Yun, A flicker of hope ignited in her gaze. "Please, I beg you. Save me. I'll do anything you ask." It was undeniable that she possessed delicate beauty, perhaps akin to a school belle. However, the gruesome wound on her thigh was a stark reminder that she had indeed been bitten by a zombie. Dark blood oozed from the wound, and the surrounding veins had taken on a grotesque hue. Lin Yun sighed regretfully. "You must understand, this situation is beyond salvation." His words, the glimmer of hope in the girl's eyes dimmed to emptiness, Lin Yun's declaration serving as the final blow to her spirit. The cruelest fate in this world is to find oneself in despair, only to be offered a glimmer of hope, which is then shattered. Such a pity. She was rather lovely, and he had briefly entertained the notion of companionship. With a heavy heart, he exited the bathroom, gathering the food stored in large plastic bags, preparing to leave. Suddenly, he heard hurried footsteps from the bathroom. Turning towards the sound, he saw a frail figure leap from the balcony. Such bravery to leap into freefall. Chapter 5. Clearing the zombies, Lin Yun carried the plastic bag of food back to his own home, placing the cured meats, sausages, pork, and vegetables into the refrigerator. While setting a half carton of milk beside the sofa, he stood before the refrigerator, his gaze momentarily lingering on the meager provisions. Frankly, this amount would scarcely suffice. In this moment, Lin Yun felt a sense of disorientation. After a brief respite to regain his strength, he resolved to take further action. He could not afford to remain idle. He must actively seek out more supplies. Securing the knife at his waist, he checked his phone. It was now 1:56 p.m. Stepping outside again, he was greeted by the acrid stench in the hallway, intensified by the corpses of the recently dispatched zombies. The odor assaulted his throat like a heavy club, causing his stomach to churn. Lin Yun fought to suppress his nausea as he exerted effort to dispose of the zombie bodies through the hallway window. With each dragged corpse, he felt the resistance of the stiffened limbs against the floor. A revolting task. He was accustomed to the mundane office life, occasionally assisting his boss's wife with plumbing issues, but had never encountered such a gruesome scene. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, a testament to both the exertion and the revulsion he felt at handling the dead. Once the bodies were cleared, he meticulously searched his neighbor's home for any supplies, determined not to overlook a single corner. His efforts bore fruit as he discovered several steel pipes intended for renovations. Their weight in his hands instilled a sense of security. Gripping the pipe tightly, he tested its balance, finding it surprisingly comfortable to wield. It would serve well as a weapon, its length suitable for maneuvering through the narrow corridors. As for the knife, Lin Yun glanced at the dried black blood on its blade and, with a flick of his wrist, discarded it into the corner trash bin. Good riddance. It's time for retirement. After returning the excess steel pipes to his room and securing the door, he took a deep breath, steeling himself for the task ahead of clearing the higher floors of zombies. Residing on the 8th floor of a 14-story building, he made his way to the 9th floor, where silence reigned. Yet, this stillness only heightened Lin Yun's anxiety. His heart raced as he tread carefully, wary of disturbing any lurking zombies. Suddenly, a zombie lunged from around the corner, its grotesque visage and hollow gaze striking terror into Lin Yun's heart. However, he quickly regained his composure, sidestepping the attack, with a powerful swing of his steel pipe. Enhanced by his abilities, he struck with increased speed and force. The pipe connected solidly with the zombie's skull, causing it to burst like a balloon, collapsing to the ground after a few futile struggles. The sudden violence took him aback, particularly the splatter of red and white matter that nearly induced him to regurgitate his breakfast. His stomach twisted, and a wave of nausea surged in his throat. But he managed to suppress it, unwilling to waste his earlier meal. That was quite the impact. I need to be more cautious, it's rather unsettling. However, the commotion had drawn the attention of other zombies within the residence. The sound of their relentless pounding against the security door accompanied by their guttural moans. Calm down, there's enough for everyone. Lin Yun steadied his breathing, tightening his grip on the steel pipe, and delivered a powerful kick to the security door, which, bolstered by his powers, splintered open with a resounding crash. Inside, the dimly lit room was shrouded in darkness, with curtains drawn tight, allowing only faint rays of light to seep through the cracks. His eyes quickly adjusted to the gloom, revealing a zombie sprawled in the center of the living room. It was evident that the force of the door had sent both the creature and the door flying. The warped security door lying askew. Without hesitation, Lin Yun advanced, raising the steel pipe to deliver a crushing blow to the struggling zombie. With a dull thud, the zombie's head shattered like a fragile melon. Brain matter and black blood splattering in all directions, its body crumpling to the floor, utterly still. The strength of his strike was formidable. Ugh! It took him a moment to shake off the wave of nausea that followed. Lin Yun pressed on without pausing, moving to the second room. He kicked open the security door with the same force, only to find a solitary zombie trapped beneath it, unable to escape in a rather humorous twist. He opted for a physical exorcism, sending it off to meet its maker, hoping the heavens would not hold it accountable. After eliminating 2 zombies from this floor's 3 rooms, Lin Yun exhaled deeply. His arms felt slightly fatigued, yet he pressed on, knowing this state was manageable and would not hinder his combat effectiveness. His body felt too weak. After merely swinging the pipe a few times, he was already fatigued. Had that girl truly drained him of his vitality? After stretching his arms, Lin Yun continued his ascent to the 10th floor. Fortuitously, the 10th floor was devoid of zombies, likely because the residents had been out at work when the apocalypse struck. However, this also meant there were scant supplies to be found. He discovered only a half-box of instant noodles. Disappointment washed over him as he surveyed the box, but he nonetheless transported it to the hallway for easier retrieval later. This was merely the beginning. While clearing the 11th floor, Lin Yun encountered 2 additional zombies. Thanks to his agility and formidable abilities, he dispatched them with ease. Each confrontation served as a learning experience, enhancing his understanding of how to better control his strength and speed while becoming increasingly familiar with the zombies' attack patterns. The 12th floor presented a more complex situation, with 5 zombies congregated in the corridor. Lin Yun stood at the staircase, eyeing the cluster of zombies with trepidation. A misstep in this battle could lead to injury, and he was uncertain whether a bite would result in infection. Curses, the bold perish, while the timid starve. Regardless, this floor would need to be cleared as well. Taking a deep breath, he gripped the steel pipe tightly and slowly approached the zombies. With no cover, the creatures quickly detected him. Lunging with outstretched claws, Lin Yun utilized his speed and agility, weaving through the throng of zombies, the steel pipe swinging relentlessly. Even when caught off guard, he adeptly redirected their attacks using his vector manipulation abilities, allowing them to miss him entirely. Each strike, empowered by his abilities, carried tremendous force, incapacitating any zombies that dared to draw near. He dodged and countered, delivering crushing blows to their heads, black blood splattering the surroundings, staining his clothes, which had been torn in several places. After expending considerable effort, Lin Yun successfully cleared the zombies on the 12th floor. He leaned against the wall, slightly fatigued, and took a moment to catch his breath. Not too shabby. It wasn't as exhausting as I had imagined. Seems that woman's suction power is rather limited. So easy, huh? He casually found a relatively clean room, settled onto the sofa to rest, and drank some water to replenish himself, having sweated quite a bit during this endeavor. Chapter 6. The mutated zombie lead gray clouds densely shrouded the desolate city, obscuring the once bright sky to the point of suffocation. Such an environment cast an unusually heavy burden on one's mood. The stench of decay intertwined with the metallic scent of blood, permeating every corner and irritating Lin Yun's nostrils, causing a slight discomfort in his stomach. Thankfully, having grown somewhat accustomed to this, he managed to suppress the urge to vomit, in this nauseating atmosphere. After a brief respite, Lin Yun diligently adjusted his state and gradually rose to his feet, stretching his limbs. All right, I feel decent enough. I could easily play the role of a nocturnal libertine tonight. Subsequently, he tightened his grip on the steel pipe stained with black blood and descended to the next floor. With a swift motion, Lin Yun swung the steel pipe and decisively dispatched the sole zombie on the 13th floor. Thud. The zombie collapsed, stirring up a faint cloud of dust. He commenced a meticulous search through 3 households on this level. However, reality, as always, proved less than favorable, and his expectations were dashed. Finally, after much effort, he fortuitously discovered 2 bags of dumplings. He gently lifted the dumplings, the familiar packaging evoking a sense of inexplicable nostalgia. This kind of instant food had been a staple in his diet before. Alas, such is the consequence of lacking culinary skills, an inability to even boil noodles. Naturally, after such a prolonged search, the discovery of merely 2 bags of dumplings left him somewhat disheartened. Truly impoverished. This feels even less substantial than my own meager existence as a corporate drone. After a brief organization, Lin Yun resolved to continue his upward exploration in search of more supplies. Otherwise, who could survive on such scant provisions? The zombies he encountered were few, and he still had ample energy. Thus, he cautiously traversed the silent hallway, arriving at the 14th floor. Upon reaching the top floor, the sight before him caused his heart to race. The doors of the 3 apartments on this level stood ajar, resembling gaping black voids. The unknown is always a source of fear, and Lin Yun was no exception. The security doors were severely deformed, their twisted metal bearing the marks of a desperate struggle, reminiscent of anguished human faces that silently narrated the horrors that had transpired here. No, it was not mere resemblance. There were indeed blurred visages imprinted upon the security door, as if some individual had pounded their face against it in a frenzy. The contorted metal seemed to showcase the immense and violent force that had been exerted to render the once sturdy door into such a state. Terrifying images surged in his mind, and his steps grew hesitant. It felt as though he had encountered a formidable foe. To be honest, Lin Yun was somewhat tempted to flee. However, the proximity to his home rendered escape impractical. It was a ticking time bomb. And abandoning the supplies he had gathered was not an option. Not to mention, the zombies lurking below remained a potential threat, and he could not ascertain whether the creature here would be as simple-minded as the ordinary zombies. If this entity roamed freely, he would find himself in grave danger. The ground was stained with blood, dark red patches long dried and sending chills down his spine. The intersecting drag marks, irregular in shape and distribution, painted a gruesome picture of the bloody events that had unfolded here. Truly horrifying. Following the traces, Lin Yun advanced cautiously, treading lightly to avoid alerting any lurking monsters in this silent environment. He could hear the sound of his own heartbeat echoing in his ears, each thud distinctly audible. Eventually, the drag marks led him to discover an extraordinarily corpulent figure in a bedroom. Through the familiar attire, it was evident that this was the landlord of the building. However, the landlord had long ceased to resemble the person he once knew. He had transformed into a grotesque, foul-smelling zombie. His form was at least 200 pounds, a mound of fat that evoked an overwhelming sense of oppression. The sickly grayish skin was marred by protruding veins, and the twisted visage sent shivers down one's spine. Where there should have been eyes were now merely 2 hollow voids. His mouth gaped wide, revealing jagged teeth stained with blood. Ugh, grr. Beside him lay several mangled corpses, most of which had been devoured, clearly devoid of any possibility of becoming zombies themselves. The moment Lin Yun made his discovery, the zombie also noticed him and lunged forward in a frenzy. Grr. Its movements were no longer stiff like those of other zombies, but possessed an eerie agility. Its legs moved in rapid succession, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. The massive body carried a powerful momentum, with arms as thick as tree trunks swinging toward him with a menacing rush. What the hell could it be that I, too, could rise to their level? Harnessing this crystal core to enhance my abilities, embracing the future amidst this apocalyptic world. Such thoughts, once they take root, spread like wild grass, uncontrollable and rampant. Yet, swiftly thereafter, a chill coursed up his spine. This was no fictional realm. This crystal core originated from the grotesque, virus-ridden brain of a zombie. Was it not courting death to swallow something of unknown purpose simply due to a momentary flicker of luck? He recalled the neighbor who had leapt to her demise and the zombies he had slain, shadows that loomed over him like specters. Lin Yun found himself ensnared in a dilemma, as if time had frozen, leaving only himself and the crystal core, radiating a deadly allure. Just as he hesitated, he felt his powers drawn to the cord. An invisible force began to emanate from his hand, enveloping the crystal. In an instant, a tremendous suction surged from within him, akin to a throng of beautiful women clamoring for his attention. The energy from the crystal poured into his limbs like a relentless tide. This was Lin Yun felt every cell in his body rejoicing, as if undergoing a fervent baptism. Each vein ignited like a fuse, setting his entire being ablaze. First came a searing torrent, hot enough to scorch the very soul, coursing rapidly through him. Wherever this heat flowed, his skin flushed crimson, as if it had been seared by flames. Beads of sweat, like pearls, cascaded from his in days gone by, the vibrant pages of youthful bloggers. Adorned with the radiant allure of fair thighs, now languish in a desolate silence, devoid of fresh video updates. Even when sporadic updates do appear, they are stripped of the joyous laughter and merriment of yesteryears, replaced instead by a plaintive cry for help. No, my splendid white legs, my ice cream, my black stockings. All of these were the sustenance of his spirit, now vanished into thin air, amidst the chaos of the apocalypse. The regulatory barriers of short video platforms have crumbled like a breached dam. Gruesome and violent videos are displayed without restraint. Only those excessively bloody and nauseating images are flagged by AI for removal. Meanwhile, more subtle videos proliferate like malignant tumors across the platform. Even more heart-wrenching is the sight of a live stream depicting an act of violation. On the screen, a fragile woman struggles desperately under the grip of a demon, fighting in vain. Her feeble resistance merely invites the sting of a loud slap, leaving her once exquisite visage bruised and battered. Outside the screen, the crowd reacts in varied ways, some mock and jeer, while others unleash torrents of curses. Yet, in the face of the apocalyptic darkness, all anger and sympathy seem utterly impotent, unable to alter the tragic fate that has been sealed. Lin Yun stares blankly at his phone screen, a torrent of words bubbling within him, yet choked back, leaving only an endless sense of lament. Alas, how could a pure-hearted young man such as I have stumbled upon this, in merely 2 days? The once formidable edifice of order has trembled under the shocks of the apocalypse, ultimately collapsing with a resounding crash. The grotesqueness of humanity revels on the stage of the end times, its most abhorrent facets magnified infinitely. Is this truly the end? A revelation of humanity's ugliest nature? Lin Yun sighs, the sound echoing in the stillness of his bedroom. He then forces himself to endure the discomfort within, continuing to scroll through videos, his thoughts entwined and gradually blurring, until he gently drifts into slumber. In his dreams, he is transported back to the beautiful world that existed before the apocalypse. Sunshine gleams, crowds bustle, laughter fills the air, and he is no longer a mere cog in the corporate machine. Chapter 9. Gradually unleashing unparalleled strength. Lin Yun awakens in his bedroom, his consciousness slowly surfacing from the depths of slumber. With bleary eyes, he glances at his phone screen, where the time reads 9:00. In an instant, his body feels as though it is being pulled by an unseen force. The biological clock honed by years of working life activates, compelling him to leap from bed in a reflexive hurry. He is going to be late. Yet, in the next moment, realization dawns upon him. It is the apocalypse, so what does it matter about going to work? A bitter smile plays upon his lips as he softly mocks himself. This post-work syndrome must be etched into his DNA. Still thinking of work even in the end times. It is merely a habit, certainly not a thought of his boss's wife. Lin Yun heads to the bathroom for a quick wash. Just awakened, he feels utterly drained, as if suffering from a deficiency. Cold water splashes on his face, the chilling sensation jolting him into full awareness. Gazing at his reflection, he lets out a resigned sigh. Returning to the living room, he munches on bread and sips milk while absent-mindedly scrolling through his phone. The screen now reflects the shadows of the apocalypse, starkly contrasting with the once alluring images of fair skin and long legs. Before his eyes are either zombies staggering through the streets, leaving behind a trail of bloody devastation, or survivors battling ferociously for meager resources, their struggles turning brutal and savage. Occasionally, he encounters a few espousing their supernatural abilities, as this harsh new world transforms into a stage for their ostentation. The once ubiquitous allure of black and white stockings has vanished without a trace, particularly those large and fair ones. Alas, if he could no longer behold them, it would be a great loss, for surely both men and women appreciate such beauty. After all, lust knows no boundaries of nationality or gender. Standing tall, proudly, watching it all unfold, Lin Yun feels his heart bleed, the food in his mouth turning tasteless. After finishing breakfast, he takes a deep breath and grasps a steel pipe stained with dark blood. Though the pipe is cold and metallic, it offers a rare sense of security. Much like a reliable boyfriend, he resolves to clear the zombies from this building. Perhaps he might even encounter a mutated zombie and procure a crystal core to enhance his powers. As he opens the door, a nauseating stench of decay wafts through the corridor, prompting Lin Yun to furrow his brow, remaining vigilant to the slightest sounds around him. Upon reaching the corner at the 7th floor staircase, he hears a low, guttural sound, accompanied by a soft thudding from the safety exit door. Instinctively tightening his grip on the steel pipe, he leans forward to peer around. A zombie, like a marionette, gently knocks its head against the hallway door. Its body marred with numerous bite marks, exuding a pungent and repugnant odor. Without hesitation, Lin Yun focuses his mind, channeling his vector manipulation ability. Power surges through his arm and into the pipe, and with a swift motion, he swings it down upon the zombie's head. Bang! The zombie's skull explodes like a shattered watermelon, blackened gore splattering everywhere, staining the walls with mottled remnants. This repulsive scene only elicits a momentary discomfort in Lin Yun, a testament to his growing resilience. Concurrently, an exhilarating rush surges within him. This casual strike now possesses greater force than his previous full-powered blows. Indeed, if he could acquire a few more zombie crystal cores, this apocalypse would be easily subdued. His mind drifts to visions of a brighter future, embraced by lovers on either side. Surely a far more delightful fantasy than hiding under blankets in bed? The subsequent cleanup progresses remarkably smoothly. Thanks to the significant enhancement of his vector manipulation ability, Lin Yun navigates the various floors as if they were uninhabited. Each swing of the steel pipe is imbued with immense power, sending zombies crashing down without a shred of resistance. Regardless of how loud or terrifying their growls may be, they are all swiftly dispatched with a single blow, as he clears each floor. He meticulously searches every room, leaving no potential hiding spot for resources unchecked. On the 5th floor, he fortuitously discovers several cans, both fruit and meat varieties. On the 4th floor, he finds some frozen, pre-slaughtered chicken and fish. As he descends the floors, Lin Yun's speed does not diminish, but rather accelerates. By the time he reaches the 1st floor, he leaves behind a trail of zombie remains, a bag of vegetables in hand, along with a bundle of handmade fish balls. Glancing at the time, he realizes he has spent only about an hour on this endeavor, a pace that far exceeds his initial expectations. Lin Yun hauls his bountiful harvest back to his 8th floor residence, making several trips that leave him breathless. It seems his body is still somewhat weak, not yet transcending the limits of an ordinary person. However, surveying the plentiful spoils, he feels that all of it is worthwhile. The only regret is not encountering any mutated zombies. After resting for a moment, he rises slowly, retrieves a towel from the bathroom, and dampens it under running water, carefully wiping the sweat from his brow. The icy cloth glides across his skin, providing a refreshing sensation that momentarily alleviates his fatigue. Once he has cleaned himself, he steps into the kitchen and gazes at the hard-earned food, a sense of inexplicable pride swelling within him. Having gathered such a bountiful harvest, he feels compelled to treat himself to a proper feast. He begins by cooking a pot of rice, the fragrant aroma gradually permeating the kitchen, transporting him momentarily back to the tranquility of his former life. Next, he meticulously prepares stir-fried vegetables, washing them thoroughly and cutting them into uniform pieces before pouring a splash of cooking oil into the pan. Once the oil is heated, he gently tosses the vegetables in, skillfully stir-frying them before adding a generous amount of seasoning. Before long, a vibrant dish of stir-fried vegetables emerges, bursting with color and flavor. Following that, he cuts some pork, frying it in the pan alongside the vegetables, and plates them together. Finally, he concocts a delightful soup using lettuce and fish balls, the latter bobbing enticingly in the bubbling broth, releasing an alluring aroma. Lin Yun gazes at the sumptuous spread before him, his heart brimming with satisfaction and contentment. Slowly, he settles at the dining table, savoring each morsel of food. Perhaps it is the knowledge that he has personally braved danger to procure these ingredients that makes this meal taste exceptionally delectable. Although the pork carries a strong odor, it does not detract from his enjoyment. After finishing lunch, Lin Yun languidly reclines on the sofa, casually scrolling through his phone. The screen remains awash with various pieces of information regarding the apocalypse. He even stumbles upon a video featuring someone consuming raw pig intestines, uncertain if they are truly pork, but the title suggests so. With a severed hand peeking out from the corner, he watches silently, his heart heavy with myriad reflections, unable to find peace. How absurd! Truly, humanity is not worth testing. It has been merely 2 or 3 days, and the moral boundaries have already been crossed. Gradually, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washes over him. The tension, fear, and exhaustion accumulated over the past 2 days seem to find an outlet in this moment, erupting like a volcano. Lin Yun slowly sets his phone down and reclines on the sofa, his eyes gradually closing. Before long, the living room is filled with the gentle sound of his even and soft snoring. In this lullaby of snores, he temporarily escapes the harsh reality of the apocalypse, slipping into a brief and tranquil dreamland. Chapter 10. Encountering a mutated zombie again. Lin Yun stirs awake, lazily pulling out his phone to check the time. It is already 2 o'clock. He yawns and strolls to the sink, cupping cold water in his hands and splashing it onto his face. The icy sensation instantly jolts his nerves, sharpening his awareness. The relentless pursuit of survival, even in these apocalyptic times, feels rather disheartening. Does it not? Lin Yun mused to himself while shouldering a backpack. Taking a deep breath, he grasped the steel pipe leaning against the wall. With a measured motion, he opened the security door and stepped out, his figure gradually fading into the corridor. And of course, he ensured the door was secured properly. During his earlier scavenging for supplies, Lin Yun had stumbled upon several car keys. Some of these keys appeared rather mundane, while others exuded an air of sophistication and elegance. In this world besieged by zombies, possessing a vehicle would greatly facilitate the search for resources or the exploration of safe havens. Thus, his objective for this outing was the parking garage below. As he traversed the corridor, Lin Yun contemplated which type of car would be most suitable. One key appeared rather flamboyant, likely belonging to a sports car. Perhaps due to his humble circumstances, he felt a flicker of longing for the sleek design of a sports car. Yet he dismissed the idea. Despite their impressive speed and eye-catching aesthetics, in the harsh reality of this apocalypse, their practicality paled in comparison to that of an off-road vehicle, with a higher chassis and robust tires. Off-road vehicles could navigate various challenging terrains with ease. Whether confronting obstacles on the road or fending off zombies, they proved far more capable. Furthermore, sports cars typically consume fuel excessively, a critical drawback in this era of scarce resources. In contrast, off-road vehicles were more durable and fuel-efficient, making them the optimal choice for survival in this desolate world. Lin Yun descended the staircase from the 8th floor. As he descended, the air grew increasingly oppressive. Upon entering the parking garage, he immediately sensed a distinct atmosphere. Although the air below was not as well ventilated as above, it was significantly less tainted than the nauseating stench outside. Indeed, fewer people equated to a more pleasant environment. Even the air felt remarkably fresher. The garage was relatively quiet, devoid of the incessant growls of zombies outside. Only the faint echo of his footsteps resounded in the vast space. Lin Yun scanned the garage, noting only a handful of zombies meandering about. They swayed unsteadily, their movements sluggish, as if they had lingered in this dimly lit garage for quite some time. However, the moment their vacant eyes caught sight of Lin Yun, they erupted into a frenzy, surging towards him with wild abandon. They screeched, claws outstretched, their desiccated arms flailing in the air, emitting chilling howls, eager to tear a piece of flesh from him. As the zombies approached, Lin Yun swiftly swung the steel pipe. His muscles tensed, and with a fluid motion, the pipe arced through the air. With a resounding thud, it struck the foremost zombie squarely on the head. The creature's skull burst open like a ripe watermelon, brain matter and blood splattering across the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, he followed up with another swing, felling yet another zombie. In mere moments, the previously sparse zombies lay vanquished, sprawled in a pool of blood. It seemed that even the ordinary zombies no longer posed any challenge. Sigh. Lin Yun let out a soft breath, retrieving the 5 car keys from his pocket, a collection he had gathered haphazardly. He began pressing the unlock buttons on each key, watching as the car lights flickered in response, though one key remained unresponsive. Likely a vehicle that had evaded parking fees, parked outside. He had witnessed such occurrences before, though the outcome typically involved a parking ticket. Whether or not the traffic enforcers would show up depended solely on their mood. They might just cruise by on their motorcycles, seeking an easy target. Lin Yun's knowledge of cars was limited, but he was familiar with the Land Rover brand, which he recalled to be quite reputable. Among the keys he held, one belonged to a Land Rover. The imposing stature, sturdy tires, and powerful engine of the Land Rover off-road vehicle captivated Lin Yun. Without a moment's hesitation, he discarded the other keys into a corner. He chuckled to himself. He had never been able to afford such a vehicle before. Yet now in this apocalypse, he had the opportunity to experience it. Perhaps the end of the world had its silver linings. Filled with anticipation and excitement, Lin Yun strode towards the Land Rover. He grasped the door handle, gently pulling it open to be greeted by a subtle scent of leather. Just as he was about to get inside and relish the experience, a swift shadow lunged at him from behind. Instinctively, Lin Yun's body tensed, his senses heightened to an acute awareness. Realizing the movement behind him, he was startled, but it was too late to evade. In that critical moment, he instinctively activated his vector ability, altering the trajectory of the assailant's charge. The claws that had been aimed at his head veered off course, narrowly missing him and leaving a deep scratch on the ground. What on earth? How dare it ambush a young man like me? Lin Yun swiftly turned around, focusing his gaze on the attacker, which possessed long limbs and muscular contours, barely discernible in the dim light. He crouched like a beast, its body slightly arched, poised for another assault. Most unsettling was the sight of its brain, grotesquely exposed, devoid of a skull. The exposed brain pulsated rhythmically, much like muscle. A chill coursed through Lin Yun as he beheld this monstrous entity. With a roar, the mutated zombie, frustrated at its failure to seize its prey, unleashed a deafening cry that reverberated throughout the garage, causing Lin Yun's ears to ring. It lunged at him again, this time with a speed surpassing that of a cheetah, accompanied by a rush of wind. Lin Yun gripped the steel pipe tightly, raising it high, unwavering as he swung it down with all his might. Die, you hideous creature! This swing was infused with greater force as he channeled his strength into the steel pipe. He intended to deliver a fatal blow to the mutated zombie, but to his astonishment, it evaded his strike. In that split second, Lin Yun's mind raced, and he activated his vector ability once more. The pipe, which had nearly missed its target, was redirected by his power, and he guided it with increased speed towards the exposed brain of the zombie. With a resounding impact, the steel pipe struck true, shattering the exposed brain and causing gore to splatter. The mutated zombie's body momentarily suspended in the air before collapsing like a marionette with severed strings, convulsing on the ground. Did this zombie actually evade an attack? Could these wretched creatures be evolving towards intelligence? Lin Yun took a deep breath, dispelling the fear and tension within him. He then steeled himself to retrieve a crystal core from the gooey remains of the mutated zombie's brain. Glancing around, he found no plastic bags or suitable containers. After some contemplation, Lin Yun tore a piece of fabric from one of the zombie's clothing to wrap the crystal core. Once securely stowed in his backpack, he cautiously approached the Land Rover. Quite impressive, this tactile sensation. Lin Yun settled into the driver's seat, relishing the comfort of the seat and the spacious interior. Grasping the steering wheel, a long-forgotten thrill surged within him. One must always have control of the steering wheel to feel at ease and invigorated. Chapter 11. The power of abilities reinforced. Oh, this luxurious vehicle certainly feels extraordinary. Lin Yun's hands trembled with excitement as he gripped the steering wheel of the Land Rover. His eyes sparkled with exhilaration as he reveled in the experience, the roar of the engine resonating deeply within his soul. Each gentle press of the accelerator and turn of the wheel provided a long-lost sense of freedom. He felt akin to a child who had just received a cherished toy, unable to part with it, as he circled the garage multiple times. Along the way, he attracted a few zombies, which he effortlessly dispatched as if they were mere obstacles. After a brief yet exhilarating joyride, at a leisurely pace, he reluctantly exited the vehicle. At 24 years old, Lin Yun bore the subtle marks of maturity on his face, yet at this moment, he radiated the exuberance of youth. Since he had last driven during a summer break at 18, he had not touched a car since. Men, after all, have their few passions: cars, cigarettes, alcohol, and, most importantly, the allure of various fabrics. Even seasoned practitioners of the arcane arts could become entranced by such pleasures. In his earlier years, he had harbored dreams of success, believing his talents would lead him to become a prosperous businessman. Yet, as fate would have it, his aspirations ended in tragedy. In his youthful ignorance, he mistook a mere girl for a treasure, leading only to sorrow. To dwell on the past brings naught but tears. He carefully locked the car door and returned to the 8th floor. Upon entering his home, he swiftly secured the anti-theft door with a satisfying click, isolating himself from the perilous world outside. Giddy with excitement, Lin Yun withdrew the zombie crystal core from his pocket. The core shimmered with an eerie glow under the light, exuding a potent allure. However, this time, He refrained from heading to the kitchen to cleanse it as he had done previously. Instead, he purposely made his way to the bathroom. After all, the kitchen was where he prepared his meals, and the thought of washing a core sourced from a zombie's brain there was rather unsettling. Lin Yun turned on the faucet, letting the water cascade over the crystal core as he meticulously cleaned it, his eyes fixed intently upon it. Holding the cleansed zombie crystal core up to his eyes, he noticed it contained even more red impurities than the previous one. These red strands resembled thin filaments of blood, coiling and twisting within the core, evoking a sense of dread. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yun held the zombie crystal core in his hands. He closed his eyes, focusing his mind, and began to channel the extraordinary abilities within him. The powers flowed forth like an invisible thread, slowly emerging from his being to envelop the crystal core. In that instant, Lin Yun could feel the energy within the core, akin to a docile kitten, obediently flowing down his arm and into his body. This energy coursed through him like a warm current, a gentle tingling akin to a faint electric pulse, continuously enhancing his physique and abilities. However, he distinctly sensed that the degree of enhancement was not as profound as the last time. A feeling of disappointment creeping into his heart. Was it that he had developed a resistance to this phenomenon? Or was it merely a lack of sufficient energy for a significant boost? Once the energy had been fully absorbed, the zombie crystal core crumbled into a useless pile of white ash, drifting from his hand. Lin Yun gradually opened his eyes, feeling the slight increase in his powers. A faint smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. A diminished effect was still an effect. As long as it was useful, that was sufficient. He approached the window, gazing down at the swaying zombies in the community below, contemplating the eradication of the entire horde. While the issue of resources was undeniably important, what he yearned for even more was the chance to encounter a few mutated zombies to further enhance his abilities. With formidable strength, heaps of resources would await his acquisition. The world outside the community was shrouded in uncertainty, yet one thing was certain. The number of zombies was absolutely terrifying. A slight disturbance among a group of zombies could easily attract a horde. A veritable nightmare. However, the situation within the community was markedly different. The zombies were separated by buildings, with only a handful on each floor, significantly increasing safety. In his mind, a blueprint began to take shape. He could easily transform this community into his stronghold, weaving a web like a spider, gradually expanding outward. He could start by clearing the zombies within the community and then slowly extend his reach. Once he had grown sufficiently powerful, he could seek out areas with richer resources and greater safety, relocating his base there. Well, having already dispatched dozens of zombies today, he would continue his efforts tomorrow. Lin Yun mused to himself, in this solitary world, he did not wish for his nerves to remain perpetually taut, like a rubber band stretched to its limits, ready to snap at any moment. He opened his phone, the screen's brightness stark against the dim room. He noticed the signal had dropped from 4 bars to 3, a sudden pang of unease gripping his heart. His brows furrowed tightly, worry evident in his gaze. This was bad. The phone signal was becoming unstable. Lin Yun immediately recognized that a signal tower might have been damaged or malfunctioning. In this apocalyptic world, anything could happen. The disappearance of signal would undoubtedly plunge society into further chaos. Humanity would lose its channels of information entirely. His fingers swiftly navigated the screen, downloading maps of the city and surrounding areas. Each progress bar that filled him with a sense of reassurance. These maps could guide him in the future, proving quite significant. After completing the downloads, he pondered the prospect of living in solitude for an extended period, devoid of human interaction and the richness of life. How dreadfully mundane that would be. Thus, he began downloading novels, anime, and films, each file serving as nourishment for his spirit. The internet, once a given in this once thriving world, was now fading away. It was hard to imagine how unbearable life without it would be, akin to a person reliant on oxygen, suddenly learning that air no longer existed. He opened a video, the images on the screen deepening his melancholy. Many areas had already begun to experience water and power shortages. In those scenes, people prayed helplessly in the darkness, desperately searching for water. How tragic, but alas, it was none of his concern. As night descended, Lin Yun prepared a fried rice dish with leftover food from lunch. He retrieved diced meat, ham, and eggs from the refrigerator, bustling about in the kitchen. The oil in the pan sizzled, releasing a delightful aroma as he added the ingredients one by one. though he lamented having added too much salt. After enjoying a satisfying dinner, he quickly washed the dishes and made his way to the bathroom to freshen up. Bare-chested, he entered the bedroom and collapsed onto the soft bed. Once again, he opened his phone, scrolling through videos, the screen's glow illuminating his face. His thoughts drifted in the sea of content, and gradually, drowsiness overtook him. The phone slipped from his grasp, tumbling to the floor beside the bed. A night of silence ensued, punctuated only by the occasional low growl of zombies outside, echoing in the stillness of the dark. Chapter 12. A gun? In the foul-smelling corridor, Lin Yun was busy clearing out zombies. A chilling roar shattered the silence as a zombie lunged at him from behind. Instinctively, his body reacted. Muscles tensed, he swung the stick in his hand, striking the zombie's head with force. The sound of a dull thud echoed, the zombie's skull bursting like a ripe watermelon, brain matter and blood splattering everywhere, and Lin Yun used his powers to push it away. Today, he aimed to cleanse the entire community of zombies. If he were fortunate enough to encounter a few mutated ones during this process, that would be even better. Not only would it enhance his abilities, but it would also provide a sense of accomplishment akin to leveling up in a game. His vector abilities had grown more adept after yesterday's enhancement, making the task of clearing zombies considerably easier. With each swing of the stick, he felt the powers within him surging forth like a rushing stream, granting him strength and speed far beyond the ordinary. This was merely the simplest application of his abilities, as they had only recently awakened, and other forms of attack remained limited in lethality. By now, he had successfully cleared 2 buildings of zombies, and his body seemed to know no fatigue. His breathing was steady, his steps agile and powerful, and his command of his abilities increasingly proficient. Before long, Lin Yun efficiently eradicated all zombies from the building. Then, like a diligent scavenger, he meticulously searched every corner for usable resources. Transporting his findings downstairs, surveying his haul, Lin Yun felt a sense of satisfaction. However, he remained unaware that, behind this seemingly tranquil facade, a pair of eyes watched him from the shadows like a serpent, silently observing his every move. Without pausing, Lin Yun continued to clear several more buildings, accumulating a wealth of resources, an impressive bounty of food and supplies that would sustain him for over 2 months. Yet, among these provisions, some vegetables had begun to show signs of decay, their leaves yellowing, clearly unsuitable for long-term storage. Lin Yun regarded the vegetables with a resigned shake of his head, knowing he would have to consume them soon. As for the meat, some was beginning to spoil as well. Upon entering a building yet to be cleared, he was greeted by a nauseating stench permeating the AI art. In a restroom, he unexpectedly encountered a mutated zombie. Towering and muscular, it drooled a foul-smelling saliva, its eyes betraying a savage madness. After confirming the creature's nature, Lin Yun felt no fear. Instead, he regarded it with the keen eyes of an experienced hunter. Gripping the steel pipe tightly, he lunged forward, smashing the pipe against the mutated zombie's skull. With a resounding thud, he successfully collected another zombie crystal core. The red impurities within the core shimmered ominously under the dim light. In the restroom, Lin Yun meticulously cleaned the zombie crystal core, the cold water flowing over his fingers filling him with anticipation. Once cleansed, he absorbed the core on the spot. Instantly, a warm current surged within him, and he could distinctly feel his powers growing stronger under this newfound energy. Yet, as he confidently ascended to the 9th floor, dispatching zombies with ease, his heart tightened at the sight before him. The floor was littered with the bodies of zombies, each with a small hole in their heads. Judging by the shape of the wounds and the surrounding evidence, it was highly probable that a gun? Countless thoughts flashed through Lin Yun's mind. Although his abilities were formidable now, facing firearms might prove challenging against bullets. Just as his heart filled with caution and he prepared to retreat from the building, a sudden icy sensation gripped the back of his head. "Don't move, or I can't guarantee you won't end up like the zombies on the floor." A deep, threatening voice resonated behind him. "Now, drop that steel pipe and raise your hands. I'll ask the questions and you will answer." Lin Yun's heart raced, pounding like a drum in his chest. He dared not make any sudden movements, reluctantly complying as he slowly released the steel pipe he had been gripping tightly, allowing it to clatter to the ground with a crisp sound. He then raised his hands above his head. "How did you awaken your powers? What is the method?" "I don't believe it was without reason. From your appearance, it seems your abilities can greatly amplify your strength. The voice inquired once more, laced with greed and urgency. Though he wielded a gun and appeared imposing, only he understood that bullets were not infinite. Thus, he desperately sought other means to survive. The method to awaken extraordinary abilities is to— A glimmer of resolve suddenly flashed in Lin Yun's eyes. Seizing a moment of carelessness from his opponent, he gently nudged his head backward. Simultaneously, the vector ability within him surged forth, amplifying both the force and velocity of the handgun he wielded. The firearm, which had been firmly grasped, was yanked from his hand as if by an invisible giant, drawing a graceful arc through the air before crashing violently into the face of the man behind him. "On my face!" A cry of agony shattered the stillness, steeped in suffering. Lin Yun swiftly turned to observe a man sprawled on the ground, clutching his face in torment. His features were a gruesome blur, blood cascading like a babbling brook through his fingers. The original contours of his visage had twisted beyond recognition, leaving only a chaotic mass of flesh and blood. Lin Yun stifled his revulsion and fury, picking up a nearby stick and the fallen handgun. He weighed the latter in his hand, savoring the cold metallic texture and its substantial heft before stowing it in his backpack. "Please, don't kill me, big brother. I thought I was wrong. I beg you, spare me." The man on the ground, witnessing Lin Yun retrieve the weapon, was overtaken by fear and despair. His voice trembled, laced with a weeping plea for mercy. Lin Yun's expression bore no trace of compassion, his gaze as frigid as I see in this apocalyptic world. Mercy towards one's enemies equated to cruelty towards oneself. "You have chosen your path to death." Ignoring the man's desperate entreaties, he raised the stick high, thud. With a single strike, he extinguished the man's wretched existence. There is no remedy for regret in this world. One must bear the consequences of their actions. Lin Yun spoke coldly, as if pronouncing judgment on the deceased. Or perhaps reminding himself, he realized that the enhancement of his abilities had inflated his confidence in facing zombies, and this encounter had undoubtedly sounded a warning bell for him. Fortunately, the man's greed had provided Lin Yun an opportunity. Had he been ambushed instead, it could have ended very differently. Lin Yun then devoted additional time to clearing the remaining zombies from the last few buildings in the complex. However, this time, his movements were much more cautious. Though he understood that encountering a gun-wielding individual was unlikely, he was acutely aware of the adage, "Caution brings longevity." In this brutal environment, such wisdom was undeniably invaluable. Chapter 13. The Monster. By the time Lin Yun eradicated all the zombies in the neighborhood, dusk was nearly upon him, with only a hint of crimson lingering on the horizon. Finally, it's all dealt with. Lin Yun nonchalantly discarded the now bent and twisted steel pipe, which was caked with thick clots of blood, an unsightly sight that warranted no further retention, especially since he had several more at home. As he arrived at the entrance of the community, he contemplated the utterly ineffective barrier of the rising gate. Whose brilliant idea was this? In the past, it might have served well under the constraints of morality and law. But now, it is merely decorative. If it could still deter intruders and zombies, I would gladly eat my words. Suddenly, a zombie burst forth from the side of the community gate, seemingly having wandered over and caught sight of the dazed Lin Yun. As expected, I knew this would happen. With a slight exertion of his foot, he kicked a small stone on the ground. Concurrently, his vector ability enhanced the stone's velocity. As the saying goes, speed is power. Under Lin Yun's control, the stone shot towards the zombie at an imperceptible speed. Whoosh, bang. The zombie's head exploded in a gruesome display, black blood splattering everywhere as it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. However, the stone did not penetrate its skull. It appeared that luck was on his side with a clean headshot. If only his vector ability were stronger, he mused, he could forego such elaborate measures. With a mere snap of his fingers or a stomp of his foot, the problem would be resolved. He felt that at this level, a couple more upgrades to his abilities would suffice. I wonder how advanced other ability users are. Surely, my power isn't subpar. Lin Yun dismissed further thoughts and resolved to find materials to barricade the community entrance. With his vector ability, he could reverse the force of gravity, making it effortless to lift objects that weren't excessively heavy. For instance, he entered the nearest ground floor apartment and borrowed a large refrigerator from a family that had met their untimely demise. With a gentle nudge, his palms sank into the metal exterior of the fridge, and with a simple lift, he hoisted it effortlessly as if it were a feather. Lin Yun's demeanor remained unperturbed, treating the cumbersome appliance as if it were nothing more than a delicate sheet of paper. Eager to return home and prepare dinner, he hastened his pace. In less than an hour, the community entrance was piled high with assorted debris, exceeding the height of the surrounding walls. Moreover, to mitigate any potential risks, Lin Yun ensured that the exterior was arranged vertically, making it exceedingly difficult for zombies to scale. Naturally, this did not account for the mutated zombies. Those unreasonable creatures that, within mere days, had either immense strength or the ability to scale walls effortlessly. The shoddy walls of the community would scarcely withstand them, especially since many sections were merely iron railings. Few job well done. After all his labor, from clearing zombies to barricading the entrance, Lin Yun felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He made his way beneath each building, loading the collected supplies onto a handcart. The haul was substantial. It would require multiple trips to transport everything. Even with a relatively large cart, he would need to make at least 2 or 3 trips for each building, with some necessitating up to 6. What a bountiful harvest, yet transporting all these items poses quite the challenge. Gazing at the mountain of supplies on the ground, Lin Yun found himself in a quandary. His residence was on the 8th floor. How many trips would it take to return everything? Leaving these items outside at night filled him with unease, perhaps a manifestation of his ingrained hoarding mentality. It could also simply be an overwhelming desire to secure what he had. With a resolute determination, Lin Yun opted to work overtime. These supplies were treasures, and the thought of leaving them behind instilled a profound sense of insecurity. It was akin to winning the lottery and feeling that passers-by were plotting against him. After nearly 2.5 hours, he finally managed to transport all the supplies back home. Click! Lin Yun locked the security door and collapsed onto the floor, utterly spent. The day's workload had been overwhelming. Even a beast of burden would plead for mercy. Thankfully, with the awakening of his abilities, his physical strength had been bolstered by the zombie crystal cores, or else he would never have managed. Few what needed to be done is accomplished. The next 2 days should be less hectic. Lin Yun planned to take a day of rest tomorrow and visit a nearby supermarket the day after, confident that the modest number of zombies left would pose little threat to him. As for the food in the surrounding residences, Lin Yun had long since lost interest. After a brief respite, he mustered his weary body to prepare a meal. Entering the kitchen, he surveyed the ingredients stacked in the corner, feeling a flicker of satisfaction. This time, he decided to cook a simple pot of vegetable noodles. He retrieved a pot from the cupboard, filled it with water, and placed it on the gas stove to boil. While waiting for the water to heat, he began washing vegetables and cutting some ham and meat. Due to improper storage, some vegetables and meat had begun to spoil, necessitating their immediate consumption lest they become inedible in a few days. The water in the pot began to bubble vigorously as he added a handful of noodles, watching them soften and unfurl in the boiling water. Next, he added the washed greens, the diced ham, and meat slices, finally cracking an egg into the mixture. However, he accidentally dropped a piece of eggshell into the pot, which was still speckled with a bit of black. Lin Yun. No worries, 3-second rule. It hasn't been 3 seconds, so it's still edible. With a spatula, he scooped out the eggshell and discarded it. Soon, the kitchen was filled with the enticing aroma of food. Lin Yun carried the steaming bowl of noodles to the table, eagerly digging in. With the first mouthful, he felt the fatigue of his body dissipate significantly. No off flavors. Now I can relax. This simple bowl of boiled noodles was, in fact, superior to many meals consumed before the apocalypse. Lin Yun devoured the noodles with gusto, finishing the bowl in no time. The taste was delightful. If only he could have a little chef in the future. After the meal, Lin Yun slumped onto the sofa and picked up his phone to browse videos. After a while, he decided to take a shower. Warm water cascaded down from above, washing away his exhaustion. After changing into clean clothes, he returned to the sofa to continue watching videos. He lost track of time until a particular video caught his eye. The quality was somewhat blurry, and it appeared to have been filmed in a dim alley. The person recording seemed quite frightened, their hands shaking slightly. Initially, only a few ordinary zombies were seen aimlessly wandering about. Suddenly, a massive zombie appeared on screen, estimated to be around 3 meters tall based on the surrounding buildings. Its body was covered in sharp bone spurs, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure even through the screen. Its movements were far more agile than those of ordinary zombies. and the bone spurs emitted a rustling sound as it moved. In a flash, it lunged at a nearby zombie, impaling it with its spurs. Blood splattering everywhere. The person filming was evidently terrified, as the footage shook violently. The monster seemed to notice the disturbance and turned to face the camera. Accompanied by a scream of terror, the creature suddenly loomed in front of the lens, wearing an expression that resembled a mocking smile. The video then froze at that moment. Lin Yun finished watching the video, and a surge of intense unease washed over him. The zombie, covered in bony spikes, was undoubtedly the most terrifying entity he had encountered in this apocalypse. Had evolution gone too far this time? It seemed that a standard handgun would scarcely inflict any damage. Without a doubt, he was no match for this abomination. Particularly haunting was the final image. Was the zombie's speed exceedingly swift, or was it a supernatural ability? Lin Yun was uncertain of the answer, but regardless of which it was, it posed an extreme threat to humanity, and that smile. Had this zombie evolved to possess intelligence? Chapter 14. Various types of zombies. The creature's appearance alone suggested an outrageous level of strength. At this stage, humanity would likely require advanced technology to defeat it. Yet, the creature's speed was equally outrageous, making it feasible only for well-equipped teams to prevail. However, this came with a caveat. The zombie must not have developed intelligence. Otherwise, hiding in the shadows for a surprise attack would be futile, as they would not react in time. Even with a universal equality device, it would be pointless if one could not land a hit. Lin Yun opened the comments section, and most were expressing sentiments like "begone, evil spirit." Upon checking the IP address, it was located in Haicheng, which relieved him. Currently residing in Yucheng, an inland city over 1,000 kilometers away. He felt reassured. Some users were sharing their encounters with mutated zombies, including the two horrifying varieties Lin Yun had faced, alongside others of different types. For instance, there was one towering over 2 meters, its body layered with fat to the point of obscuring its neck. Lin Yun couldn't help but be intrigued. Why was its head so green? Had its wife been unfaithful before it turned into a zombie? Beneath the image of this zombie were words of explanation. "Hello, everyone. My name is Xiaoming. I accidentally filmed this little fatty in my community yesterday. It's utterly ridiculous. Someone tried to rush into the community store for supplies, which attracted this special zombie. That guy was quite bold, charging in with a watermelon knife, only to meet his demise immediately. The knife barely scratched the zombie's skin before it was seized and swiftly consumed. One of his companions attempted to avenge him, but the zombie turned and sprayed a large amount of green, unknown liquid. The poor fellow was hit in the head, and his skull began to dissolve instantly. It was terrifying. Is there any kind-hearted soul willing to help me? With this creature around, everyone in the community is doomed. There's no escape. I'm at XXX number in XXXXX community. I'm beautiful and sweet-voiced. I can warm your bed." Accompanied by a picture in black silk, the comments were universally urging to hit the highway. Weld the car doors shut. One reply stood out, the most liked being particularly amusing. "Miss, what a coincidence. I'm right above you. I'll be there shortly. Just wait for me." It garnered over 50,000 likes. Lin Yun frowned. While the information shared was useful, exposing one's home address was rather foolish. Yet, as he scrolled to the next comment, he couldn't help but laugh. "Damn it, you deadbeat. Don't let me see you again, or I swear I'll break all 3 of your legs." It received a staggering 30,000 likes. At this point, Lin Yun understood everything. This person, while Lin Yun was momentarily taken aback. If the vehicle truly malfunctioned, he certainly could not seek assistance from a zombie, could he? Although he hadn't driven in years. He had briefly operated this Land Rover when he first acquired it, so he believed the steps should be straightforward. After fiddling with it for a while, he discovered that the handbrake had simply not been released. With a slow press of the accelerator, the car glided smoothly out of the garage. Just after hitting the road, a zombie lunged at him, its limbs flailing wildly. With a grotesque appearance, its body twisted, clothing tattered, and half-congealed blood smeared across its face. It was quite a terrifying sight. Without a second thought, Lin Yun slammed the accelerator to the floor. A dull thud echoed as the zombie was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. The impact caused the vehicle to shudder slightly, yet Lin Yun remained unfazed, as if he had merely driven over a small stone on the road. What era was it? Still playing the game of staged accidents? Hey to you. Not long after, a traffic jam appeared ahead, with a row of vehicles haphazardly parked across the road. As expected, such situations were bound to occur. He couldn't help but wonder just how exaggerated the conditions would be on the road to the suburbs. With a resigned sigh, Lin Yun unfastened his seatbelt and grabbed a steel pipe from the passenger seat before pushing open the door. As soon as he stepped out, several scattered zombies were drawn to him, dragging their cumbersome feet and emitting spine-chilling growls. Lin Yun's lips curled into a slight smile as he tightened his grip on the steel pipe and approached the nearest zombie. The creature reached out with its emaciated hand, attempting to grasp Lin Yun. He deftly sidestepped, evading it with ease, and then swung the steel pipe with a forceful crack against the zombie's head. The creature's skull shattered instantly, thick, dark blood splattering everywhere. After dispatching that one, Lin Yun swiftly charged towards another, his movements clean and efficient. In no time, all the zombies surrounding him lay motionless on the ground. It was unfortunate that there were no mutated zombies to gain experience from. Brushing off the non-existent dust from his clothes, Lin Yun began clearing the vehicles obstructing the road. Approaching a sedan, he knocked firmly on the window, calling out, "Bro, if anyone is inside, make a noise. Don't just add to the chaos." The response came in the form of a zombie, but alas, it was firmly restrained by its seatbelt, only able to glare vacantly. "Fisk, what a furious fellow. One might think his wife had run off with someone else." Lin Yun wasted no more time and activated his vector ability. With a hand glowing faintly, he pierced through the car's metallic exterior, exerting a bit of force to lift the vehicle off the ground. Once the direction of gravity was altered, the car became light enough to be easily tossed aside. With a crash, it rolled once before sliding a short distance to a halt, leaving clear marks on the ground. He repeated the process with a few more vehicles, quickly clearing the road. Returning to his own vehicle, Lin Yun hummed a cheerful tune as he continued towards his destination, the Shaokong supermarket. He mused that the pain of the storm was nothing to fret over. Dry your tears and fear not, for we still have our dreams. The supermarket was not far off, and the foot traffic was sparse, which was precisely why it had caught his attention. Along the way, a few more oblivious zombies charged at him, all sent flying in the same manner. Soon, the small supermarket came into view. Lin Yun parked at the entrance and grabbed the steel pipe before exiting the vehicle. The sound of the car had attracted the zombies nearby, drawing them towards him. "Hello there, just spreading some warmth to the neighborhood," Lin Yun said with a smile, revealing a set of bright white teeth. He appeared to be a sunny young man, but in the next moment, bang! The sound of bursting watermelons echoed incessantly, juice splattering everywhere. As he stepped into the supermarket, an overpowering stench of decay assaulted his senses, causing Lin Yun to instinctively cover his nose. The authenticity of this foul aroma was undeniable. He frowned as he surveyed the interior. The meat section was a disaster, various types of meat having spoiled due to the power outage, their pungent odor making him feel nauseated. Shaking his head, he quickly exited that area to ask for the vegetable section. He didn't even bother looking. It was hardly worth contemplating, as it must have rotted away. Meat at least had the chance of being frozen or refrigerated, while vegetables were merely misted with water for sale that day. Arriving at the snack aisle, his eyes brightened. Chips, cookies, chocolate, a veritable cornucopia of treats awaited him. Lin Yun excitedly darted between the shelves, stuffing a large bag with snacks. "This one looks delicious, and this one seems nice too. An imported brand? Quite pricey, but I'll take some." Once he finished with the snacks, Lin Yun made his way to the beverage section. He opened a freezer, filling several large bags, which he set aside. And he mustn't forget some daily necessities. In the toiletries aisle, he grabbed a few bottles of shampoo, body wash, and toothpaste with toothbrushes. Exiting the supermarket, he loaded the bags filled with supplies into the trunk and back seat of his vehicle. Even with the off-road vehicle packed to the brim, there still remained a considerable amount of goods in the supermarket. What a pity it would be to leave any behind. Though it was all about technology and sheer will, there was no room for picky choices at this moment. Sighing, Lin Yun lamented, "How wonderful it would be if I possessed a spatial ability like a protagonist in a novel, allowing me to effortlessly store endless supplies in a personal space." The abundance of supplies was a persistent source of frustration. Upon returning to the vehicle, Lin Yun suddenly realized a pressing issue. He already had an ample supply of goods. How on earth would he manage to transport all of it to the outskirts later? Sigh. It seems he would need to change vehicles. He felt somewhat reluctant to part with the Land Rover. Gently caressing the leather of the steering wheel, he found the texture truly irresistible. Regrettably, to relocate all his belongings, he would need to find a truck. Those trucks, as anyone in the know would understand, were often older models that had seen many years of service. If he encountered a horde of zombies, the vehicle wouldn't withstand much before sustaining damage. Lin Yun pondered, stroking his chin. Perhaps a large truck would suffice? Yet that would be quite cumbersome, especially given the current traffic conditions. Moreover, such a truck would hardly match his refined driving skills. The mere thought of maneuvering a large truck on narrow roads was enough to give him a headache. For now, he decided to set those thoughts aside. Perhaps he would encounter some assistance later. There was no immediate urgency to relocate his base, as mutated zombies remained a rarity. Lin Yun firmly pressed his foot down on the clutch, applying a gentle force with his toes. With his other hand, he accurately inserted the key into the ignition and turned his wrist lightly. The engine roared to life with a deep, powerful rumble, causing the vehicle to tremble slightly. The dashboard indicators began to dance joyfully. Displaying various data clearly, he eased off the clutch and gradually pressed the accelerator, the vehicle smoothly rolling out of the parking space and merging onto the street. Lin Yun drove his fully loaded car along the somewhat uneven road, the wheels crunching over cracked pavement, producing a persistent creaking sound. The vibrations from the vehicle were mildly irritating, and he felt an inexplicable sense of unease creeping in as if he had stayed up late. Why was he feeling so anxious? Confounded, Lin Yun attributed his discomfort entirely to the poor road conditions. As he turned a corner, a towering figure appeared in the center of the road. Instantly alert, he slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching against the asphalt. Upon closer inspection, he was confronted by a terrifying mutated zombie. This creature stood over 2 meters tall, its skin seemingly stripped away, exposing muscles and blood vessels beneath, glistening with a repulsive, slimy substance that emitted a nauseating stench. More horrifying still, several thick tentacles writhed behind it, twisting and thrashing in the air. Lin Yun reacted swiftly, grabbing the steel pipe from the passenger seat while his vector ability activated. Enveloping the pipe in a faint blue glow, he pushed open the car door and leaped out, fixing his gaze on the zombie as he stood his ground. Food! The zombie roared, spotting Lin Yun and launching the first attack. Its howl reverberated painfully in Lin Yun's ears as it lunged towards him. For a moment, Lin Yun was taken aback. Did that creature just speak? As the zombie barreled towards him, he deftly sidestepped, easily avoiding the assault. Seizing the opportunity as the zombie lost its balance, Lin Yun swung the steel pipe, channeling the immense power granted by his vector ability. With a whoosh, the pipe crashed down on the zombie's head with a resounding thud. However, the zombie's thick tentacles absorbed the brunt of the blow. It could actually defend against attacks. Almost immediately, the zombie's tentacles, like a swarm of agile serpents, launched an assault from all directions. Lin Yun's expression hardened as he forcefully deflected the attacking tentacles. Swiftly evading the onslaught, one tentacle grazed the edge of his clothing, creating a gust of wind as it struck the ground, cracking the cement beneath. Heart racing, Lin Yun waited for the right moment. As one tentacle swung wide, exhausting itself, he unleashed his vector ability to its utmost, swinging the steel pipe down upon that tentacle with great force. With a sickening squelch, the tentacle was severed, dark red ichor splattering onto the ground, hissing and releasing a noxious cloud of vapor. Arg, that hurts. I will consume you, devour you, the zombie screeched, its regenerative abilities astonishingly rapid. The severed end of the tentacle writhed as muscle and tissue swiftly reformed. Within moments, new tentacles began to sprout. This creature truly possessed intelligence. Before Lin Yun could fully recover from his shock, the remaining tentacles launched another wave of attacks. This time, the assault was more aggressive and concentrated, striking from multiple angles simultaneously, rendering it nearly impossible to defend against. Lin Yun exerted every effort to evade, yet was still struck on his left arm by a tentacle, a sharp pain instantly engulfing him, causing his body to stagger uncontrollably to the side. Fortunately, at the moment of impact, he utilized his vector ability to deflect the majority of the damage. Otherwise, his arm would likely have been rendered useless. Engaging in such direct confrontation was no longer viable. He needed to devise a means of escape and then seize an opportunity to deliver a lethal blow. Grasping the bent steel pipe in his hand, he accelerated it with his vector ability, hurling it like a javelin towards the zombie's head. The zombie, sensing danger, instinctively attempted to block with its tentacles, at that very moment, as the zombie deflected the steel pipe. Lin Yun pivoted and sprinted towards a narrow alley by the street. The alley was cluttered with various debris, discarded tables and chairs, and dilapidated wooden boxes scattered chaotically. Lin Yun navigated swiftly through the obstacles, intimately familiar with the terrain. The zombie pursued relentlessly from behind, its formidable strength smashing through anything in its path with a deafening crash. Food, food. Lin Yun ran while manipulating his vector ability. With a mere thought, the debris he touched flew towards the zombie, a fist-sized stone, enhanced by his vector power, flew like a high-velocity bullet, striking the zombie in the eye. Pop! One of the zombie's eyes exploded, and it let out a furious roar, its pace momentarily slowing. Roar, food, damn it. However, this was merely a fleeting hindrance. Soon, the zombie resumed its frenzied chase. The thick tentacles behind it swung wildly, sweeping away anything that obstructed its path. Don't run. So hungry. Upon reaching a familiar corner, an idea flashed through Lin Yun's mind. He quickly halted, hiding around the corner, and drew a handgun from his waist, the very one he had acquired after killing that middle-aged man. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his racing heart, fixing his gaze intently on the direction from which the zombie would emerge. His finger lightly rested on the trigger, sweat trickling down his forehead and sliding down his cheek. Soon, the heavy footsteps of the zombie drew nearer. Food, my food. As the footsteps approached, Lin Yun's heartbeat quickened. The moment the massive form of the zombie rounded the corner, Lin Yun darted out from his hiding spot, raising the handgun to the zombie's temple with utmost speed. I love you, my precious. Without a moment's hesitation, he firmly pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet, propelled with tremendous force, penetrated the zombie's skull. The zombie's body stiffened abruptly, its eyes reflecting a clear yet foolish confusion as it slowly turned to look at Lin Yun, as if questioning, why is there an old six? Bang bang. To be safe, Lin Yun fired 2 additional shots, splattering blood once more from the mutated zombie's head. Subsequently, its immense body collapsed straight to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Thud. Lin Yun stood there, panting heavily, the gun still raised in a shooting stance. After a considerable time, confirming that the zombie was utterly deceased, he gradually lowered the handgun, allowing his tense body to relax. Chapter 17. The Black Zombie Core. ZZZZ. The dark red blood oozing from the mutated zombie possessed a powerful corrosive capability. Akin to sulfuric acid, the ground it touched emitted white smoke and a pungent odor. This substance felt distinctly different from the typical mutated zombies. It should also have a zombie core, right? Nearby, there was a steel pipe already installed in the wall, perfectly suitable for the task at hand. Seizing the slightly rusty steel pipe, Lin Yun applied a bit of force, bending it but not breaking it. The quality was good. It deserved careful handling. Vector ability? Activate! The steel pipe instantly became as malleable as a tofu sculpture, breaking with the slightest touch. Lin Yun waved the steel pipe, finding it lighter and thinner than what he had previously used. Though still adequate, if it were a bit thicker, it would be even better. I prefer the robust ones. Having acquired his tool, Lin Yun raised the steel pipe, preparing to crack open the zombie's skull. With his vector ability enveloping the pipe, he swung it forcefully towards the mutated zombie's brain. Thud. The powerful blow merely dented the zombie's head slightly. Such a tough nut. Its head is quite hard. If one strike one do, then more must follow. 80. Lin Yun continued to bring the steel pipe down upon the mutated zombie's head. Thud, thud, thud. The zombie's muscles began to rupture, dark red blood splattering everywhere, sizzling as it fell to the ground, accompanied by a foul smell. The white smoke began to rise, not only pungent but also irritating to the eyes. Damn it, even in death, this thing still poses a chemical threat. The dark red blood splattering towards Lin Yun would strangely alter its direction just before touching him, landing harmlessly on the ground nearby. This was merely a basic application of his vector ability, adjusting the trajectory of the blood. After a series of 5 strikes, the 6th blow finally caused the mutated zombie's battered head to explode. Fortunately, this creature did not possess the previous abnormal regeneration speed upon death. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome to handle. After rummaging through the pile of indistinguishable debris, Lin Yun extracted a black orb. This orb resembled a glass ball, perfectly round, entirely different from the zombie core he had acquired earlier. With a rip, Lin Yun tore a piece of fabric from his clothing to wrap the zombie core, but to his astonishment, the moment the tattered cloth made contact with the core, it was corroded through. This thing is still tainted with the creature's blood. What to do? For a moment, Lin Yun was perplexed, unsure of how to transport it. Deske, having spent so much time here, I hope the supplies don't run out before I can have lunch. Lunch is the soul of a true eater. It is a sacred and inviolable right. The mere thought of food inspired a not-so-great idea. He glanced sideways and then retrieved another steel pipe of similar length from the wall. Holding one in each hand, he gingerly pinched the zombie core as if using chopsticks. With his vector ability, the dark red blood clinging to the core could not touch the steel pipes. Flowing away to other areas, indeed, it works. This is the wisdom of a true eater, Lin Yun exclaimed in admiration, bending low and cautiously retracing his steps. If only his abilities were stronger, he wouldn't have to go through this hassle. He could simply manipulate the airflow to carry the zombie core away, but controlling airflow requires considerable energy and ability. Moreover, the zombie core was too small, making it difficult to manipulate. Lifting it with airflow would be quite exhausting. After a considerable time, Lin Yun finally returned to the spot where he had parked the off-road vehicle. Placing the zombie core on the ground, the blood began to hiss and smoke upon contact with the surface. Lin Yun grabbed a bottle of mineral water from the vehicle, twisted off the cap, and poured it over the zombie core. Sizzle. White smoke erupted violently, resembling a severe chemical reaction. Naturally, the pungent odor intensified. Ugh, damn. Why does this smell worse than the stench of a public restroom? Even after being tormented by the foul odor of zombies daily, his resistance had significantly improved, yet he still found this acrid scent unbearable. As the mineral water continued to wash over it, the sizzling gradually subsided, and no further white smoke was produced. Go be safe. Lin Yun grabbed another bottle of mineral water for an extra rinse. Once satisfied that everything was fine, he picked up the zombie core from the ground, wiped off the moisture, and placed it directly into his pocket. Delicious. He could sense the immense energy contained within, knowing that absorbing it would undoubtedly lead to substantial enhancement. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Yun returned to the off-road vehicle, turned the key, ignited the engine, and pressed the accelerator. Speeding forward, he wondered if amplifying his powers would bring about any new changes. Perhaps due to his excessive eagerness, he pressed the gas pedal all the way down. He barreled through, not sparing a single zombie that dared to block his path. They were all sent flying. Even if cars were parked along the roadside, creating narrow passages, he maintained his speed, crashing through without hesitation. As a result of his reckless driving, the vehicle bore numerous scratches and minor dents. A mere Land Rover was no match for the thrill of significantly enhancing his abilities. Furthermore, this Land Rover would soon be rendered obsolete, so there was no need to treat it with the same caution as before. As he sped along, Lin Yun quickly returned to his residential complex. Parking the vehicle in the underground garage, just as he engaged the handbrake, he eagerly retrieved the black zombie core. Come on, baby. Let me see how shiny you are. Following his usual routine, he activated his powers. Channeling the energy from the zombie core into his body, in an instant, Lin Yun felt as if countless tiny blades were slicing through the pathways of energy, causing excruciating pain. The agony was so intense that he could not utter a sound. This sensation was utterly overwhelming, leaving him on the brink of collapse, veins bulging, skin turning crimson, and his body temperature soaring. Beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. Soaking through several layers of clothing, he felt as if he had just been fished out of the water. Particularly, his mind remained acutely aware throughout this ordeal. It was a torment far worse than the 10 most brutal punishments of the Qing dynasty. Time ticked by, and Lin Yun began to emit a faint blue glow. The entire vehicle gradually lifted off the ground. Whoosh! The vehicle hurtled forward at an astonishing speed, crashing into the wall ahead. Boom! Dust swirled around, and the thick walls were suddenly breached, creating a gaping hole. As the smoke cleared, it was astonishing to see that the off-road vehicle had emerged unscathed. Chapter 18. In heaven and earth, I alone am supreme. The pain was excruciating. I nearly met my maker. Lin Yun gasped for breath, hastily grabbing a handful of tissues from a nearby pack. Wiping the sweat from his brow, It felt as though he had undergone a complete evolution of his being. Clenching his fist, he could sense the terrifying energy coursing within him. This enhancement was not merely of his supernatural abilities. It was as if his very flesh had undergone a significant transformation, giving him an illusion of being capable of shattering a mountain with a single punch. Gripping the steering wheel, he exerted a slight force. Crack! The plastic exterior of the steering wheel fractured under the pressure of his formidable strength, producing a sharp sound. Lin Yun stared in disbelief at his hand. He had not even utilized his vector abilities this time. This was purely the strength of his physical body. What was happening? Could it be that all who evolved experienced such a substantial enhancement? Moreover, his abilities had also multiplied in potency. If previously, the energy within him was no larger than a grain of rice, now it resembled the size of an egg, both in quantity and power. Lin Yun dared to assert that he could effortlessly defeat a group of his former self prior to this evolution with just a wave of his hand. If this were the case, it seemed that humanity could carve out a place for itself in the apocalypse with relative ease. Lin Yun extended a finger, compressing the previously invisible air, and through the distorted air mass, he could perceive a twisted image. This compressed air exuded a terrifying heat. Unlike a fireball, it bore no color. Regrettably, his current abilities were insufficient to compress it into a liquid state. Perhaps in the future, he could compress air into a solid state, truly achieving what it meant to conjure a nuclear bomb with his bare hands. I in heaven and earth, I alone am supreme. With his dramatic proclamation concluded, he aimed the compressed air at the adjacent wall and released it. Boom! In the confines of the garage, echoes amplified the sound of the air explosion several-fold. The windows of nearby vehicles shattered under the force of the shockwave. In an instant, numerous cars were stirred, their alarm systems blaring incessantly. A mutated zombie was forcibly levitated into the air by psychic power, performing a complete 720-degree rotation before being twisted into a pretzel shape, obscured by a pixelated mosaic. The release of this footage was intended to instill fear in certain young individuals who mistakenly believed themselves to be the chosen ones upon awakening their abilities. Accompanying this was a classification of the abilities of superhumans. According to the research conducted by scientists, the theoretical levels extend up to 5. The military's psychic ability user is on the verge of advancing to level 4. As for levels beyond 5, they are still under investigation, but it is certain that reaching level 5 is not the pinnacle of evolution. Lin Yun stroked his chin, comparing himself to the individual in the video. And it seemed he might be just a tad stronger. It was akin to pinching an invisible object between his index and thumb, with the tips of his fingers merely a few millimeters apart. The universe at one's fingertips. The conclusion of this video discussed the zombie crystal cores. Experiments revealed that when consumed by ordinary individuals, there exists an extremely low probability of awakening abilities and becoming superhumans. However, considering the nature of these cores, derived from the brains of zombies, safety is hardly guaranteed. There is a significant likelihood that ordinary people will turn into zombies themselves after consumption, particularly those prone to mutation after consuming a few human beings. Yet for superhumans, these cores have no detrimental effects. Rather, they are essential items for advancement. The video also emphasized the mutated zombies, whose most characteristic feature is the complete shedding of their skin, taking on ever more grotesque forms. The further they deviate from human shape, the more terrifying they become. Fortunately, these mutated zombies have a short lifespan. The more severe the mutation, the shorter their existence. Moreover, the crystal cores of these mutated zombies cannot be utilized. Even superhumans cannot harness them. Once consumed, one inevitably becomes a new mutated zombie, with no exceptions. Accompanying this was an image of an unidentified mass of flesh towering 5 stories high, covered in eyes of various sizes and several tentacles lined with sharp teeth. Is this truly what one would call a zombie? This is more akin to an alien. Lin Yun felt no inclination to engage in battle with such a creature. Undoubtedly, if encountered, he could only hope to escape swiftly. After the initial shock, Lin Yun found himself puzzled. Wasn't it said that these cores could not be absorbed? What was happening with him? He glanced at his palm, uncertainty creeping in. Could it be that he truly was the chosen one? He was certain that the energy contained within the crystal cores of mutated zombies was far more potent than that of ordinary mutated zombies. Why was he able to absorb the core of a mutated zombie without harm, instead gaining strength? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his eyes lit up. Could it be due to his vector ability? Each time he absorbed a zombie core, he used his vector ability to control the energy directly into his body, avoiding the method of ingestion. Thus, the harmful substances within the cores did not enter his system, leaving only the purest energy. In a wonder, this could certainly explain everything. As for the safety zone mentioned by the square-faced middle-aged man, he had no intention of pursuing it, at least not at present. Perhaps in the future, his interest might lead him there. Before the apocalypse, he was merely a cog in the corporate machine, long weary of rigid structures. Life now was undoubtedly more comfortable. The only downside was the absence of conversation. However, to enter the so-called safety zone, one must exchange labor for supplies. Expecting a free ride was out of the question. There were also bothersome rules to consider. Just the thought of it was daunting. What difference was there from life before the apocalypse? It was all about working tirelessly to survive. If he ventured there, it would render his struggles through the apocalypse meaningless. Work was out of the question. His days were better spent fighting zombies and scavenging for supplies. If only he could find a freshly deceased mutated zombie. Well, dreaming before nightfall was futile, though the chances were exceedingly slim. Lin Yun rose, putting away his phone. After taking a shower and watching videos, he had already wasted quite some time. It was now past 10. He would head to the Shaokong supermarket to gather supplies before having a meal, and for the afternoon, he would not make a concerted effort to collect resources. If he came across anything, that would suffice. His primary focus would be on locating mutated and transformed zombies. Currently, his supplies were abundant, and there was no need for him to specifically seek out more. Nevertheless, the spirit of hoarding remained, and he would not pass up any opportunity if encountered. Chapter 20. You have successfully captured my attention. Creak bang. He firmly shut the security door behind him, wielding his trusted old steel pipe, ready to embark on another excursion. Yet, unlike before, this time he wore only a thin t-shirt, shedding the multiple layers he previously donned. Reflecting on the times he had bundled himself like a ball was a source of exasperation. Nothing compared to the ease he felt now. With his enhanced strength, he felt a newfound confidence, no longer fearing ambushes from zombies aiming for his youth. As Lin Yun descended the staircase, he pulled out his phone to consult the map. Yuqing is considered a first-tier city, with a considerable area and a population exceeding 11 million. Compared to the capital's 20 million, this figure undoubtedly offers a greater sense of safety, as a larger population implies a higher number of zombies. According to the videos he had researched, the capital had now devolved into a city of corpses, a veritable paradise for the undead. Some high-ranking officials had managed to evacuate with military protection, while ordinary citizens were left to fend for themselves, praying for their own safety. Additionally, there was a neighboring city with a population surpassing 30 million, a true hellish scenario. Tisk, having fewer people and a less developed environment isn't entirely a bad thing. Even Lin Yun, in his current state, would not dare linger in such a zombie-infested area. He would undoubtedly flee at the first sign of danger. The neighborhood where Lin Yun resided was situated around the third ring of Yuqing, with a population density that was relatively low. Otherwise, he would not have dared to speak so loudly, declaring himself unrivaled in the heavens and earth. Perhaps he would head towards the city center along this route this afternoon. The population there is exceedingly dense, unlike here, and he might even encounter another mutated zombie. Before long, Lin Yun found himself in the underground parking garage once more. The vehicle he was currently driving was a Land Rover Defender. Its front exuded a robust and angular aesthetic, adorned with a grille of chrome accents, complemented by round, retro headlights that offered a striking visual impact. The sleek lines along the sides of the vehicle were elongated and smooth, with a straight waistline and minimalist wheel rims, evoking a sense of rugged masculinity. However, after his high-end maneuvers, he had inadvertently transformed this off-road vehicle into a battered shell. The grille was riddled with holes, and both vintage headlights had been completely shattered, giving it a fierce, albeit battered appearance. The sides of the vehicle bore numerous scratches, but overall, the damage was manageable. Lin Yun opened the car door and settled into the driver's seat, securing the steel pipe. Just as he was about to start the ignition, he suddenly felt something small beneath his foot. Upon inspection, he discovered it was the crystal core of the mutated zombie he had absorbed earlier. He had almost forgotten about this. Now, how should he deal with it? Picking up the zombie crystal, Lin Yun noticed that it was no longer entirely black. It resembled a child's glass marble, with a black vertical pupil at its center. Overall, it bore an unsettling resemblance to an eye. Never mind, since he had absorbed all the energy, he might as well dispose of it. Wait a moment, something feels off. It felt profoundly reminiscent of the trope where a discarded item in novels harbors hidden dangers for the beleaguered male protagonist. This scenario was classic. It always involved leaving behind potential hazards, only to regret it later when catastrophe struck. After some contemplation, Lin Yun decided to keep it. Although the energy had been fully absorbed, one could never be certain whether this object still possessed the ability to transform others or zombies into mutated forms. He would find a volunteer to experiment with later, if it could still turn zombies into mutated ones. Lin Yun's eyes narrowed slightly as he sensed he had stumbled upon a potential loophole. Perhaps he would never lack for zombie crystal cores in the future. With that thought in mind, Lin Yun ignited the engine and drove out of the parking garage. Coincidentally, just as he emerged, he encountered an eager volunteer willing to sacrifice themselves for the sake of science. This volunteer was quite enthusiastic, charging towards him with fervor. Roar! This zombie had completely lost its lips. Its bloody gums exposed to the air, with its tongue bitten in half by some unseen force. TSK, my friend, did you get bitten by a zombie while locking lips with a girl? Lin Yun grabbed his steel pipe, opened the door, and stepped out, calmly observing the approaching zombie with a sense of intrigue rather than fear. What a tragic sight. It was likely that the creature had even attempted to extend its tongue. Leading to its current state, in the blink, Lin Yun harbored no inclination to extend any semblance of kindness towards a thoughtless zombie, swiftly retaliating with a forceful strike to its visage. He tempered his strength, for a single blow could have easily resulted in a shattered skull. Upon impact, the zombie's once grotesque countenance was reminiscent of a lump of clay being kneaded by a giant hand. Now obscured by a pixelated haze, its previously prominent nasal bridge had collapsed, soft cartilage and shattered bone embedding themselves within the flesh, creating a dismal indentation. The eyes, too, were distorted by the force, the eyeballs protruding as if on the brink of escaping their sockets. Murky fluid trickling down. One might mistakenly believe it had been so grievously harmed that even a zombie was reduced to tears. Alas, it seemed he had miscalculated. The zombie, letting out a guttural roar, elicited a grin from Lin Yun, who brandished the steel pipe once more, revealing a mouthful of pristine white teeth. Fear not, this time accuracy would not elude him. With a swift motion, he brought the pipe down. The side of the zombie's face imploded, and its mouth finally lacked the strength to attempt to bite, rendering it a pitiful sight indeed. Having executed his plan flawlessly, Lin Yun deftly tossed the mutated zombie crystal core into the grotesquely altered mouth of the creature. Yet, even with half of its tongue remaining, it resisted swallowing the core, displaying an unexpected defiance. Amusingly, it had piqued his interest. Chapter 21. Zombie Mutation. I am an adept at clearing clogged drains. This was a match made in heaven. Lin Yun thrust the steel pipe into the zombie's mouth with determination. The sound of splattering blood echoed as he ruptured the creature's insides. Unfortunately, the prior unwillingness of our volunteer had led to a rather unfortunate dental situation, as its teeth had fortuitously closed just in time. Now, it was a free tooth extraction with no risk of cavities. He withdrew the pipe and thrust it anew, this time with relentless vigor akin to a pile driver. The sounds of impact continued, reverberating through the air. After a brief interval, Lin Yun halted, extracting the pipe once more. The scene was indeed tragic. Who could be so cruel as to leave the zombie with its teeth shattered and its tongue entirely obliterated? Gazing upon the wretched state of the zombie, Lin Yun felt a twinge of pity, unable to bear the sight. Perhaps his conscience stirred, as two solitary tears, akin to crocodile tears, fell silently. His sorrow was genuine, certainly not a mere result of sand in his eyes. Rubbing his eyes to dispel the discomfort, he redirected his gaze towards the zombie beneath him. The mutated crystal core had been successfully inserted, and he was quite pleased, having not sullied the reputation of a once formidable plumber. Upon swallowing the core, the pitiful zombie underwent a violent transformation, its body seizing uncontrollably as if afflicted by a form of epilepsy. A low, raspy howl emanated from its throat, imbued with agony and distortion. It appeared to be effective. As the transformation commenced, Lin Yun stepped back, excitement coursing through him. What transpired next was nothing short of horrifying. The zombie's skin, seemingly bereft of adhesion to its muscles, began to peel away, starting from the face, revealing a gruesome sight beneath. What once could be vaguely identified as a face was now a grotesque pit, exposing dark red, bloodshot muscle tissue, interspersed with fragments of bone. With each layer of skin that fell away, a more pungent stench of decay permeated the air, inducing nausea. Its eyes, once devoid of life, now sparkled with a sinister gleam. A visage devoid of skin exhibited an expression of rage, and the wounds inflicted by Lin Yun began to mend within mere seconds. The teeth, once violently shattered by the steel pipe, regrew, morphing into formidable shark-like fangs. Suddenly, the muscles in its back convulsed as if something were striving to break free. With a deafening roar, several bloody, fleshy tendrils erupted from beneath the muscle, splattering viscous fluids everywhere. Now fully transformed, the creature's eyes fixated on Lin Yun, exuding a hunger that seemed to yearn for his flesh. Unfazed and devoid of any sense of threat, Lin Yun stroked his chin. Observing closely, it appeared that the mutated zombie retained a flicker of intelligence and faint memories of its former self, the extent of which remained a mystery. Enraged by the presence of its tormentor, the zombie lashed out, furious at the audacity displayed. With a wild swing of its tendrils, it lunged towards Lin Yun, only to be met with a swift and decisive end as he obliterated its head in one clean motion. The newly sprouted tendrils thrashed about, creating a rather grotesque scene, likely intriguing to those with a penchant for such things. Remarkably, the blood of this mutated zombie exhibited no corrosive properties. While the lingering odor of decay remained unpleasant, the absence of corrosiveness earned Lin Yun's approval. He picked up the fallen crystal core, rinsing it with bottled water. Observing the core in his hand, he frowned slightly. Its color appeared rather pale. Compared to the previous core, this one exhibited a distinctly gray hue. The central black slit, resembling a vertical pupil, was strikingly similar to the cores he had absorbed previously. Was this a common trait among all mutated zombies, or merely an anomaly confined to its brain? With a pragmatic mindset, Lin Yun approached the mutated zombie's remains. Employing his ability to manipulate air, he enveloped the steel pipe with swirling currents, accelerating its rotation until it resembled a drill. Armed with this air drill, he proceeded to perform an exploratory incision on the mutated zombie. The creature's flesh yielded effortlessly, akin to paper, and upon inspection, he found no additional crystal core within. What a pitiful state! Its belly was entirely vacant, devoid of sustenance, rendering it incapable of even becoming a gluttonous specter. Yet, one could argue it had consumed a single cerebral core, thus not entirely starved. Lin Yun chose to disregard the lifeless form of the mutated zombie, returning to his vehicle. The steel pipe was placed in the passenger seat. Its surface cleansed of any lingering blood. He had confirmed that upon consuming such a crystal core, the energy would swiftly migrate to the brain through an unknown mechanism. Yet, why was its color so faint? The energy contained within was significantly less than that of the previous core. Did it stem from a lack of human consumption? Or perhaps, after repeated use, the energy diminished? A sense of discontent washed over Lin Yun, as the implications of his hypothesis meant he could not exploit any glitches to rapidly enhance his strength. In this post-apocalyptic world, could he truly be bound by the laws of energy conservation? Feeling somewhat disheartened, he employed his ability to manipulate vectors, channeling the core's energy into his body. This time, the absorption of the mutated zombie's crystal core yielded far less remarkable results than before. His physical strength had increased marginally, and his vector manipulation had seen slight enhancement. To reach the next stage, he would require at least 20 of such mutated zombie crystal cores, if they were fresh and unused. Perhaps 6 would suffice for another evolution. This sensation was peculiar, indescribable, yet Lin Yun harbored an inexplicable premonition. As for ordinary mutated zombie crystal cores, he would likely need over 50 to achieve a similar effect. Life was indeed arduous. Soon, the energy from the mutated zombie's crystal core was fully absorbed, and it disintegrated into a pile of ash, losing all functionality. Lin Yun dusted off his pants, reigniting the engine, and set the dilapidated Land Rover on a course towards the Shaokong supermarket. Time to gather supplies and return home for a meal. Chapter 22. Manipulating heat, freezing zombies. Throughout the journey, Lin Yun maintained his usual fervor, pressing the accelerator to the floor. However, with the aid of his vector manipulation abilities, he encountered no damage to the off-road vehicle. Zombies ahead? He plowed through. Cars in his path? He barreled through. A large truck? He crashed through it as well, thanks to the selfless sacrifice of the mutated zombies, which burned themselves like candles to facilitate his progress. He was now capable of such feats, something his previous abilities could not achieve. May you find peace in the afterlife, Amen. Crash, crash, crash. The cacophony of collisions resounded as zombies were sent spiraling through the air. Speeding along the city streets, he reached an astonishing velocity of 160 kilometers per hour, embodying the very essence of speed and exhilaration. Astonishingly, within the vehicle, not a single tremor was felt, not even from the engine itself. Boom! Clouds of dust erupted as the deafening sound of explosions reverberated. Drawing the attention of surrounding zombies, flames from the burning vehicle swiftly engulfed a nearby clothing store. Lin Yun, speechless, shifted into reverse, maneuvering the off-road vehicle out of the shop. Clearly, reckless driving posed its own dangers. Perhaps it would be prudent to slow down, but a fall into a fetid ditch would be quite unfortunate. Navigating a sharp turn, Lin Yun, caught off guard by his excessive speed, crashed directly into a parked car, subsequently slamming into the clothing store's wall, crushing the unfortunate vehicle and triggering another explosion. Thus commenced the ensuing chaos. On a whirlwind of destruction, he quickly returned to the Shaokong's supermarket. However, the scene before Lin Yun stirred a sense of discomfort within him, even verging on anger. What a detestable situation! Who on earth would dare to pilfer from his supplies? The supermarket lay in utter disarray, with a plethora of snacks and beverages strewn across the floor. Numerous chaotic footprints marked the ground, revealing just how lively this place had been during his brief absence. Almost all of the supermarket's provisions had been ravaged, leaving behind only the unwanted remnants. Naturally, Lin Yun had no interest in the meager scraps that remained. How infuriating! It was a grave mistake not to have eradicated all the zombies completely. Damn it! If only he could discover the identity of the perpetrator. Now that the deed was done, further indignation would serve no purpose. He resolved to regard this misfortune as an expensive lesson learned. Next time he would leave a few zombies alive as guards. After all, he could never hope to transport all the resources from a supermarket, so whatever was taken was taken. He had not earned it. After all, Lin Yun's frustration stemmed not from the loss of supplies, but rather from the wasted trip. Sigh, what should he do now? Surely, he could not return empty-handed. Returning to his vehicle, Lin Yun grabbed a bottle of inexpensive iced tea. This was no ordinary beverage. At this price point, it was more about preserving one's dignity than savoring the tea itself. Tea was rather pleasant. If only it could be chilled further. Chilled. Suddenly, Lin Yun realized that the flow of heat was indeed within the realm of vector control. If heat were to dissipate continuously, then the temperature would inevitably decrease, potentially reaching a point where it would freeze. You claim temperature is a scalar quantity without direction, then by providing it with direction, it transforms into a genuine vector. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yun slightly closed his eyes, reflecting all the surrounding noise to create a realm of silence. This not only heightened his perception, but also shielded him from disturbances. Of course, he would not be reckless enough to place himself in danger. The outdoors teemed with zombies, and a moment's inattention could lead to being devoured whole. Thus, to remain cautious, Lin Yun allocated a portion of his focus to constantly employing his vector abilities to form a reflective barrier around himself, capable of rebounding any incoming attacks in their entirety. The moment the barrier was triggered, he would be alerted. Then, Lin Yun once again summoned his vector abilities, concentrating his mind to carefully sense the temperature in his vicinity. Though temperature was omnipresent, manipulating it posed a considerable challenge. Even for him, it was possible that his abilities were not yet potent enough to master such nuanced vectors. Initially, to his perception, the ubiquitous temperature resembled a nebulous haze. Drifting at the edges of his awareness, his abilities deepened. That once indistinct sensation gradually sharpened, revealing every minute fluctuation in temperature and every subtle difference as though unfolding a delicate map in the palm of his hand. Focusing intently on the iced tea before him, a smirk crept onto his lips. He was beginning to grasp it. For Lin Yun, once he seized that sensation and understood the principle, manipulating temperature would no longer be a formidable task. His vector abilities began to silently activate, stealthily infiltrating the molecular gaps within the iced tea. The once vibrant water molecules seemed to succumb to some mysterious force, gradually slowing their motion. The temperature of the iced tea began to descend slowly, a thin layer of condensation forming on the bottle's surface, resembling a freshly bloomed lotus, undeniably alluring. Beads of sweat formed on Lin Yun's forehead from the exertion, but he remained oblivious, fully engrossed in controlling the output of his abilities to ensure the cooling process unfolded as he envisioned. Before long, the iced tea had reached his desired temperature, emanating a refreshing coolness that enveloped him. I've grasped it. So that's how it works. His lips curled into a triumphant grin, appearing even more audacious than the crooked-mouthed warrior from the short drama. Lin Yun extended his hand, palm opened in an instant, his vector abilities activated, wisps of cold mist emanating from his palm. Crack, crack, the air around his hand froze, and within moments, an irregular ice sphere floated in his palm. Just as he had anticipated, with a gentle flick, the small ice sphere, trailing a white vapor, struck the wall of the supermarket, producing a small crater. Just then, a zombie limped into view. Lin Yun's thoughts aligned perfectly with fate. How fortuitous. A willing volunteer had presented itself. He swung open the car door and strode forward confidently. As the zombie lunged with its decaying claws, he reached out steadily, placing his hand on the creature's putrid shoulder. In the next moment, his vector abilities surged, coalescing into an invisible yet formidable torrent of energy that coursed through his palm and into the zombie's body. Gra, hiss. Under the influence of Lin Yun's powers, the temperature within the zombie plummeted. The creature's formerly vigorous demeanor visibly waned, its attempts to grasp Lin Yun growing sluggish. In mere seconds, a crystalline layer of ice began to spread across the zombie's skin, originating from its shoulder and rapidly engulfing its entire form. The zombie's movements froze, its once grotesque expression crystallized, its gaping maw and flailing arms sealed beneath the ice. The entire zombie was thoroughly encased, transforming into a lifelike ice sculpture that gleamed with a cold, eerie radiance under the sunlight. Chapter 23. The Outlaw Zhang San? Lin Yun exerted a slight force, shattering the ice sculpture into several pieces that clattered to the ground. This technique proved effective, a true trump card. The loss of temperature could not be defended against. He could freeze someone from the inside out, rendering any defensive measures futile. In other words, anyone who came too close was doomed. Unless the opponent possessed similar temperature-based abilities or alternative methods to neutralize his vector powers, they were at his mercy. He recalled that in anime, the boundaries of vector manipulation were quite expansive, though the abilities in those stories often required immense mental fortitude to wield. Fortunately, he did not share that limitation. As long as his energy was sufficient, he believed he could reach that level of control. Leaning back, Lin Yun casually crossed his legs. He tore open a package of spicy snacks, one hand resting on the edge of the car window while the other plunged into the bag to extract a stick. The moment the spicy treat touched his tongue, a burst of rich, fiery flavor exploded in his mouth. Lin Yun initially squinted his eyes, then furrowed his brow slightly, his tongue swirling in his mouth as he gasped for air from the heat. Ah, what a thrilling sensation! Occasionally tilting his head back, he took large gulps of iced tea, the sounds of his swallowing echoing distinctly in the vehicle. As the refreshing liquid slid down his throat, it extinguished the fiery sensation ignited by the spicy snack, allowing Lin Yun to exhale contentedly. After a brief pause, having satisfied his hunger, he felt warmth spread through him, culminating in a gratifying burp. Raising a hand to wipe the crumbs from the corner of his mouth, he prepared to ignite the engine and drive to the city center in search of mutated zombies. Just as his fingers grazed the car key, his peripheral vision caught sight of a figure. It was a man, his clothing in tatters, riddled with holes of various sizes, and stained with dried blood, dark and congealed. His pant legs bore unfamiliar black smudges, and his hair was a wild mess, reminiscent of withered grass battered by a tempest. The man clutched a baseball bat, still smear in the supermarket. An ample supply of food and water remained, enough to sustain him for several days without issue. As long as he wasn't provoked, he had no reason to invite trouble upon himself. Alas, the darker side of human nature often reveals itself when restraint is abandoned, proving even more ferocious than wild beasts. Thus, Xuanzi's teachings resonate ever more profoundly. Zhang San, evidently, had failed to grasp Lin Yun's intentions, or perhaps, under the intense allure of the supplies, he had long since lost his reason. Approaching the vehicle, he suddenly reached out, attempting to seize the bag of provisions through the window. Lin Yun furrowed his brow, coldly admonishing, "Do not court death." Yet, Zhang San appeared oblivious, not only refusing to withdraw his hand but instead pressing forward with increased fervor, menacingly declaring, "Hmph, kid, these supplies are mine. Don't resist if you know what's good for you." He raised a baseball bat high, poised to strike Lin Yun in that instant. Lin Yun's gaze turned icy, a chilling clarity settling upon him as he sensed the palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from his assailant. He had not anticipated that a mere desire for a moment's respite and a bite to eat would lead to such peril. With the adversary's murderous intent clearly established, Lin Yun no longer hesitated. He inhaled deeply, allowing his vector abilities to commence their subtle activation. As his powers surged forth, the air around him began to swirl violently, dust spiraling around the vehicle. With a swift flick of his hand, an almost invisible vortex materialized, racing toward the man with astonishing speed. Zhang San barely had time to react before he was struck head-on by the whirlwind. A colossal force slammed into him, akin to being hit by a speeding heavy truck, and with a resounding crash, he was sent flying. But the assault did not cease there. The vortex seemed almost sentient, ensnaring the man and violently tearing at his body. His anguished screams echoed hauntingly down the desolate street. No, how could this be? The vortex mercilessly shredded his upper body, skin splitting inch by inch. Muscle and bone gradually laid bare. Blood sprayed forth, painting the air with crimson mist. Soon, the man's upper half was reduced to mere fragments, gore and viscera strewn about in a gruesome display. In this world, no antidote for regret existed. Lin Yun beheld the scene before him, and to claim that his heart remained unperturbed, the energy sphere detonated amidst the horde of zombies. Unleashing a deafening roar, visible waves of energy rippled outward from the point of explosion, dispersing in all directions. Under the force of this surge, the zombies were thrown about chaotically, their flesh and bones scattering in every direction. With this final blow, the zombie swarm was utterly vanquished. Lin Yun exhaled deeply, his legs buckling beneath him as he nearly collapsed to the ground. Goodness gracious, that horde was utterly terrifying. Perhaps it would be wise to avoid the city center for now and allow for some growth before proceeding. Having witnessed the might of the undead, Lin Yun resolved to exercise caution. Venturing into the heart of the city would only lead to a hasty retreat. Chapter 25. Speaking too quickly is risky. Roar. Crack, bang! Lin Yun crushed the skull of the zombie, known as Old Six, beneath his foot. Although the scene was grotesquely bloody, with most zombies disemboweled and limbs strewn several meters away, the stench was nauseating. Yet, Lin Yun remained in high spirits, a smile gracing his lips, seemingly unaffected by the gruesome display before him. Indeed, the greater the storm, the more valuable the catch. This encounter netted him 11 mutated zombie cores. With a casual swing of his steel pipe, he struck, producing a burst akin to fireworks as the zombie's head exploded effortlessly. This one is particularly impressive, significantly larger than the others. Lin Yun collected the zombie core amidst a mess of mangled remains, undeterred by the watermelon juice that adhered to it, and placed it into a white plastic bag. A bountiful harvest, indeed. A few more encounters like this, and he would be on the brink of another evolution. After gathering all the mutated zombie cores, Lin Yun made his way back to the off-road vehicle. However, that once mighty Land Rover was now marred with scratches, dents, and splattered with the foul blood of the undead. TSK, this vehicle has become odious and must be discarded. He had once declared that he would abandon it if it ever found its way to a cesspool, and now it was all but retired. He rapped lightly on the passenger window as if knocking on a door. Crack! The glass emitted a sharp sound, followed by a series of delicate shattering noises as it cracked like a spider's web. Crash! Unable to withstand the pressure, the glass shattered completely, cascading to the ground. Remarkably, the shards did not fall inside the vehicle. Lin Yun retrieved the snacks and drinks from the passenger seat and entered the supermarket. Little did he know, his valiant act of dispatching the zombie horde had been secretly recorded and uploaded to Douziinhua. Within mere minutes, the video skyrocketed to popularity, garnering tens of thousands of shares and likes. With numbers still climbing in a national-level sports arena near the outskirts of the capital, the military had reclaimed the area from the clutches of the undead and established a safe zone. The interior was spacious enough to accommodate thousands of residents. That moment, Within a temporary war conference room inside the arena, several elderly generals in military uniforms exchanged glances, accompanied by a few young soldiers. On the large screen ahead, Lin Yun's video of slaughtering the zombie horde played on repeat, the gruesome and shocking visuals causing the military leaders present to furrow their brows. An eerie silence enveloped the room, with no one daring to break the stillness. These were veterans of considerable renown, capable of being described as living legends. One had single-handedly defended 2 positions, repelling enemy forces over 40 times and annihilating nearly 300 foes. The scene could only be described as terrifying. Even Yin Shuangying would not dare to portray such a spectacle, fearing the audience might accuse him of cheating. It was exceedingly rare for someone to be honored as a hero with such distinguished merit. Those standing alongside him were at least individuals who had received multiple first-class honors. Yet, today, even these formidable figures found themselves bewildered. After a prolonged silence, a slightly younger general seated at the head of the table broke the stillness. Surveying the room, "Gentlemen, what are your thoughts on this young man?" General Li, seated nearby and already graying, removed his glasses and rubbed his nose, replying, "This young man, from what I observed in the video, possesses abilities that transcend the ordinary. However, he is not one of our military personnel, and his ruthless methods raise concerns about whether there are more like him. Will he extend his hand against his own kin in the future?" Chief of Staff Wang nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed. While his actions have effectively eradicated zombies to some extent, individuals like him are unpredictable. If survivors all behaved in a similar manner, societal order would be obliterated." The young soldier, who had remained silent until now, could no longer contain himself. "Gentlemen, I believe we must not judge solely by appearances. This young man is capable of maneuvering effortlessly among the zombies without firearms. His strength is evident in this current landscape of rampant undead. We require individuals with such capabilities." General Li's gaze sharpened as he addressed him. "Young man, you focus solely on his abilities, yet neglect his unpredictability. He is not bound by military discipline. Who can guarantee he won't pose a threat to innocent civilians?" The young soldier frowned slightly, speaking urgently, "Sir, we all understand the dire situation. The zombies are incessantly emerging. Our forces are limited, and our defenses are under constant strain. This young man possesses formidable strength, able to take down so many zombies alone. If he were to join us, our combat effectiveness would be greatly enhanced. As for his methods, we can communicate and guide him. We cannot reject him simply because he is not a soldier. Moreover, even if we cannot bring him into the fold, a collaboration could be beneficial. Our military's ability users are currently only at Tier 3, while this young man's strength likely approaches Tier 5. For him to achieve such prowess alone is undoubtedly worth pursuing." Chief of Staff Wang countered. "He is indeed powerful, but no amount of strength can surpass that of advanced weaponry. You all witnessed that scene of slaughtering zombies. This is only a few days into the apocalypse. I do not see him as a suitable candidate for collaboration. My recommendation is to disregard him." The young soldier rose, his emotions running high. "Gentlemen, this is not the time for such considerations. Are we truly willing to forfeit such a powerful ally? Our objective is to eliminate the zombies and protect the populace. This young man possesses that capability, and we should seek ways to collaborate rather than question him." The assembled leaders were visibly stirred. They had aged and thus bore greater concerns. General Li leaned back in his chair, lost in thought. After a while, he spoke slowly, "You make a valid point. We are indeed in need of talent at this juncture. This young man has evidently found a way to excel in abilities. We must engage with him. However, can we not take some practical action after all this discussion?" The young soldier, sensing that the generals had accepted his viewpoint, felt a surge of joy. "I had someone investigate as soon as I came across this video. We should have contact information shortly." Upon hearing this, the others in the conference room frowned. "You were slacking off watching videos while at work?" The young soldier realized he had let slip a critical detail and could only pray that his subordinate would acquire the contact information to redeem himself. Unfortunately, at that moment, a soldier entered, shattering his last hope. "Report, sir, we have located the target's information, but they are in Yuqing, and the signal has already been cut off." Young soldier. Crisis. Chapter 26. Little Blackie Lin Yun remained blissfully unaware that he had caught the attention of high-ranking military officials, happily perusing an array of snacks and vacuum-packed meats. Naturally, he also sought canned goods and other items with extended shelf lives. Thankfully, there were still vacuum-sealed and spice-cured meats available. Otherwise, he would soon find himself without any source of protein. In no time, Lin Yun had filled several large bags, but now he faced the dilemma of how to return. The Land Rover, now out of favor, was no longer an option, especially with its shattered windows. He had no desire to drive it. He would need to find another vehicle, preferably a larger truck this time. Finishing the last piece of jerky in his hand, he resolved to depart with his heavy bags of supplies. His strength had largely returned, though his powers were only partially restored. As long as he remained cautious, self-preservation would pose no issue. Outside the supermarket, many cars lined the quiet street, and among them were several trucks. He hoped that a kind soul had left their keys behind in their haste to flee. Lin Yun walked down the desolate street, his arms laden with supplies, entirely oblivious to the tense atmosphere of the apocalypse. Just as he passed a large truck, a shadow suddenly darted from beneath it, sharp claws lunging towards him. Strangely, at the moment the claws were about to strike, they halted mere centimeters from Lin Yun, only to be twisted by an unseen force, black blood erupting forth, evoking a visceral sense of dread. Roar, roar. The arm, grievously injured, howled in agony. Simultaneously, the intense pain ignited its ferocity, and it bared its sharp teeth. Lunging at Lin Yun's neck. In its limited intelligence, it perceived this as the fatal weakness of two-legged prey. A mere bite would suffice to slay its meal in terror. Teske. Another one? Lin Yun's expression darkened as he pondered why these zombies had such a peculiar penchant for rear-end theft. Could it be that these wretched creatures were reincarnated African spotted hyenas, reveling in their crude tastes? He found himself wishing to pay respects to their 18th-generation ancestors, contemplating what genetic anomaly could have led to such bizarre evolution. Irritated, he delivered a swift kick upwards. Crack! The sound resembled that of an egg shattering, a terrifying noise that could chill the spine of even the most hardened warrior. This kick sent the dark-skinned mutated zombie flying onto the balcony of the second floor. Roar! Roar! With a slight exertion, Lin Yun leaped onto the balcony railing, observing the mutated zombie writhing on the ground below. This particular mutant bore similarities to typical speed-type zombies, but was noticeably smaller and possessed darker skin. Resembling a diminutive shadow, however, its muscles appeared more formidable, with thick thighs and a peculiar membrane covering its prized, succulent brain, unlike the usual exposed ones. Who would have thought a simple stroll could lead to an encounter with such a shadowy foe? Concentrating, he summoned a gentle blue glow at his fingertips, compressing a sphere of air. Roar. Seeing his nemesis, who had previously dealt him a grievous blow, mockingly spectating, the little shadow became enraged. Its remaining shred of rationality was obliterated by fury, leaving only a primal desire for flesh and blood. With powerful thigh muscles coiling like a spring, it launched itself at Lin Yun like a cannonball. Yet, it proved utterly futile. Bang! Lin Yun calmly retracted his finger, retrieving the zombie crystal core generously bestowed by his adversary. Did it truly believe it could emulate a hot-blooded anime protagonist, roaring and suddenly overpowering its foes? After collecting his spoils, Lin Yun manipulated his gravity, gracefully descending to the ground. Having spent considerable time, he noticed a few cautious individuals emerging from the distant buildings, making their way towards the supermarket he had already scavenged. With the zombies mostly eradicated by Lin Yun, the ordinary people finally had a chance to eliminate the scattered zombies lurking in the corridors. Although the supermarket could be considered his spoils, he had no intention of claiming it for himself. As his resources were more than sufficient, there was no need to occupy a latrine without relieving himself. Moreover, he required a new means of transport. Otherwise, carrying his supplies would be quite troublesome. Had he possessed a truck earlier, he would have filled it to the brim, for he never shied away from abundance. The vehicles lining the streets were haphazardly parked, many damaged to varying degrees due to collisions. Lin Yun's gaze swept past these vehicles, dismissing them as too cramped and compromised for his purpose. As he passed a parked sedan, a shivering figure was curled up in the back seat. Sensing someone nearby, it turned, revealing its grotesque visage. This zombie reeked of decay, its skin rotting, eyes bulging, and sharp teeth stained with dried blood. Lin Yun then noticed it was clutching an arm, not trembling but rather feasting upon its unfortunate victim. With a swift motion, he conjured an invisible blade of air that pierced through the zombie's skull. The creature fell without a sound, collapsing onto the back seat and uncovering the corpse of a woman hidden beneath. Had it been anyone else, they might have fallen victim to this classic horror scene. Lin Yun brushed off his hands and continued his search for a truck. After nearly half an hour of searching, he finally spotted a delivery truck at the corner of the street. The truck appeared relatively new, perfectly aligning with his expectations. Surrounding it were a few mindless zombies wandering aimlessly. Nearby lay a corpse, almost a skeleton, presumably the man who had lured the zombies to this location. Lin Yun approached swiftly, dispatching the zombies with several precise shots to their heads. After clearing the lesser zombies, he arrived at the truck, tugging at the handle only to find it securely locked. What to do without the keys? Lin Yun felt reluctant to give up. This truck was a perfect fit for his needs. His gaze fell upon the nearly skeletal corpse on the ground. Pondering if this unfortunate soul might have been the owner of the vehicle, the thought seemed increasingly plausible. He appeared to have been trying to escape to the truck when he was caught by the zombies. Ultimately feeding them well, Lin Yun set down several heavy bags of supplies, crouching beside the corpse. Frowning slightly, he instinctively held his breath against the stench permeating the air. Had he not been accustomed to the odor of decay, he might have retched. The smell was truly abominable. He extended his hand, meticulously searching the corpse's waist, where tattered clothing concealed a belt. Typically, keys would be found in that vicinity. His fingertips brushed against a hard object, and his heart leaped with joy as he pulled it out. Indeed, a set of keys appeared in his hand. Chapter 27. Could it be I am the protagonist? The driver's seat of the truck lacked any sleeping accommodations and was smaller than he had imagined. It could be classified as a mid-sized truck, which was acceptable. Anything larger would be unworthy of his exceptional driving skills. Lin Yun inserted the key and turned the ignition. Only about 30 fuel left? He had hoped to return home to relax after this outing. TSK, he should have checked the calendar before leaving. It felt like nothing was going his way today. Lin Yun pulled out his phone, only to frown in dismay. No signal. Did this mean he could no longer watch his favorite streamers on legitimate platforms? The carefully curated rhythms of his favorite shows would be sorely missed. Thankfully, he had downloaded numerous classic high-definition works. Considering the early hour, he could still indulge in his favorite films later. Reflecting on those diverse and inspiring teachers lifted his spirits somewhat. Lin Yun opened the map, steering his newly acquired truck through the desolate streets. The tires crunched over shards of glass and rubble, emitting a distinct sound. 2 kilometers ahead lay a gas station. It should have fuel remaining. Lin Yun muttered to himself, gently pressing the accelerator as the truck rolled toward the blood-stained gas station in the distance. The poor road conditions delayed him, taking over 10 minutes to reach his destination. At the gas station, he inserted the nozzle into the truck's fuel tank. That should be how it's done, right? Though he had never filled up a tank before, he had seen enough to figure it out. As the fuel pump hummed, gasoline gushed into the tank. While waiting, he heard heavy footsteps approaching from behind. Lin Yun turned to see a nearly 3-meter-tall powerhouse of a mutated zombie staggering toward him. This creature was a mass of bulging muscles, its skin an eerie shade of dark blue-black, veins protruding grotesquely beneath its skin, emitting a nauseating stench. I do enjoy a proactive little darling. Lin Yun's lips curled into a slight smile as he loosened his wrist. A faint blue light enveloping him. Roar! The mutated zombie let out a fierce howl, accelerating rapidly and swinging a fist the size of a cooking pot toward Lin Yun's head. If that punch landed, it would surely create a massive crater even in reinforced concrete. Lin Yun regarded it with disdain, and as the fist neared, it distorted before his eyes, bones splintering and piercing through flesh. With a thought, he activated his vector abilities. A surge of power coursed through his right fist as he swung it with force against the mutated zombie's fist. Bang! The clash reverberated like 2 cannonballs colliding. Causing the air to tremble, Lin Yun's fist penetrated the zombie's skull, obliterating its head into a spray of dark red brain matter and shattered bone. The massive body of the zombie flew backward as if a marionette had its strings severed, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. With the mutated zombie dispatched, Lin Yun brushed off his hands as if he had merely completed a trivial task. Quite satisfying. Who knew refueling could yield such unexpected rewards? At that moment, several ordinary zombies, drawn by the commotion, began to converge from all directions. Roar, roar. These zombies twisted their bodies, their faces contorted in grotesque snarls, emitting chilling growls. Lin Yun raised his hand, and the nearby air coalesced rapidly, forming transparent air bullets. With a gentle flick of his finger, the air bullets shot forth like bullets, accurately striking each zombie in the head. Pop, pop, pop. The heads of several zombies exploded in an instant, thick black blood splattering everywhere as their bodies crumpled to the ground. Lin Yun approached the fallen mutated zombie, squatting down with practiced ease to extract the crystal core from its skull. This core was a deep crimson, nearly black, and contained energy rivaling that of two typical mutated cores. With the core secured, Lin Yun stood and surveyed the now-fueled truck, nodding in satisfaction. Subsequently, he began to gather supplies at the gas station. Where an abundance of valuable items awaited, and he could not let them slip away, he first arrived at the fuel section, where several large barrels of gasoline and diesel stood ready. With these readily available resources, he wasted no time in loading them onto the truck with swift movements. He was becoming increasingly adept at his zero-cost procurement. Lin Yun then stepped into the convenience store of the gas station. The interior was in disarray, with shelves toppled and goods strewn across the floor. Frowning slightly, Lin Yun commenced his search through the clutter for usable supplies. He first unearthed some edible compressed biscuits, canned goods, and bottled water. Though these provisions were scant, having them was better than none at all, and he carefully packed them into his backpack. In a corner of the convenience store, Lin Yun discovered a small medical kit. This was a welcome find, as it is always better to be prepared, even if the likelihood of needing it was slim. Upon opening the kit, he found various essential medications and medical instruments, such as bandages, antiseptics, and painkillers. Lin Yun secured the medical kit and placed it in the driver's cabin of the truck. Besides food, water, and medical supplies, he also found some tools in the convenience store's storage, including wrenches, screwdrivers, and hammers. The selection of tools was quite comprehensive, eliminating the need to borrow anything from a hardware store. Lin Yun neatly arranged these tools in the truck's trunk. Furthermore, he stumbled upon a small vintage radio. Turning it on, a nostalgic song filled the AI art. As petals fell beneath you. Is this home in the painting? Fluffy white clouds dyeing the red twilight. Brother, do you know the ninth sister in your heart is that painting in my heart? Even in this apocalyptic world, the song surprisingly had a celebratory tone. This radio, with its extendable antenna, could receive satellite signals, serving as a tool for information gathering in the absence of mobile signal. After a thorough search, Lin Yun finally collected all usable supplies from the gas station. Looking at the truck filled with various provisions, he felt a sense of accomplishment, even if most of it consisted of gasoline and diesel. With everything in order, he returned to the driver's seat and started the engine. Finally done, he intended to return home and admire his teacher's masterpiece. As the truck roared out of the gas station, it encountered abandoned vehicles and debris blocking the road. He couldn't be bothered to slow down and simply crashed through them. With the protection of his vector abilities, the truck resembled an invincible giant tank. Upon contact with the obstacles, their force was redirected, unable to inflict any damage on the truck. Lin Yun hummed a tune, reveling in the thrill of reckless driving. However, it wasn't long before a large sand-laden truck unexpectedly blocked the road. Lin Yun frowned and gently pressed the brakes, bringing the truck to a halt. Wasn't this obstruction absent when I passed through earlier? Suddenly, 5 figures emerged from behind the truck, brandishing fruit knives and steel pipes, their eyes gleaming with greed and malice. The leader, a bald man with a brutish face, swung the steel pipe menacingly and shouted, "Hey, kid, leave the supplies on the truck." Lin Yun felt somewhat speechless. Trouble seemed to follow him wherever he went today. Could it be that he possessed the fabled protagonist's aura, compelling those he encountered to be ensnared in a lowering intelligence halo? Chapter 28. Monster. Damn. This is going to be a cleanup. Seeing Lin Yun unfazed, the bald man was consumed by an inexplicable fury and charged forward, swinging the steel pipe towards the truck's window. Am I robbing you? And you can't even show a modicum of respect? Just as the steel pipe was about to make contact with the window, a glimmer flickered in Lin Yun's eyes as he activated his vector abilities. The once fearsome swing of the steel pipe met an invisible wall, abruptly changing direction and crashing back towards the bald man himself. Bang! The bald man screamed as he was hurled backwards, crashing heavily to the ground, his body convulsing, a deep gash bleeding profusely from his forehead. It seemed he was not likely to survive. The remaining 4 were momentarily stunned, but soon fear surged within them. Though the allure of the supplies emboldened them, the monster's facial features were grotesquely scattered across its back. Its mouth agape, emitting a spine-chilling roar in the instant the creature appeared. An invisible force surged towards the young thug. He felt a sudden dizziness, his gaze instantly becoming vacant, his body freezing in place. Utterly immobile, the monster slowly approached, each of its steps causing the ground to tremble slightly. Arriving before the dazed thug, it opened its maw, filled with sharp teeth, and swallowed him whole. Clearly, one person was not sufficient to satisfy the creature's hunger. It then crawled towards the unconscious companion of the thug, consuming him in the same manner. Moments later, the monster's abdomen swelled ominously, the featureless faces of the thug and his companion gradually surfacing. Their veins were distinctly visible, their features distorted, each adorned with an eerie grin. Chapter 29. Training the Kirin armed the road to happiness, the path to success, the journey to dreams. A melodious song emanated from the truck's cabin. This scene seemed rather out of place in a post-apocalyptic world. To Lin Yun's surprise, the driver was a man of sentiment. As the truck's radio played nothing but old songs, Lin Yun clicked to the next track. He felt a dormant part of his DNA awakening, itching to perform a number reminiscent of Tai's Han Kyo. Alas, the environment was not conducive, and he had to abandon the thought. Just because you're so beautiful, baby. Just because you're truly so beautiful, baby. Just because you're so beautiful, baby. You, who walks towards me, stirs my every desire. Caught off guard, Lin Yun realized this driver was a hidden aficionado, even revealing his quirky dance moves. To avoid distracting the driver, Lin Yun quickly switched to the next song. To his astonishment, nothing unusual occurred on the way back. For a moment, he felt a sense of disorientation. Could it be that his protagonist's aura had run out? Without the typical inept villains to pummel, he felt a restless itch. Bang! The truck ruthlessly crushed a somewhat withered zombie, splattering dark red juice across the ground. Lin Yun gently pressed the brakes, assessing the height difference between the underground parking lot and the truck. The height appeared fine, as the truck needed to be slightly lower. Thankfully, the vehicle was compact. Otherwise, it would not have fit into the underground garage. After slowly maneuvering the truck into the parking space, Lin Yun opened the cargo area to retrieve several large bags of supplies. These provisions were substantial enough that placing them in the passenger seat was impractical, so they remained in the cargo area, leaving the rest of the space occupied by diesel and gasoline. Unsure where to store these fuels, he contemplated borrowing space from his neighbor, as those vacant homes seemed a waste. Utilizing them as a storage facility would be quite convenient. Lin Yun tapped the fuel barrels, and under the influence of his vector manipulation ability, they levitated from the truck, following him up to the 8th floor. He carefully placed the gasoline and diesel in his neighbor's home. Knowing they were amicable and would not mind his use of their space, he chose this location for fuel storage primarily for its proximity, ensuring convenience when needed, without the constant worry of someone sneaking into the community to pilfer his supplies. These fuels might become rarer than food in the future, warranting a larger stock. Thus, he had an additional objective for his outings. Once the fuel was securely stored, Lin Yun returned to his own residence. Closing the door behind him, the dimly lit room was silent, illuminated only by a few rays of sunlight filtering through the window. After a brief rest, he made his way to the bathroom. As he turned on the shower, water cascaded over him, but soon he realized something was amiss. Whoa! Why is it suddenly so cold? Quickly, Lin Yun reached to shut off the showerhead, employing his vector control to raise his body temperature. Restoring his comfort, the water heater had been left on. Why then was the water cold? Puzzled, he pressed the light switch at the bathroom door. Click! The switch made a clear sound, yet the bathroom light remained dark. This posed a problem. The power must have gone out. Returning to the shower, he adjusted the faucet to let water flow again. This time, however, he felt no chill. The temperature was under his control. Raising the water's warmth was trivial. He decided he would reserve his powers for cooking only when gas became unavailable. The warm water washed away his fatigue and the remnants of dirt. Lin Yun closed his eyes, relishing this moment of comfort. Losing track of time as he continued, after finishing his shower, he wrapped himself in a towel and lazily sank into the sofa. The once honed muscles of his abdomen had regressed from a perfect 6-pack to a mere 8-pack. While not bulky, the muscle definition remained pleasing to the eye. He opened a hidden folder on his phone, expertly searching for his collection of educational films featuring Japanese instructors. The screen revealed stories of instructors succumbing to corruption under the pressure of their superiors. As he watched, he subconsciously began exercising his arm strength, his gaze intensely focused. A pack of tissues lay nearby, prepared for any eventuality in this apocalyptic world. The lack of internet rendered entertainment scarce, making these films one of his few diversions. Time slipped away quietly. With a sudden shiver, Lin Yun concluded his arm training, tossing a crumpled paper ball accurately into the trash bin. Noticing the darkening sky outside, he rose to change into some clothes, then picked up a small lamp from his bedroom and walked into the kitchen. Gazing into the refrigerator overflowing with ingredients, he noticed the light inside had extinguished. Certain items needed to be consumed quickly, as the power was out and the cooling effect of the fridge had ceased. Lin Yun retrieved a slab of pork belly from the freezer, intending to prepare braised pork, 2 servings of stir-fried vegetables, and an egg soup. He began with the braised pork, cutting the belly into uneven pieces, pouring oil into the pan, and igniting the flame. As the oil heated, he added the meat, which immediately sizzled and crackled. When it came time to add soy sauce, cooking wine, and rock sugar, he gauged the quantities by instinct, relying solely on his intuition. Next came the stir-fried vegetables. He washed, chopped, and tossed them into the pan. Though his movements were somewhat clumsy, causing some vegetables to tumble out, finally, he prepared the egg soup. Once the water boiled, he cracked in the eggs, but as he stirred, the egg mixture curdled, leaving him helpless to watch. Indeed, this was precisely why he had previously favored cooking noodles. His lack of experience was painfully evident, and the results were less than stellar. After much effort, the meal was finally laid out on the table. Lin Yun surveyed the unappetizing spread, yet a sense of satisfaction welled within him. It was acceptable. Nothing was burnt, and it appeared edible. He picked up chopsticks, placing a piece of braised pork in his mouth, his brow slightly furrowing as the taste proved rather mediocre. The meat was somewhat tough, and the flavors had not melded well. The stir-fried vegetables were undercooked, and the egg soup bland. Nevertheless, he continued to eat heartily, determined to finish what he had made, even if tears accompanied each bite. Continuing in this manner was not sustainable. Finding a little cook was essential, or else his meals would never surpass the taste of noodles. After forcing himself to finish the meal, Lin Yun used his powers to create some ice cubes, filling a bowl to place in the fridge. This should prove somewhat useful. Perhaps one day, he could find an underground storage room to establish a proper cold cellar, which would yield better results. Having completed these tasks, Lin Yun planned to watch more of the Japanese instructor's live massage tutorial videos before calling it a night. He nestled back into the sofa, one hand on his phone, the other resting on his thigh, ever ready to begin exercising. Just then, bang, 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 bang. A series of abrupt gunshots shattered the night's tranquility. Lin Yun's instinctive reach for the handle froze, his gaze sharpening as he furrowed his brow and peered outside. Who on earth was so inconsiderate as to fire a gun at this hour? The gunshots echoed sharply in the stillness of the community, each crack a jarring assault on his eardrums. The sound seemed not too distant. He hoped it was not yet another troublesome affair. Seated on the sofa, Lin Yun listened intently, trying to gauge the direction and frequency of the gunfire. It appeared to originate from the west side of the community, still a fair distance from his location. Perhaps it was merely a survivor passing through who had encountered trouble, as long as it did not encroach upon him. There was no need to interfere. However, the gunshots did not fade as he had hoped. They grew increasingly distinct, seemingly approaching the community. Lin Yun rose and moved to the window, peering through a gap in the curtains. Outside lay a blanket of darkness, illuminated only by the faint moonlight, allowing him to discern the indistinct outlines of the buildings within the community. Nothing else was visible. Chapter 30. The Flesh and Blood Giant Infant Roar. Roar, bang, bang. As the jarring gunfire drew closer, Lin Yun spotted several panicked figures, flashlights in hand, rushing around the corner. Hot on their heels was a towering, skinless giant infant, standing 4 to 5 meters tall. Its pudgy body and oversized face would typically elicit affection, but magnified tens of times and devoid of skin. It was grotesque, covered in repugnant growths, its mouth lined with sharp teeth that nearly spanned its entire head. Upon witnessing this adorable yet terrifying giant infant, Lin Yun's earlier frustration at being interrupted dissipated in an instant. A mutated zombie. The core within its brain was worth at least 10 ordinary mutated zombie cores. He had just depleted one earlier in the day, and now a new one had appeared so soon. Without hesitation, Lin Yun flung open the window and leaped from the 8th floor. Crap! Where did this cursed thing emerge from, and which foolish individual was responsible for bringing it here? Feng Zhengyang was so furious that he felt on the verge of vomiting blood, unable to comprehend how one of his own could be a traitor. Before the apocalypse, he was merely a supermarket owner situated conveniently across from the police station. A stroke of luck indeed. Thus, when the cataclysm struck, he dashed into the police station seeking refuge without a second thought. Although most of the officers had transformed into zombies, there remained a couple of survivors. After acquiring a handgun, he easily dispatched the zombies within the precinct and assisted a few ordinary passers-by. Initially, Feng Zhengyang was terrified. Having watched his fair share of zombie films, the scenes depicted were not ones from which an ordinary person could hope to survive. However, unexpectedly, as dusk fell, he suddenly succumbed to unconsciousness. When Feng Zhengyang awoke once more, he was horrified to find that all others had also succumbed to a deep slumber. He was at a loss. Even suspecting that they might soon transform into zombies, the mere thought of this filled him with dread. Yet, to his astonishment, he discovered that he had awakened to extraordinary powers. His strength had significantly increased, allowing him to effortlessly lift an adult with one hand. Having indulged in countless novels, he fell prey to the fantasies of youthful delusions, committing the same grave error that many boys do. Could it be that I am the fabled child of destiny often mentioned in stories? Such delusions were indeed perilous, taking root within the depths of his heart. The once timid man on the cusp of middle age now walked with his head held high, exuding confidence with each powerful stride. Upon confronting the others who had awakened, he learned that they too had fallen unconscious due to mysterious circumstances and had yet to awaken any peculiar abilities. A smirk crept onto Feng Zhengyang's lips as he confidently engaged in conversation, radiating an aura of undeniable superiority. Though those who knew him found his behavior peculiar, they did not suspect anything amiss. In classic narratives, one often encounters mindless antagonists to provide experience points, and he had far more pressing matters to attend to. He resolved to bide his time, adopting a guise of innocence while concealing his true strength. However, as time passed, his confident smile began to fade. Why had no mindless adversaries emerged to challenge him? This defied logic. Soon, he discovered numerous individuals had awakened their powers via social media. In that moment, his heart shattered. The true fool was none other than himself. Feng Zhengyang was enraged, bewildered as to why he had endured such suffering for so long. Yet, upon witnessing the firearms in the hands of the two officers, he decided to bide his time a little longer. However, a man of valor cannot remain subdued for long. Weighing in at 120 gene, he bore 119 gene of rebellious spirit. Feng Zhengyang cunningly lured the two officers into a horde of zombies, utilizing his newfound abilities to become a leader among the survivors. After seizing the weapons and ammunition from the police station, a tyrant was born, just as he envisioned himself as a local emperor. Living a life of indulgence, a terrifying creature shattered his dreams. Bang, 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 bullets pierced the flesh of the monstrous infant, yet inflicted little damage. Mere seconds later, the bullets were expelled forcefully from its body, the wounds healing as if they had never existed. Oh, the pain! Uncle, let me have a taste, I'm so hungry. Feng Zhengyang trembled at the horrifying sounds emanating from the creature, nearly dropping his handgun. What in the world is this monstrosity? Damn it. Almost half of his team had been devoured by this flesh and blood giant. The appearance of the grotesque infant obliterated his imperial dreams. Damn it. Why won't you die? Feng Zhengyang emptied his magazine in anger, but alas, the ordinary handgun lacked the potency to inflict meaningful harm. Ah, my foot! One of his comrades twisted his ankle and fell heavily to the ground. Brother Feng, help me. I've followed you for so long. You can't just abandon me. A grip tightened around Feng Zhengyang's leg, causing him to stumble. Damn it, let go of me. With a forceful kick, he sent the creature sprawling before him. No, don't. Feng Zhengyang. I will haunt you even in death. The man wept in desperation, cursing as he faced imminent doom. Flesh, it's flesh. The grotesque infant extended its swollen hand, snatching the man and shoving him into its maw. No, don't. Crack, splatter, blood sprayed, and the curses fell silent. Seizing the moment, Feng Zhengyang and the others fled. Their prolonged escape largely due to the selfless sacrifice of their comrades who delayed the monster. Just as he thought they might escape unscathed once again, the flesh and blood giant seemed to meet some unknown condition. Its form swelling even larger, a fissure opened in its chest, revealing a massive vertical pupil. Its bloated leg muscles hardened, greatly enhancing its speed. It quickly closed the distance, terrifying them further. What in the world is this creature? Although Feng Zhengyang was gripped by fear, he refused to abandon hope. He glanced at his companions, his expression turning cold. How have I treated you all? The group was momentarily taken aback, unsure if Feng Zhengyang had lost his wits in the face of danger. As they stood frozen, Feng Zhengyang acted decisively. Bang, bang, bang. Ah, my ears, boss, you, bang. Feng Zhengyang set down his handgun, expertly delivering a surprise shot from behind. These useless fools should buy him enough time to escape. Just as he prepared to make his exit, a fist the size of a cauldron suddenly appeared before him. Boom! Another headless corpse lay lifeless on the ground. Clearly not a good person. Let us reunite you with your comrades in death. Lin Yun coldly remarked. Flesh, so much flesh. The eye on the creature's chest gleamed with a disturbing excitement, and it emitted a garbled roar as vile drool dripped from its fangs. The sound of unsettling chewing echoed ominously. Lin Yun did not intervene, as it served to confirm a hypothesis he had previously entertained. The monster devoured its meals as if they were fried chicken, quickly consuming its last headless victim. Following this, the creature underwent yet another transformation. Various sharp teeth sprouted from its body, and it frequently extended its tongue, licking its fangs, seemingly eager for more. The massive vertical pupil on the flesh and blood giant shifted its gaze, locking onto Lin Yun, who was observing it intently. Fleshed, give me flesh. Chapter 31. The Blood Moon reappears, evolution complete. Chapter 32. Awakening with more eyes after the eerie and mysterious energy surged into his body. Lin Yun found the moonlight's energy to be even purer than that of the crystal core of the flesh and blood giant, albeit in lesser quantity. However, this time, the situation was starkly different from before. The tingling sensation he had experienced while absorbing the crystal core was absent, replaced by an agonizing pain as if he were being pierced by 1,000 needles. Damn it. I thought I wouldn't have to endure such pain again. But surprise awaited me. Lin Yun's body trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat cascading down his forehead as he gritted his teeth, muffled groans escaping his lips. Damn it. Is this a necessary condition for evolution? The last time was equally excruciating, unbearable for any normal person. Unless one were a masochist, relishing in pain. At this moment, Lin Yun, tormented by the searing agony, failed to realize that under the strange influence of the blood moon, the crystal core of the mutated zombie underwent an unknown transformation. The eye-like structure at the center of the crystal core rotated slowly, seemingly gaining consciousness as it circled twice before locking onto the suffering Lin Yun. In a bizarre manner, it quietly penetrated Lin Yun's palm, burrowing into his flesh. A bulge began to form on his arm, making its way into his body. Shortly after the crystal core assimilated, a fine crack appeared on Lin Yun's forehead, and a strange vertical pupil snapped open. The black iris spun uncontrollably, reminiscent of a seizure, inducing a sense of dread. Lin Yun's consciousness began to blur. As if he were immersed in chaos, his body being torn apart by countless forces. Damn it. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lin Yun managed to squeeze out a greeting through gritted teeth, before his eyes rolled back and he lost consciousness entirely. Yet, his body continued to absorb the energy of the blood moon relentlessly. The energy surged into him like a tidal wave, gathering at his dantian, where an unknown crystal core greedily absorbed it. Bathed in energy, the core radiated a soft blue glow, growing increasingly bright, intricate and mysterious patterns emerging on its surface. A certain unknown evolution had been completed. As the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window and graced Lin Yun's face, he furrowed his brow and slowly awakened from his slumber. Hiss, when did I fall asleep? Lin Yun rubbed his temples as he sat up from the sofa, and upon opening his eyes, he immediately sensed something was amiss. First, the sensation in his hand was wrong. The ball he had held was gone. Secondly, the scene before him was peculiar. His vision was filled with countless unknown lines, intertwining and connecting all surrounding objects. Curiously, Lin Yun reached out a finger and gently brushed against one of the lines. In an instant, the cup on the coffee table shot forth like a cannonball, bang. The cup embedded itself into the wall, the entire process requiring barely any exertion of his vector manipulation abilities. This power seems off, doesn't it? Filled with curiosity, Lin Yun conducted various experiments, gradually unraveling the secrets of these lines. They are the vector lines of all things. With a mere gentle touch of supernatural ability, one can unleash a formidable attack. Moreover, he can distinctly perceive the immense transformation within his own supernatural energy. If the energy within him was once a thin wisp of mist, it has now manifested as a solid ice sphere, significantly larger than before. Not only does it possess substantial mass, but it also harbors an enormous reservoir of power. To liken it to an ice sphere is no exaggeration. There truly exists a spherical entity within his dantian, which he can sense. Could a kidney stone grow to such a size? Lin Yun pondered, feeling his abdomen, yet he could discern nothing from the touch. This newfound perspective left Lin Yun somewhat disoriented. It had not been long since he awoke, yet he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, accompanied by a strange itch on his forehead. He felt uneven, as if someone had carved a pattern into it with a knife. What an inexplicable series of changes to experience so early in the day, Lin Yun muttered to himself in exasperation. To unravel the mystery of his peculiar condition, he rose and made his way to the bathroom. Upon gazing into the mirror and encountering the bizarre vertical pupil on his forehead, he was momentarily frozen in place. In a way, has he transformed into Yang Jin after just a nap? Lin Yun touched the vertical pupil. A flicker of anxiety surfacing within him, he wondered if this peculiar pupil would bring him any adverse consequences in the future. Would he need to shout open before engaging in combat? This vertical pupil is not a true eye. It merely resembles one and likely functions as a sensory organ of some sort. The only known ability it grants him is the capacity to perceive the omnipresent vector lines in this world. Fortunately, after a few minutes of experimenting and honing his control, Lin Yun discovered he could manipulate the vertical pupil. With a mere thought, the pupil gradually closed. As it did, the vector lines in his field of vision vanished, leaving his forehead appearing like a faint scar, an imperfection so subtle that it would go unnoticed upon casual observation. This revelation eased Lin Yun's mind. Having resolved the mystery of the vertical pupil, Lin Yun felt a pang of hunger in his stomach. He proceeded to the kitchen, intending to prepare a simple meal of dumplings. Swiftly, he retrieved a pot from the cabinet, filled it with water, and set it firmly on the stove with a clang. Turning on the gas, a blue flame flared to life, steadily heating the pot. Before long, the water began to bubble and steam rose in waves. Due to a power outage, the temperature in the freezer had not been sufficiently low. Despite his frequent replacement of ice packs, the dumplings remained soft and lacked firmness. Lin Yun gently dropped the limp dumplings into the pot one by one, leaning against the counter with unwavering focus, occasionally stirring with chopsticks to prevent them from sticking together. In no time, the fragrant dumplings emerged perfectly cooked. He ladled them into a porcelain bowl, drenching them in a carefully crafted sauce and sprinkling some slightly dried green onions and vibrant red chili oil on top. Carrying the bowl to the dining table, he sat down, inhaling deeply as the enticing aroma of the dumplings filled his nostrils. He picked up a dumpling. The plump skin encased the succulent filling, and upon taking a bite, the juices burst forth, a delightful explosion of flavor on his palate. Lin Yun squinted his eyes in satisfaction, his cheeks puffing out as he savored the taste. Indeed, a touch of chili oil is essential for enhancing the flavor of these dumplings. After finishing his breakfast, Lin Yun glanced at his phone to check the time. It was already past 10. He had slept soundly today. He then took his clothes and entered the bathroom, quickly rinsing off. As a responsible young man, his shower was swift, taking less than 6 minutes before he emerged dressed. Today would unfold as usual, seeking crystalline cores from mutated zombies, and perhaps collecting some supplies along the way. If he were fortunate enough to stumble upon a little chef, that would be even better. Resolute, Lin Yun packed some food and bottled water, donning his shoes as he descended from the 8th floor to the underground garage. Chapter 33. Little Heisey is definitely a companion Virum. Rumble. A truck rolled out of the neighborhood. Lin Yun gripped the steering wheel with one hand while munching on a bag of spicy strips with the other, relishing the moment without a hint of the tension one might expect in an apocalyptic world. Today, he opted for a different route. There was a nearby complex where he might potentially find some allies. As a man of integrity, he assured himself that his intention was certainly not merely to seek a little chef. The truck emitted a deep rumble as it moved forward. Not long into his drive, Lin Yun's brow furrowed. He spotted several oddly shaped mutated zombies ahead on the street. These creatures were easily distinguishable by their more contorted limbs and heightened agility. Once again, he encountered a new breed. And to his surprise, these zombies were congregating together. Previously encountered mutated zombies would not act collectively unless drawn by a common attraction, but these few had certainly broadened his horizons. Without further contemplation, Lin Yun extended his finger through the window, aiming at the mutated zombies while resting his hand on the window frame. Invisible air bullets swiftly coalesced and shot forth from his fingertip, striking the zombies. With a series of muffled pops, the air bullets accurately penetrated the heads of the zombies, causing their skulls to explode, black blood splattering in all directions. Having barely set out, he had already encountered several mutated zombies. Was there an increase in their density? Lin Yun hopped out of the truck, approached the fallen zombies, and extracted the crystalline cores from their heads. Thanks to his supernatural ability, the foul-smelling blood of the zombies could not touch him. As he held the crystalline core in his palm, he directed the energy within it into his body. Soon, a flicker of disappointment crossed his face. The ordinary crystalline cores failed to enhance his supernatural abilities. They could only serve to restore his energy. Only the cores from slightly stronger mutated zombies could provide a minuscule improvement to his powers. This must be what novels refer to as a power plateau, where growth slows after reaching a certain level of strength, necessitating stronger zombies to regain rapid advancement. Nonetheless, he remained unfazed. His current strength was likely formidable enough to withstand even the mightiest of projectiles. Based on Lin Yun's estimates, he could probably deflect a high-powered sniper bullet with ease. Continuing his journey, he soon spotted a small convenience store by the roadside. The store's entrance was ajar, revealing a chaotic interior, where a zombie was staring blankly at a collection of beauty magazines, occasionally emitting guttural sounds. With a flick of his fingertip, he dispatched an air bullet, resulting in a clean headshot. Harnessing his powerful supernatural abilities, he effortlessly gathered all the supplies from the shelves into the truck. In no time, the vehicle was nearly filled to capacity. He neglected to retrieve the items strewn on the floor, leaving them for the next fortunate soul. It was indeed gratifying. The spacious truck made a remarkable difference. This was his first experience of clearing out an entire store. In the past, when he had raided supermarkets, he would have felt a twinge of resentment at the notion of others reaping the rewards of his efforts without contributing. With so many supplies at stake, it was impossible to expect him to share without some discomfort. However, now equipped with new gear, the situation was entirely transformed. A small portion left for future scavengers seemed fair enough. Delightful. This time, he felt he hadn't worked for nothing. Back on the road, Lin Yun pressed the accelerator, the truck barreling through the disordered streets. The rumbling of the vehicle attracted nearby zombies, who began to converge upon it. But Lin Yun dealt with them effortlessly. Along the way, he acquired 2 crystalline cores from mutated zombies. Although they held no immediate benefit for him, they would serve to quickly replenish his supernatural energy. In less than 10 minutes, the truck arrived at the entrance of Anqing Community. The barrier at the entrance stood as an ineffective decoration, presenting no real obstruction. Lin Yun did not slow down. He drove straight into it. With a resounding crash, the barrier shattered, and the truck rolled into the community. Lin Yun pushed open the truck door and stepped out. At last, he had arrived. He hoped to find someone with talent. Otherwise, what was the point of possessing such strength if he still had to cook and wash dishes by himself? Lin Yun's expectations were modest. He didn't require anything extravagant, just a little chef who could cook and perhaps join him for some stimulating conversations to alleviate his solitude. Spending too long alone could become tedious, especially in a world devoid of internet access. The surroundings were eerily silent, only occasionally punctuated by the low growls of zombies, breaking the stillness. Standing there, he called out loudly, "Are there any living people around?" His voice echoed through the community, entirely disregarding the presence of zombies. Soon, several mutated zombies and a horde of lesser zombies were drawn to his call. Roar. Among them was a power-type zombie with bulging muscles, each sinew brimming with raw strength. Another was a small, swift zombie with dark skin and a thin layer of transparent skin covering its brain. darting about with incredible speed, leaving behind afterimages on the ground. The appearance of these mutated zombies heightened the tension in the community. Lin Yun's lips curled into a slight smile. Yet another opportunity for experience had presented itself. He raised his hand, and with a gentle wave, a terrifying vortex materialized instantly. The wind howled mournfully, akin to the wails of malevolent spirits, sweeping in from all directions to form a violent cyclone. The spiraling winds became like countless blades, surrounding him. Subsequently, the cyclone expanded outward from his center, ensnaring all zombies within a radius of dozens of meters, instantly shredding them apart, even stripping a layer from the concrete ground beneath. With a sickening crunch, the bodies of the zombies were torn into countless fragments, black blood splattering everywhere. Those few mutated zombies displayed a semblance of intelligence, allowing the lesser zombies to charge first. Yet, even as they recognized Lin Yun's formidable power, their feeble rationality was overwhelmed by their bloodlust. The power-type and speed-type zombies, far from retreating, surged towards Lin Yun with even greater ferocity. The power-type zombie swung its colossal fists, creating a howling gust of wind. Meanwhile, the speed-type zombie darted across the ground, seeking any flaw in Lin Yun's defenses. Standing still, Lin Yun observed them with a hint of intrigue. Much like a mere spectator watching a performance, it was his first encounter with such cunning mutated zombies. Albeit still rather dim-witted, as the power-type zombie's fist neared Lin Yun. Its arm began to twist grotesquely, crack, crack. In less than 2 seconds, the formidable creature underwent irregular contortions, its bones shattering as it collapsed to the ground. Lin Yun extended his palm, unleashing a whirlwind that struck the deformed head of the power-type zombie. Bang! A spray of red and white, reminiscent of watermelon juice, erupted, appearing quite appetizing. Seizing the moment while Lin Yun focused on the power-type zombie, the speed-type zombie suddenly accelerated, positioning itself behind him. Its sharp claws lunged toward Lin Yun's alluring backside. Though he anticipated the attack, Lin Yun couldn't help but tense up. Without turning around, he raised his arm, unleashing an invisible force that sent the speed-type zombie flying. It arced through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Before it could rise, Lin Yun summoned another whirlwind, engulfing the speed-type zombie and leaving only a mosaic of remains in its wake. Once again, these speed-type mutated creatures seemed to have their sights set on him. It was clear they were not entirely innocent. Chapter 34. Moral coercion is impossible. Lin Yun collected the mutated zombie's crystal core and surveyed the surrounding buildings. A few individuals peered through the gaps in their curtains, observing him with great caution, none daring to speak first and risk becoming the scapegoat. Just a few days since the apocalypse began, they had witnessed enough darkness to be wary of Lin Yun, a terrifyingly powerful outsider. I hardly look like a villain, do I? Lin Yun stroked the stubble on his chin, noting it had become a bit prickly after days without grooming. Gore! A few scattered zombies, incapable of even fleeing, charged at him like foolish geese. Lin Yun, too indifferent to even raise a hand, merely exhaled gently. Under the control of his vector ability, his breath transformed into a terrifying swarm of wind blades. Swish, swish, the ground, however. This all-out strike had nearly exhausted Bai Yulu's last remnants of extraordinary power. She felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, her limbs turning to jelly, rendering her utterly powerless. Yet, she understood that at this moment, she could not afford to falter. Otherwise, all her previous efforts would be in vain. Gritting her teeth, Bai Yulu summoned the last vestiges of her strength, staggering forward step by step towards the figure ahead. Sweat cascaded down her forehead like rain, obscuring her vision, yet her gaze remained steadfastly fixed on that silhouette, her eyes reflecting an unimaginable desire to survive. Roar! The zombie, sensing its prey slowing down, became even more exhilarated. Lunging eagerly at the tantalizing morsel before it in a haze, Bai Yulu instinctively turned her head, and as she did, her pupils constricted in horror. A zombie had crept up on her, its grotesquely contorted face nearly brushing against her cheek. Jagged, yellowed fangs glistened with dark crimson slime, and its skin appeared a revolting shade of ashen blue, reminiscent of something long submerged. She could even distinctly smell the nauseating stench that assaulted her nostrils. Damn it! Bai Yulu attempted to move her feet, to raise her weapon, even if it was merely to execute the most basic defensive maneuver. But her body refused to obey her commands. Her limbs had succumbed to weakness, every muscle protesting against her will. She could only watch helplessly as the only time I did it. Never mind, it's hard to explain. After a while, the three of them still did not see anyone coming down. Beside them, Zhao Dahai and Bai Yulu rested quietly, not uttering a word. They were still uncertain about Lin Yun's temperament and could only strive to make fewer mistakes by doing less. It seemed that only the two of you came down. Lin Yun's voice carried a hint of helplessness. Judging by the situation in this community, it was not as dire as his side, with more survivors present. There were certainly more men than just Zhao Dahai. If they were strong and robust adults, the chances of survival would still exist, yet they were all unwilling to take the risk. All that was left to say was goodbye. He raised his hand and pointed towards the large truck parked not far away. Let us go, we should leave this place. Upon seeing the brand new truck, Zhao Dahai's eyes instantly lit up. Wasn't this the opportunity he had been waiting for? His face beamed with confidence as he eagerly volunteered. His voice brimming with enthusiasm. Lin Gu, I'll drive. I used to drive these kinds of big trucks all the time. I'm very familiar with the roads. I guarantee this trip will go smoothly. As he spoke, he patted his chest, exuding an air of assurance. Lin Yun discreetly withdrew his gaze from Zhao Dahai's heaving pectorals, suppressing a smile as he nodded slightly, tossing the car keys to him. Zhao Dahai first opened the passenger door, inviting Lin Yun to enter. Big brother, please? Lin Yun found himself increasingly satisfied with Zhao Dahai. He was truly the epitome of a hard worker. However, he still let Bai Yulu get in first. Lest she would have difficulty later, Bai Yulu nimbly slipped into the somewhat cramped space behind the driver's seat and found a spot to sit. Her petite figure fit comfortably without appearing cramped. Then, Lin Yun and Zhao Dahai got into the vehicle in succession. Zhao Dahai skillfully shifted gears and pressed the accelerator as the truck slowly rolled out of the community. Not long after they set off, the road ahead was choked with a dense mass of cars, blocking any passage. The vehicles were haphazardly strewn across the road, some with crumpled fronts from collisions. How are we supposed to get through this? Zhao Dahai furrowed his brow, surveying the scene of the accident with a look of dismay. His driving skills were indeed commendable, but one needed some space to maneuver. He couldn't help but scratch his head. Glancing helplessly at Lin Yun, Big brother, should we take a detour? This route was different from the one Lin Yun had taken earlier. He intended to borrow something from a specific location. Lin Yun's expression remained calm as his gaze swept over the abandoned vehicles. His tone nonchalant as he replied, just crash through. Watch closely. I'm about to show off what? Zhao Dahai thought he had misheard, eyes widening in astonishment. Lin Gu, this is a truck, not a tank. It'll get damaged if we crash into those cars, right? His voice was filled with doubt, and his expression was one of conflict. Even Bai Yulu, sitting in the back, looked perplexed. She couldn't believe such a strong person could be reckless. Don't worry, just crash. Lin Yun said, resting his chin in a casual manner. Zhao Dahai gritted his teeth and ultimately chose to follow orders. Gritting his teeth, he pressed down on the accelerator. The truck surged forward like a steel behemoth, barreling toward the vehicles ahead. Just as they were about to collide, Lin Yun discreetly activated his vector ability. Boom! With a resounding crash, the truck violently collided with the cars ahead. Yet, astonishingly, those vehicles seemed to be struck by an invisible force and were flung to the sides, crashing heavily to the ground. Meanwhile, the truck continued to glide forward, its body unscathed. Zhao Dahai was left agape, his hands trembling slightly on the steering wheel. Lin Gu, what just happened? His voice was thick with shock and disbelief as he turned to Lin Yun. Don't get distracted, just drive. Lin Yun's lips curled into a mysterious smile, offering no further explanation. Indeed, it was good to have someone around. It allowed for a bit of showmanship, if his strength went unappreciated. It would be akin to enjoying tofu pudding without spicy sauce, utterly pointless. Bai Yulu leaned forward from the back, her eyes wide with wonder. Big brother, how did you do that? It's incredible. Her gaze was filled with a mixture of curiosity, awe, and a hint of admiration she was unaware of. Lin Yun merely smiled, offering no response. A true powerhouse must retain an air of mystery. Otherwise, how could one maintain an aura of grandeur? The truck continued onward, and before long, they encountered a horde of zombies at an intersection. The dense throng of undead obstructed the road completely, the air thick with the stench of decayed. The center of the zombie swarm. A nearly 4-meter-tall brute zombie stood out conspicuously. Its muscles bulged, causing the ground to tremble slightly with each step. Zhao Dahai slammed on the brakes, his face turning pale as beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. What do we do with so many zombies? His voice quavered with fear and despair, his hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, knuckles whitening from the pressure. Bai Yulu, frightened, shrank back in her seat, her voice trembling. Lin Gu, should we turn around and flee now? Her body shook slightly, eyes filled with terror and helplessness. Clearly, the scale of this zombie horde exceeded their comprehension, especially with the presence of that aberrant mutant zombie. Only a well-equipped team would stand a chance against such a foe. Stay calm. It's just a minor setback. Lin Yun's expression remained tranquil as he slowly rolled down the car window and lightly snapped his fingers. Snap! The sound of the snap resonated with a terrifying sonic boom, spreading with overwhelming force toward the horde of zombies. The once menacing and roaring creatures suddenly froze in place, their bodies stiffening under the impact of the force. Almost instantaneously, blackened, foul blood erupted from their features, eyes bulging as if they might pop from their sockets. Blood sprayed from their noses, mouths, and ears. All their internal organs, including their brains, were obliterated by the shockwave. Even the terrifying mutant zombie writhed and twisted under the onslaught. Unable to resist, in the blink of an eye, zombies toppled one after another, collapsing into heaps of rotting flesh. The once dense horde was instantly transformed into a scene of devastation. The air thick with the nauseating stench of blood and decay. Zhao Dahai and Bai Yulu stared in disbelief at the spectacle before them. Rendered speechless, it wasn't until silence enveloped the surroundings, save for the gentle rustle of the breeze, that they regained their senses. Lin Gu, you're simply my god, Zhao Dahai exclaimed, his voice brimming with reverence and admiration, his eyes sparkling with fervor. Basic skills, Wu Lu. Lin Yun smiled slightly, stepping out of the vehicle. Get out, let's gather the crystal cores. Lin Yun, Zhao Dahai, and Bai Yulu meticulously searched through the remnants of the zombie horde. Before long, they had collected several crystal cores, one of which was nearly the size of a quail egg. You two can absorb these crystal cores. I only need this one, Lin Yun said, placing the larger crystal core into a bag. The two were momentarily taken aback, not expecting Lin Yun to be so generous. The crystal cores were precious, only found in mutated zombies, and it was unexpected for them to receive such a gift. Bai Yulu was the first to react, saying, Big brother, you killed all these zombies by yourself. We can't accept this. Zhao Dahai quickly added, That's right, big brother. This makes us seem useless. Seeing their reactions, Lin Yun chuckled. These crystal cores are of poor quality. They are of no use to me. It's better to give them to you. My name is Lin Yun. Just call me Lin Gu. Chapter 37. The Police Station. This jungle gym is rich. They continued on their journey. According to the map's guidance, their next destination was the police station. Not just any police station, but one belonging to the municipal SWAT team, where valuable items were surely abundant. BY regulations, the armory in such a level police station must have been over 50 square meters. The equipment inside the police station was also relatively advanced. Of course, it couldn't compare to military forces, but it would suffice for dealing with ordinary zombies. The city streets had become exceptionally complicated due to the zombies and various obstacles. After searching for quite some time, they finally located the local police station tucked away in a narrow street. The main door of the station was ajar, surrounded by darkness, with the ground and walls stained with blood, creating an eerie atmosphere. It seemed this police station had also fallen, making it a perfect opportunity to scavenge for supplies. Zhao Dahai and Bai Yulu were immediately taken aback. Big brother, you're actually considering robbing a police station. Lin Gu, this doesn't seem right. Robbing a police station is against the law. Zhao Dahai, the naive and honest young man, appeared somewhat flustered. Bai Yulu, however, after her initial shock, quickly lit up with excitement. What are we afraid of? What era are we in now? Lin Yun, with an expression of indifference, pulled out a pack of spicy strips, sampling one to check the flavor. Zhao Dahai pondered for a moment. The apocalypse? Wow, this tastes good. That's right, the apocalypse. So it's quite normal for us to look for weapons to defend ourselves, right? In special times, one must treat things differently. Besides, if a panda were chasing us, it would also be justifiable to eliminate it when our lives are in danger. Lin Yun made a small chopping motion with the hand holding the spicy strip. Bai Yulu nodded in agreement. I think that's a great idea. If we don't even have our lives, how can we uphold the law? Moreover, neither of us has the strength for self-defense. We can't always rely on Lin Gu. Zhao Dehai fell into silence, fully aware that this was the undeniable truth. Lin Yun, observing that neither of the two had any objections, stepped forward and forcefully kicked open the door. The sight that greeted them beyond the threshold was somewhat disheartening. The hall lay in utter disarray, with tables and chairs askew and documents strewn across the floor, clearly having been ransacked. The bloodstains on the walls had dried, taking on a dark crimson hue that sent shivers down their spines. Scattered about were the corpses of several zombies, including both ordinary citizens and police officers. Don't lose hope. The armory should still be intact, Lin Yun stated. The storage area for weapons was known for its stringent security. According to protocol, even the use of a single bullet had to be reported. The door to the ammunition depot required 2 keys to unlock, and its defenses were nothing short of extraordinary. The door was designed to absorb and dissipate the kinetic energy of bullets and shrapnel, preventing any penetration. Without specialized equipment, attempting to open the ammunition door would be a fool's errand. Lin Yun led the two through the police station. Searching high in LOW.AS, they traversed one dimly lit corridor after another. Zhao Dehai and Bai Yulu moved with utmost caution, in stark contrast to Lin Yun's casual demeanor, wary of any lurking dangers. Gradually, however, Lin Yun sensed something amiss. Turning to glance back, he noticed Bai Yulu flushed with excitement, panting heavily. "Hey, sister, something feels off. Why do you look a bit green?" Zhao Dehai, too, caught wind of the ominous sounds of her heavy breathing and instinctively distanced himself. Thinking that perhaps she had finally lost her marbles, at long last, they stumbled upon the armory in a corner of the basement. It was unmistakable, with the large symbols of firearms emblazoned on the door. Several faint scratch marks adorned the surface, clearly left by the earlier assailants who had plundered the police station. Without heavy machinery, opening this door seemed highly impractical. "Unless allow me," Zhao Dehai volunteered, stepping forward with the intention of retrieving a tool from his waist to pick the lock. It was quite normal for a young man to have a hobby or two, wasn't it? After all, the older generation was still busy inventing things, right? Zhao Dehai felt quite confident in his lockpicking skills. "No need. I can handle it," Lin Yun interjected. Not allowing Zhao Dehai a chance to showcase his skills, he reached out, his fingers sinking deep into the alloy door, and with a firm tug, he yanked it outward. Creak! The sound of the door deforming was jarring, akin to nails on a chalkboard. Bang! Crack! With a few muffled sounds, Lin Yun forcibly dismantled the alloy door, revealing a maze of intersecting metal bars behind it. Employing the same technique, he tore it down with ease. "Let us go in and see what we can find." Upon entering, the sheer sight left not only the other two but even Lin Yun himself in awe. The armory was filled to the brim with a diverse array of weapons: handguns, submachine guns, shotguns, assault rifles, grenades, and bullets. These weapons glinted ominously in the dim light. "Fantastic, real guns. I've dreamed of getting my hands on one," Bai Yulu exclaimed, rushing in to grasp an assault rifle, her fingers caressing it lovingly. Her face radiated pure joy, her eyes sparkling with exhilaration. Previously, she had spent her nights watching related videos just to fall asleep. Little did she expect to touch the real thing today. Zhao Dehai also selected an assault rifle, 2 handguns, and some ammunition, slinging them over his back. Testing the weight of the gun, he broke into a grin, completely shedding the apprehensive demeanor he had previously exhibited. "Wow, this feels amazing. Compared to the model guns I collected, this is on a whole different level. In this world, no man could resist the allure of firearms." The armory was exceptionally well stocked. Dozens of handguns, over 10 submachine guns, 5 shotguns, 2 assault rifles, and even a particularly striking sniper rifle ammunition was piled high in boxes, the exact count unknown but certainly abundant. Additionally, there were more than a dozen bomb-proof walkie-talkies, reminiscent of old-school phones equipped with antennas. In one corner, a few corner guns lay, devices that one might recognize from seeing eccentric inventors at work. Nearby were several drones. This was an undeniable treasure trove. While Lin Yun possessed powerful vector abilities, these weapons held little utility for him. However, for Zhao Dehai and Bai Yulu, these arms were of utmost importance and could serve as a deterrent in times of trouble. "Do you want to take more? I'm prepared to load everything into the truck so you two can practice when we encounter zombies." Both Zhao Dehai and Bai Yulu declined, especially Zhao Dahai, who was snugly cradling the assault rifle against himself, his expression utterly enraptured, sending chills down Lin Yun's spine. "Darling, let me give you a kiss hug. That's quite an eyesore." Since neither of them wanted any additional weapons, it was time for Lin Yun's moment to shine. Rise. Chapter 38. Mutated vines in the astonished gazes of Zhao Dahai and Bai Yulu. An array of weapons began to levitate within the ammunition depot. "Is this telekinesis?" Bai Yulu could hardly conceal her admiration, her wide, watery eyes filled with curiosity, utterly speechless. Curiosity was indeed the key to a woman's heart. You're curious about a man, which means you've already taken half a step into the unknown. Lin Yun offered no further explanation. It's about right. I can manipulate some objects from afar. With an air of confidence, Lin Yun sauntered out of the police station, flanked by Zhao Dahai and Bai Yulu. The firearms they had borrowed, under Lin Yun's vector control, formed a neat procession behind them. Lin Yun raised a hand slightly, and the weapons began to orderly load themselves into the truck laden with supplies. Zhao Dahai and Bai Yulu had been astonished multiple times that day, yet they still found themselves marveling anew at the spectacle. Incredible, truly impressive, Brother Lin. Once seated in the truck, its engine rumbled to life, and they slowly departed from the police station. Lin Yun leaned back in his seat, eyes closed in contemplation, exuding an aura of expertise that made Bai Yulu unable to resist stealing glances at him. So handsome after a while, Zhao Dahai drove the truck to a towering overpass. The sight before him left both him and Bai Yulu gaping in shock, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground, their worldviews shattered, their sanity plummeting. What on earth is that? The overpass was densely covered with writhing black vines, twisting and squirming like worms, challenging their physiological responses. The surface of these vines was rough and uneven, glistening with an eerie black sheen. Even more horrifying, the vines were tightly coiling around the bodies of numerous zombies, which were held in place, their forms grotesquely contorted. Countless tiny roots, resembling greedy straws, pierced into the corpses of the zombies. Seemingly siphoning something from them, as the roots drained the zombies, their bodies shrank, emitting low, mournful groans. Lin Yun, too, was captivated by this chilling sight. He slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of curiosity flickering within. Fascinating. This is my first encounter with such a creature. Have plants evolved as well? You two stay in the truck and don't wander off. I'll go take a look. With that, he pushed open the door and strode toward the overpass alone. Zhao Dahai rubbed his throbbing temples, finding the sight decidedly eerie. If it were him, he would surely turn and flee. This is Brother Lin. Can you compare yourself to him? Bai Yulu shot him a glance before focusing her gaze back on Lin Yun. However, the look in her eyes seemed a tad strained. What a terrifying creature. It would be best to resolve this quickly. Lin Yun mused aloud, inching closer. He was not one to leave loose ends. Such seemingly innocuous entities should be dealt with decisively. As Lin Yun approached, the vines seemed to sense a delectable prey nearby, and the multitude of tiny tendrils twisted and lunged at him with fervor. Squeak. Their speed was astonishing, the air filled with a sharp, whistling sound. Could it be that these things possessed rat-like genes? And where was the source of that noise? Lin Yun gently lifted his hand, manipulating the air currents to create sharp whirlwinds, akin to whirring saws. Slicing through the advancing vines, swish, 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 the whirlwinds collided with the vines, producing a sound that grated on the teeth. Severed vines dropped to the ground, dark green fluid splattering everywhere, exuding a noxious stench. Yet, the regenerative capabilities of these vines were astonishingly resilient. The severed portions quickly healed, and the broken vines grew anew, continuing their assault on Lin Yun. The newly sprouted vines were thicker and more aggressive in their onslaught. It seemed that mere cutting would not suffice. This characteristic bore a resemblance to that of mutated zombies, didn't it? With a thought, Lin Yun felt the temperature around him plummet, the air crystallizing into frost. The approaching vines became encased in a thick layer of ice. However, before long, the vines began to writhe beneath the ice, demonstrating an indomitable will to survive as they shattered the frost and resumed their attack. Shards of ice flew in all directions, glinting coldly in the as Lin Yun continued to fend off the vine attacks. He remained vigilant, wary of inadvertently collapsing the overpass with excessive force. After a thorough observation, he discerned that these vines appeared to extend from beneath the elevated bridge. Beneath the bridge, Lin Yun gently leaped, deftly avoiding the dense tangle of vines. An intense gust of wind surged around him, tearing and breaking the surrounding vines into disarray. He jumped down to the base of the elevated bridge, yet the sight before him filled him with unease, nearly triggering his claustrophobia. Before him lay the main body of countless black vines, measuring a staggering 2 meters in diameter, covered in an array of contorted human facial depressions. The expressions on these faces were a portrait of agony, their mouths agape, as if in a grotesque game of equipment. Some eyes bulged with terror, while others bore trails of tears, as if they were weeping. These facial depressions on the vine-esque surface writhed slowly, creating an exceedingly eerie spectacle, before Lin Yun could scrutinize further. A multitude of black vines, akin to a swarm of venomous serpents, lunged towards him in a frenzied coil. Intertwining, they formed an immense black net that utterly sealed off Lin Yun's escape route. With a cold snort, Lin Yun's surroundings instantaneously chilled, and upon contact, the encroaching vines froze solid. The sound of countless icy shards cracking echoed under the force of impact. The main body of the black vines seemed to sense the imminent danger. Performing an utterly bewildering maneuver, it uprooted itself, utilizing its thick vines to support its massive form, and began to flee. Though its movements were clumsy, its speed was not to be underestimated, leaving deep craters in its wake. Astonished, Lin Yun had not anticipated that these bizarre vines would exhibit such a capacity for flight. Even upon witnessing the blood-soaked giant infant, he had not been this surprised. Yet, he could not allow his quarry to escape so easily. A glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes as he wove through the vines like a phantom. Each of his movements summoned a fierce gust, shredding the surrounding vines into fragments. In the blink of an eye, he found himself beside the main body of the vines. Attempting to flee? Not so easily. In an instant, the temperature plummeted to several degrees below zero. The main body of the black vines was swiftly encased in ice under this terrifying chill, its surface forming a thick layer of frost. The icy shell grew ever thicker until it completely enveloped the vine-esque body, transforming it into a colossal ice sculpture. This entity truly was peculiar. Were he a scientist, he would undoubtedly slice it for an in-depth study. Lin Yun gazed at the frozen main body of the vines with a tinge of regret, gently tapping his finger against it. Crack, crack. Dense fissures radiated outward from the point of contact. With a resounding crash, the ice and fragments of the vines scattered like fireworks. Amidst the chaos, Lin Yun rummaged through the debris and soon discovered a faintly black crystal core, roughly the size of a bottle cap. Indeed, this mutated plant possessed a crystal core. He pondered whether mutated animals bore the same. Although he had yet to encounter mutated fauna, the evolution of plants suggested that animals were likely evolving as well. He grasped the crystal core, sensing the energy contained within, and shook his head. This core was still too weak for him, offering little substantial enhancement to his abilities. Returning to the truck, he tossed the crystal core to Bai Yulu. Here, you seem to have the ability to control wood. This should be particularly beneficial for you, as it is produced by the mutated vines. Bai Yulu accepted the crystal core with delight, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Gently caressing the core, she felt the mysterious energy within. Incredible. I can sense the power within this core is immense. Thank you, Lin Gu. Zhao Dehai gazed enviously at the crystal core in Bai Yulu's hand, tears of longing welling at the corners of his mouth. He too yearned for a core of such size, envisioning the exhilarating absorption it would provide, though not envy. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Lin Yun reassured him with a smile, patting Zhao Dehai on the shoulder. Let us continue our journey to this neighborhood. I have cleared out the zombies within, and it can temporarily serve as our stronghold. Lin Yun opened the map on his phone, directing Zhao Dehai. He then scrolled the map, indicating another location. After some time, we shall seek a new stronghold in the suburbs. I believe this place would be splendid, the Celebration Villa district. The two leaned in to inspect the location, situated at the city's edge. This area was surrounded by water, forming a lake island with a single bridge for entry and exit. Zhao Dehai nodded in agreement, stating, "This place is indeed remarkable, and the decor is lavish. I have never resided in such a villa in my life." Bai Yulu furrowed her delicate brows, voicing a somewhat disheartening truth, given how splendid this place is. Could it already be occupied? A moment of silence enveloped the three-dot sister. You truly know how to speak. Lin Yun remarked, placing his phone on a stand for Zhao Dahai's convenience. If it has been taken, it matters not. We shall seize it back. Such a prime piece of land cannot be allowed to fall into just anyone's hands. Securing that location would ensure our normal lives are scarcely disturbed by the zombies. This time, both Zhao Dahai and Bai Yulu immediately concurred, the allure nearly rivaling that of the firearms from the police station. This place seemed destined for them, a reservation made. Slowly, Zhao Dahai started the truck, kicking up a cloud of dust. The truck jostled along the uneven road, creaking with every bump as they approached a street corner. Lin Yun gestured for Zhao Dahai to halt. Look over there. Zhao Dahai and Bai Yulu followed his gaze, spotting dozens of zombies shambling towards them. Dahai, Yulu, this is a perfect opportunity for you to practice your shooting. Remember, do not panic, aim for the zombies' heads. Zhao Dahai took a deep breath, gripping the assault rifle tightly. He stepped out of the vehicle, his heart racing, his hands trembling slightly. It was his first encounter with such a horde of zombies. Bai Yulu, however, reacted quite differently. Her eyes sparkled with barely contained excitement. Her face flushed, and a sinister smile curled at the corners of her lips. She eagerly leaped from the vehicle, gripping her gun tightly, her body trembling with thrill, as if facing the terrifying zombies was merely an eagerly awaited spectacle. Zhao Dahai was the first to raise his weapon, aiming at the nearest zombie. His finger hovered over the trigger but did not press down. The zombie's erratic movements made it difficult for him. A novice, to him accurately. The inability to shoot straight, an eternal torment for a man. The zombie drew closer, its murky eyes fixed on Zhao Dahai, grotesque black liquid oozing from its mouth. Shoot already, Bai Yulu shouted from the side, her voice laced with undeniable excitement. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Dahai squeezed the trigger. Bang! The bullet grazed the zombie's shoulder and flew past. Enraged by the sudden noise, the zombie quickened its pace towards him. Seeing this, Bai Yulu raised her weapon, her hands trembling with excitement. She fidgeted against her thigh, feeling discomfort and a slight sheen of sweat. She quickly squeezed the trigger, exclaiming, "Come on, darling, taste the warmth of your sister's enthusiasm." Ha ha ha! Her eyes sparkled with fervor. With each shot fired, her smile grew increasingly radiant. Rat-a-tat-tat. However, in her fervor, she missed every shot, embodying the phrase a flurry of actions as fierce as a tiger, yet a performance record of 0 out of 5. The horde of zombies inched closer, the stench of decay wafting through the air. Observing the duo's performance, Lin Yun frowned slightly. He disembarked, brandishing a handgun. Watch closely. It's done like this. He raised his weapon, smoothly aiming. Bang! Another zombie bore a hole in its shoulder, black ichor splattering the ground. Cough, cough. Can't this zombie just stand still? Always moving around. Embarrassed by his earlier show-off, he felt a twinge of awkwardness. Yet, with the overwhelming number of zombies, the other two were too preoccupied to notice such trivialities. Zhao Dahai continued to aim, while Bai Yulu excitedly unleashed a torrent of fire from her assault rifle. The butt of the gun sinking into the interior, stirring up a magnificent chaos. Nevertheless, the trio's marksmanship could hardly be deemed proficient. It was, in truth, pitifully poor, though they occasionally managed to dispatch a few zombies by sheer luck. The majority remained unharmed, swiftly closing the distance. Roar! The zombies gaped their mouths wide, revealing their blood-soaked fangs, their desiccated black claws lunging toward Lin Yun, nearly tearing through his attired eye. In that critical moment, Lin Yun waved his hand lightly, and in an instant, a powerful whirlwind surged forth with overwhelming force. The howling wind roared, echoing like a thunderous beast. The foremost zombies were violently swept up by the tempest, their fragile bodies torn apart as if made of paper. Twisted and shredded in the blink of an eye, they transformed into countless fragments, severed limbs and dismembered bodies scattering through the air, a nauseating stench of blood permeating the surroundings. Indeed, mere firearms paled in comparison to my technique. After dispatching the immediate threat, Lin Yun squinted slightly, as if struck by a thought, and slowly extended his right index finger. A dazzling light began to coalesce at his fingertip, growing ever brighter in the blink of an eye. The light converged into a sharp golden beam, sweeping forth with an unstoppable momentum. Where the beam passed, all was ruthlessly severed. The zombies that could not evade in time were instantaneously cleaved in half under the caress of the golden light. The terrifyingly high temperature of the light similarly bisected the vehicles it touched, leaving scorch marks even on the walls of the buildings. Strangely, not a drop of blood flowed from the zombies. The severed wounds were charred and emitting wisps of blue smoke, as if they had been seared by intense heat. The air was laden with the acrid scent of burnt flesh, mingling with the putrid stench of the zombies, nearly inducing nausea. The power is decent, but it lacks the convenience of directly manipulating the wind, and the range is rather limited, Lin Yun remarked with a hint of disdain. Roar, roar! The vitality of the zombies rivaled that of cockroaches. Even with such dismembered injuries, they did not succumb to death, dragging their mangled bodies in search of flesh. Lin Yun took a deep breath and exhaled gently, his small breath transforming into a terrifying whirlwind. Under this formidable force, the horde of corpses was utterly torn to shreds, and no matter how many times one witnessed it, the feeling remained. Brother Lin, you are truly formidable. Especially that moment just now. Was that a laser? With a swift hiss, all the zombies were severed in two. Zhao Dehai found himself at a loss for words, momentarily at a loss to articulate the events that had just transpired. He too longed to wield such power, to effortlessly dispatch hordes of zombies with a mere gesture and a breath. This scene was akin to a childhood dream for Zhao Dehai, who had always fantasized about awakening extraordinary abilities, imagining himself shaking the ground and commanding countless followers to bow before him. Naturally, such fantasies were just that, fantasies. He could only wield a small twig, indulging in an adolescent reverie of how a hero might slice down foes. Particularly when Zhao Dehai had previously thought himself a master after cleaving a couple of weeds and had dared to challenge his father, only to learn the hard way why flowers blossom so brilliantly. Suffering a scolding instead as the dust from the recent battle had yet to settle, Bai Yulu's gaze was firmly fixed on Lin Yun, as if magnetically drawn to him, unable to look away. The image of Lin Yun's awe-inspiring display replayed in her mind, refusing to dissipate. Oh no, this feeling. Was it infatuation? Her cheeks flushed with excitement, her eyes shimmering with fervor and unabashed admiration. Bai Yulu's hands instinctively clenched, her body quivering slightly, her lips parting as if to speak, yet momentarily lost for words due to her intense emotions. Lin Gu, you were simply incredible just now. Finally, Bai Yulu stammered, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. I never imagined that humanity could wield such immense power. You are truly my idol. As she spoke, she took a step forward, her gaze filled with eagerness, seemingly wishing to draw closer to Lin Yun and savor that intoxicating aura. Hiss ha! Hiss ha! This sensation is truly overwhelming. Lin Yun observed Bai Yulu's fidgeting and bashful demeanor, feeling an uncanny resemblance to the figure of a superior's wife. Shida, feeling unwell? This isn't quite appropriate in a public setting, is it? Basic instincts, one grows accustomed to with experience. Let us go, we shall continue onward. Should we encounter more zombies along the way, we can practice our marksmanship. The three of them returned to the truck. Despite the unmelodious sounds of watermelons being crushed beneath the vehicle, it remained uncertain whether it was Zhao Dehai and Bai Yulu's shooting talents that were quite commendable, but they were gradually becoming quite adept, managing to hit their targets 2 out of 3 times in an abandoned factory's open area. Several zombies staggered towards them. Zhao Dehai inhaled deeply, steadied his aim at the closest zombie, and with a bang, the bullet struck true, hitting the zombie squarely in the head, causing it to collapse. A smile crept onto Zhao Dehai's lips as he quickly chambered another round, readying for his next shot. Another one! His voice was laced with excitement. Bai Yulu, not one to be outdone, gripped her gun firmly, adjusted her stance slightly, and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang! 2 zombies fell under her fire. She jumped with joy, turning to Lin Yun, her eyes alight with glee. Lin Yun, I can do it too. Lin Yun managed a faint smile, nodding in approval. Not bad. You've made significant progress. He might have faced a modicum of difficulty in this regard. For some reason, despite aiming for the zombies' heads, each shot seemed to find its mark on their shoulders instead. It's getting late. We should be on our way. Bai Yulu gazed curiously at the sun in the sky. Slightly puzzled, I'm a bit tired today. I'd like to return and rest. After a moment of reflection, Bai Yulu realized that Lin Yun had indeed accomplished much today, and it was only natural for him to feel fatigued. Both she and Zhao Dehai reluctantly returned to the truck, still yearning for more excitement now that they had finally begun to feel the thrill of the hunt. with a series of stops and starts. What should have been a 30-minute journey stretched into over an hour before they reached the community where Lin Yun resided. The entrance to the community was blocked by a hodgepodge of debris, preventing the zombies from gaining entry. However, a section of the surrounding wall had collapsed, likely the result of that monstrous blood-soaked infant. The trio maneuvered the truck into the underground parking garage of the community. The garage was exposed, making it inevitable that some zombies would wander in. Yet, they were swiftly dispatched by Yulu, who excitedly and blushingly eliminated them all. If only there were more zombies. I haven't had my fill yet, Yulu remarked, exchanging magazines as she spoke with a gun in hand. She transformed into a different person. Previously, she had been somewhat anxious at the sight of zombies, but now, she resembled a lovesick fool gazing at a beautiful maiden. Clang! Lin Yun opened the truck's cargo area, controlling the supplies and firearms with ease. Let us head to the 8th floor. Of course, if you wish to stay on another floor, that's fine too. Yulu, tightly gripping a gun that would make any man envious, replied, I'll stay on the 8th floor. Wherever Lin Gu goes, I'll follow. Zhao Dahai naturally wished to remain close to Lin Yun. As having a strong ally nearby brought a sense of security, Lin Gu, I'll also stay on the 8th floor. Upon reaching the 8th floor, Lin Yun placed the heap of supplies in his living room, while the firearms were stored in the neighbor's unit where he had previously stored the fuel. The sheer quantity of supplies and weapons left Zhao Dahai and Yulu in awe once more, silently exclaiming how impressive it all was. This floor has only 3 units. You can choose for yourselves, Lin Yun stated from the hallway. I'll choose this one. It's filled with firearms. Just being able to sleep among so many weapons makes me feel as if I have no regrets. To Lin Yun's surprise, Zhao Dahai opted for the room overflowing with fuel and firearms. The contents scattered everywhere, the scent of gasoline lingering in the air. That left only one empty room, which naturally fell to Yulu. Under normal circumstances, the script would proceed as expected, but this was anything but ordinary. Lin Gu, I want to share a room with you. Yulu blinked her large, watery eyes, gazing at Lin Yun with a pitiful expression, as if to say, if you don't agree, I'll cry. Lin Yun did not refuse. After all, who would turn down the opportunity to share a room with a stunning beauty, provided one's faculties were intact? Unless, of course, one harbored a little secret in their room that they wished to keep hidden, like a celebrity's risque photo collection, or something else entirely. I have no objections. Feel free to come over. I also have a guest room. It was still early, and they could familiarize themselves with the environment. Though the entire community had been cleared, it was wise to be cautious of any zombies that might have slipped in, particularly in small corners. Lin Yun recalled the area with the collapsed wall and offered a reminder. Zhao Dahai patted his quivering chest, assuring, Lin Gu, rest assured, I will absolutely avoid those places. With that, Zhao Dahai approached Lin Yun with a flattering demeanor. Rubbing his hands together, Lin Yun frowned slightly, discreetly stepping back a couple of paces. Lin Gu, may I try out that sniper rifle? Don't worry, I won't disturb your rest. I saw that the box for the sniper rifle has a suppressor. Is that all? You startled me. I thought you had some peculiar hobby. Fine, just don't break it. That thing is quite rare. Zhao Dahai's chubby face broke into a wide grin. Don't worry, Lin Gu. I promise not to break it. He. With that, Zhao Dahai eagerly rushed off to tend to his new fascination. Lin Yun stepped into his room, followed closely by the curious Yulu, who was looking around in wonder. So this is Lin Gu's room? It's not at all like they say online. That boy's rooms are messy. I'll rest for a bit. You can play for now. Oh, and the bathroom has water now, so you can wash up. With that, Lin Yun entered his bedroom. Click. He locked the bedroom door and then pulled out his phone to read a post-apocalyptic novel. Such tales often contained fantastical ideas that might serve as inspiration. Meanwhile, Yulu found herself momentarily dazed at a bath. Was this a hint of something? She rubbed her flushed cheeks, suddenly realizing something, her face growing even rosier. Regardless of whether it was a hint or not, she hurried into the bathroom, but from behind, her trousers appeared somewhat discolored. As she stepped into the bathroom, she shyly placed her clothes on the sink. Alas, ever since I encountered Lin Gu, I find myself perspiring with alarming frequency. The residential complex she inhabits has long been deprived of both water and electricity, which means I have gone several days without a bath. For Yulu, who once indulged in daily baths, this is nothing short of a torment. With hopeful anticipation, she reaches to turn on the faucet. Splash! Her eager expectations are immediately extinguished by the biting cold water. Ouch! Why is it so frigid? The water gushes forth, and the chill rapidly spreads from her fingertips throughout her entire body, prompting an involuntary shiver as she quickly withdraws her hand. After several futile adjustments, the water temperature shows no signs of warming. Of course, this complex is likely without power as well, resulting in a lack of hot water. With a resigned sigh, Bayulu's gaze wanders around the bathroom, finally landing on the towel hanging nearby. She slowly picks up the towel, immersing it in the cold water, and once it is thoroughly soaked, she gently wrings it out. She begins by wiping her cheeks. The moment the towel touches her skin, the icy sensation causes her to frown slightly, but she quickly adapts, continuing to wipe gently. Next, she moves to her neck, her slender fingers delicately gripping the towel. Applying soft, meticulous strokes, water trickles down her neck, pooling at her collarbone and forming a small patch of moisture that evokes a thirst in onlookers. She then tilts her body slightly, raising her arm, starting from her wrist and slowly gliding along the contours of her arm. The skin on her arm reacts to the cold water, breaking into fine goosebumps. Finally, she bends down to wipe her legs, her vision completely obscured, requiring her to free one hand to assist. Gradually working her way up from her ankles, droplets of water slide down her calves, dampening the floor beneath her. She diligently wipes the areas where she has sweated the most, fearful of any lingering odor. Yet, in doing so, she inevitably reveals her vulnerabilities. BRR, it's truly cold. Is this what they call palace cold? Bayulu hesitantly applies shower gel, only to face an even more arduous task of scrubbing. In under 10 minutes, she emerges from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, trembling. An extraordinary feat for someone who usually bathes for no less than an hour. Lacking a change of clothes, she is left to make do. I haven't even washed my hair. It feels a bit oily. Will Lin Gu find it unappealing? Bayulu muses worriedly as she touches her impossibly silky hair. She settles onto the sofa, tugging at the towel that barely conceals her thighs. Without her phone, she finds herself at a loss for how to pass the time. By chance, her peripheral vision catches sight of the nearby trash bin, and she freezes in place. This is it seems she has stumbled upon a most significant secret. A flush spreads across Bayulu's cheeks, resembling a ripe apple. After a moment's hesitation, she slowly bends down. Her movements are cautious, her eyes darting periodically towards Lin Yun's bedroom, as if afraid of being caught. Gasp, gasp. The instant her fingers make contact with the crumpled paper, her heart races, flooding her with an indescribable tension. Just then, the towel she is wearing, either due to her movements or because it was not securely fastened, slips down her shoulder. Unimpeded, it obscures her line of sight. Yet at that moment, her entire focus is on the paper, and she instinctively blocks out the fact that the towel has fallen. Bayulu covers herself with one hand while tightly clutching the paper with the other, gradually straightening her figure, entirely oblivious to her exposed state. Indeed, Lin Ji's temper seems rather fiery. I just took a cold shower. I feel a bit chilly, which is perfect for warming up. Bayulu remarks shyly, her cheeks flushed like a ripe peach. Chapter 42. Lin Gu. I fear the dark. Unbeknownst to Lin Yun, engrossed in a novel within his bedroom, he never anticipated that the evidence of his earlier training would be discovered. Just as he was struck by inspiration from a particular term, electromagnetic force, one of the four fundamental forces of the universe, distinct from the magnetic force commonly known. If one could master electromagnetic force, it would not merely involve controlling electric currents, it would allow for the manipulation of matter itself. It is important to note that molecules are bound together by the electromagnetic forces between different atoms. For instance, a water molecule comprises 2 hydrogen atoms and 1 oxygen atom held together by electromagnetic force. If he were truly able to master this, he would be akin to a demigod, capable of atomic-level disintegration at will. If one could withstand the loss of temperature, atomic disintegration would be an entirely different matter. Moreover, what drives Lin Yun's desire to harness this ability is food. With a simple wave of his hand, he could convert water and carbon into starch, an infinite resource. He had previously attempted to manipulate gravity during the incident with Bayulu. Yet the gravity we know, as portrayed in various sci-fi films and novels, is considered a level of power akin to a cheat code. However, this formidable gravity is still the weakest among the 4 fundamental forces. Nevertheless, his current application of gravity remains rather unrefined, yielding little effect, possibly due to insufficient skill level. Lin Yun closes his eyes tightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, an invisible pressure radiating around him. His fingers tremble slightly as he slowly raises them, akin to a puppeteer controlling invisible strings. With his movements, metal stationery on his desk begins to shift as if gently nudged by an unseen hand. Pens? Compasses, paper clips swirling in the air, interweaving and producing faint clinking sounds. Lin Yun's breaths become increasingly rapid. Suddenly, he opens his eyes wide, a flash of blue light igniting within them. Simultaneously, the room's lights flicker violently. As if struck by a powerful electric current. Crack! The lamp's bulb explodes, shards of glass scattering. Various stationary items tumble to the floor. Tiske, it appears I have indeed failed. Lin Yun, with a resigned sigh, clenches his fist, attempting to recapture the sensation he just experienced. He had only managed to superficially control a few electrons within the atoms, leaving him a far cry from truly mastering electromagnetic force. After exerting so much effort, to only be able to manipulate a handful of electrons left him speechless. He wondered whether this limited power was even stronger than Zhao Dehai's electric attribute abilities. Lin Yun, are you all right? I think I heard some noise coming from inside. By Yulu's concerned voice calls from outside the door. I'm fine. I was just conducting an experiment. Lin Yun had just opened the door when, in the next moment, he was taken aback. There she was, wrapped in a towel that barely concealed her thighs. What the hell? This woman is trying to seduce me already. As Bai Yulu followed Lin Yun's gaze, she suddenly realized her current state. The towel slipping slightly to reveal her fair shoulder. Her face instantly flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple, as she hurriedly clutched the towel tighter around herself. Wrapping it more securely, a playful droplet of water trickles down from her collarbone, making her appear quite appetizing. Bai Yulu lowers her head. Her voice tinged with shy. Bai Yulu inadvertently lifted her gaze and noticed the clock on the wall. The hour hand was nearing 4 o'clock. Lin go. I shall go prepare dinner. By the time I finish, it should be about the right hour. Without waiting for Lin Yun's response, she hurried into the kitchen. Lin Yun, observing the bashful Bai Yulu, couldn't help but smile. She resembled a little girl, however, recalling Bai Yulu's earlier words. Afraid of the dark? Tonight, I shall leave the bedroom door unlocked, primarily due to the heat, allowing for some ventilation. As a former culinary broadcaster, Bai Yulu was well versed in all things culinary. She opened the refrigerator and swiftly scanned the ingredients within, instantly envisioning a sumptuous feast in her mind. Lin Gu truly had a knack for preservation. Impressive indeed. The meats in the fridge had been frozen by Lin Yun, and there were several bowls of ice, though most had already melted. Chapter 43. Wanting to assist from behind, Bai Yulu busied herself in the kitchen. The sounds of pots and pans clashing resonating throughout. She skillfully sliced the meat, preparing to make a deliciously tangy sweet and sour spare ribs. After washing the ribs, she placed them in a pot to blanch, removing the blood and impurities. Next, she poured a little oil into a hot pan, added rock sugar, and slowly caramelized it over low heat. Before long, the pot was filled with an enticing caramel hue. She swiftly added the ribs, stirring them to ensure each piece while Lin Yun cleared his throat nonchalantly, yet his heart raced uncontrollably within his chest. In this apocalyptic world, surely one could not afford to schedule a meeting first, beginning with the tender touch of a hand. In this dire scenario, one might well exclaim, "Brother, even my presence cannot assist you." As the primary aggressor, the most straightforward approach was to charge ahead. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yun extended his long arm, his powerful hand firmly encircling Bai Yulu's waist and the curve of her leg, lifting her effortlessly into a princess carry. Splendid. Lin Gu, wait. Bai Yulu was wholly unprepared for such an action, her eyes widening in surprise. Instinctively, she grasped the fabric of Lin Yun's clothing, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson from this sudden turn of events. Her breath quickened, warm puffs gently brushing against Lin Yun's neck. He strode directly into the bedroom, tossing her delicately onto the bed. Lin Ji, be gentle. Truth be told, this was Lin Yun's first active pursuit. Prior experiences had all been passive. Today was indeed an enlightening experience. Ahem, I know you all dislike such scenes, so I took the liberty to witness it for you. The following day, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow upon Lin Yun's face. His eyelids fluttered slightly before he gradually opened his eyes. Morning already? I'm still a bit drowsy. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he turned to his side, only to find the space beside him empty. The previous night's activities had stretched on until the early hours, around 2 or 3 o'clock. Lin Gu, you're awake? Lin Yun turned his head to see Bai Yulu entering with a porcelain bowl in hand. Lin Gu, try the boiled eggs I made. I added a touch of sugar, and they taste delightful. Bai Yulu smiled brightly as she extended the bowl of sweetened egg soup towards Lin Yun. Steam wafting up, carrying a gentle aroma of eggs. Lin Yun paused for a moment, then a glimmer of surprise sparkled in his eyes as he quickly reached out to accept it, sweetened egg soup. How nostalgic. In his childhood, when conditions were dire, he could only indulge in such a treat occasionally. His gaze fixated on the bowl, where the enticing egg whites soaked in a light, milky sugar broth. Exuding a whisper of sweetness, he gently scooped a spoonful and brought it to his lips. The tender egg whites enveloped in sweet sugar erupted into a delightful flavor on his tongue. The sweetness was perfectly balanced, neither overshadowing the egg's richness nor making it cloying, but rather adding a delightful layer of flavor, smooth and palatable. The eggs were expertly boiled to a soft consistency, creating an exquisite texture. Delicious. Bai Yulu watched quietly, her heart swelling with satisfaction. Before long, Lin Yun finished the eggs, and just as Bai Yulu approached to take the bowl, she stumbled slightly, falling into Lin Yun's embrace. Her cheeks flushing a radiant hue akin to the evening sky. She lowered her gaze, her long eyelashes fluttering gently. Then, she raised her hand, her delicate fingers curling slightly, playfully punching Lin Yun's chest, feigning annoyance as she exclaimed, "You scoundrel! What a little enchantress!" Lin Yun was momentarily taken aback, then a soft smile graced his lips as he tenderly ruffled Bai Yulu's hair, saying, "I'm sorry, I must have upset you." Yet, Bai Yulu shot him a reproachful glance, indignantly retorting, "You were supposed to be gentle last night. I pleaded with you, and you still wouldn't relent." Lin Yun playfully pinched her cheek, a teasing smile playing on his lips, "But you were the one who insisted on ignoring my pleas." You wicked man." Bai Yulu scooped up the porcelain bowl and fled the bedroom, though her escape was somewhat clumsy. Lin Yun couldn't help but chuckle at her flustered retreat, then rose to wash up. Exiting the bathroom, he found Bai Yulu seated on the sofa, the blush on her cheeks still lingering. "How's your injury? Do you need to rest today?" Lin Yun inquired with concern. Bai Yulu's expression had returned to normal, though she was still hesitant to meet Lin Yun's gaze. "I'm fine. My abilities seem to be healing the injuries gradually. To By noon, I should be nearly recovered. Still the eternal motion princess, if only your powers were stronger. Wouldn't it be exhilarating to fight? Let us venture out this afternoon to hunt mutated zombies and gather some supplies. By the way, where's Xiao Dahai?" Bai Yulu replied with a hint of resignation. "I have no idea when he got up. He has been out there battling zombies since dawn. Goodness, he has possessed. Let us not worry about him for now. Have you absorbed that crystal core yet?" Lin Yun asked again. Upon hearing this, a look of grievance crossed Bai Yulu's face. "I didn't have the time yesterday. I thought I'd have to ask this wicked man. Ahem. I promise to pay more attention next time. Try that crystal core now and see how it differs from a regular zombie core." Lin Yun hastily shifted the conversation. Bai Yulu nodded, retrieving the dim black crystal core, its edges faintly tinged with green. Chapter 45. Direct and violent dismantling. Bai Yulu clutched the crystal core, emitting an eerie glow, a thrill of excitement coursing through her. This was her first encounter with such a core, radiating a soft, forgiving green. The previous cores she had absorbed were gruesomely extracted from the brains of zombies, an experience far from pleasant. Taking a deep breath, she gradually brought the core closer to her palm. Delicate, root-like tendrils emerged from her hand, wrapping around the core. "I will absorb it." A wave of strange energy surged into her palm. Initially, the energy felt cold and piercing, sending shivers down her arm, but soon after, a tingling warmth spread throughout her body, every cell seemingly awakened, rejoicing in exhilaration. Bai Yulu trembled slightly, the tingling sensation intensifying, akin to fine currents racing through her body, causing delightful shudders. Energy continued to flow in. She felt as though her body was a parched vessel, being filled to the brim in a daze. Her thoughts drifted back to the previous night. This feeling, I can't hold back. The indescribable sensation overwhelmed her, causing her muscles to quiver uncontrollably. Yulu's body softened, collapsing uncontrollably to the side, lazily reclining against the plush sofa. The now depleted crystal core crumbled to ash. Her powers had significantly strengthened, a clear sign of advancement. Observing Yulu in her ecstasy, Lin Yun felt a pang of imbalance within himself. Why was it that when I absorbed a crystal core, I began with pleasure, only to end up in agony later? Yulu's hair was tousled around her face, her breath coming in quick gasps, her cheeks flushed from the intense stimulation of the crystal absorption. Why does it feel so good? It's almost as if Lin Gu is caressing me. In the next moment, she groggily lifted her gaze, meeting Lin Yun's playful smile. Lin Yun leaned against the armrest of the sofa, arms crossed, his eyes sparkling with mischief as he regarded her. Yulu's face instantly ignited, turning crimson as if it might bleed. It's not like that. It's just this crystal core that's problematic. Yulu hastily lowered her head, wishing she could disappear into the ground. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, she curled up, shielding her face with her arms, attempting to evade Lin Yun's teasing gaze. Just as she wished to hide away, Lin Yun produced a fresh set of clothes from behind him, offering them to her with a gentle smile. You've worked up quite a sweat. Go changed. This suggestion, her shyness intensified. Yulu realized her thighs were indeed damp, momentarily plagued by the desire to obliterate the world. This was truly mortifying, a shameful display. Let it all end, this world. Stealing a glance at the clothes through her fingers, she hesitated but eventually snatched them up, dashing to the bathroom. Yet, the next moment, her head popped out, looking somewhat bewildered as she stammered. The clothes are all full, no worries. We can just discard the old ones after lunch, Lin Yun reassured her. While our water supply is currently sufficient, it's best not to waste it on laundry. We can retrieve some more clothes in the afternoon, wearing one set while discarding another. Free shopping, that's how extravagant we are. Before long, Yulu emerged from the bathroom, having changed. She bit her lower lip nervously, glancing up to meet Lin Yun's gaze from across the room. Instinctively tugging at the edges of her clothing, she slightly turned to the side and softly murmured, "Thank you for the clothes." Her voice was gentle, laced with shyness. "Honestly, I've seen far worse. Why be so bashful?" "Wait, it's not the right time to." "Then why not utilize your abilities to recover from your injuries?" After lunch, the three of them armed themselves with weapons and some snacks and beverages, ready to set out. However, upon reaching the 6th floor, Lin Yun suddenly halted. Yulu looked at him, puzzled. "Lin Gu, what's wrong?" "It's nothing. I just feel uneasy with no one guarding the base." Lin Yun glanced up the staircase, voicing his concern. With so many possessions at home, should they be stolen, it would truly pain him. Zhadai stepped forward. "Then I'll keep watch. There's too much valuable stuff here for me to feel at ease." Lin Yun shook his head, declining. "No need. I have my methods. You two go ahead downstairs." Zhao Dahai and Yulu exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of Lin Yun's intentions. However, trusting in him, they said nothing and turned to descend the stairs. Upon witnessing the silhouettes of two individuals vanish around the corner, Lin Yun flexed his wrist. There should be no issues, though he was uncertain about the level of commotion it might cause. He reached out and gently tapped on the steps. The vector ability was activated. Without warning, a dull crack reverberated through the staircase. A slender fissure stealthily appeared. Initially as fine as a hair, it rapidly twisted upwards at a visible pace, splitting the once smooth surface of the stairs into alarming crevices. Crack, crack, as the fissure widened, the muted sounds echoed continuously. The gap grew broader, with surrounding concrete blocks beginning to loosen, flaking away and tumbling down. Soon, the stairs on either side of the crack appeared to lose their support, teetering precariously. In but a few seconds, the fissure had spread across the entire staircase, climbing from the base to the apex. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the staircase erupted like a detonated bomb, shattering into large chunks of concrete that fell like raindrops, raising clouds of dust. Once the dust settled slightly, the interior of the shattered staircase revealed twisted steel rebar protruding grotesquely. The stairs from the 6th to the 8th floor had completely crumbled, with numerous debris plummeting down. Yet each time a fragment neared Lin Yun, it would be deflected away. This was the very reason he had allowed the two to leave first. He did not wish to expend unnecessary energy controlling the falling rubble. The remnants of the staircase, under Lin Yun's manipulation, were hastily gathered into the corridor of the 6th floor. With a wave of his hand, he orchestrated a whirlwind to disperse the dust, revealing the platform of the 8th floor visible from the 6th. Given the extent of the destruction, it was inevitable that the walls bore some cracks. Though they were of little consequence, surely this would deter anyone from ascending, would it not? There were many belongings at home, and even if someone managed to reach the upper floors, they could hardly carry much away. Lin Yun descended to the underground garage, where Bai Yulu and Zhao Dehai had been waiting for quite some time. As soon as Bai Yulu spotted Lin Yun, she eagerly approached him with inquiries. "Brother Lin, what were you doing just now? There was such a ruckus above." Lin Yun smirked, an opportunity presenting itself. He would not shy away from it. "Oh, nothing much, just dismantled the staircase from the 6th to the 8th floor." Bai Yulu, while Zhao Dehai, who had been eavesdropping, exclaimed, Chapter 46, The Clam and the Heron Struggle. "Brother Lin, which way are we headed?" Zhao Dehai inquired from the driver's seat. Lin Yun opened his phone to consult the dubious map and pointed to a location, stating, "Today, we shall visit this place." Upon seeing the designated spot on the map, Zhao Dehai's face contorted in confusion. "Yuqing Zoo? Brother Lin, it doesn't seem like a place with supplies. What are we going there for?" "Because I wish to observe what changes occur in these animals." Lin Yun stroked his chin, continuing, "Zombies evolve to a certain extent and gain a semblance of intelligence. I am curious if these animals also undergo evolution. Becoming more intelligent. Will their attitude towards humans change? Will they still submit to humanity?" Bai Yulu's eyes brightened. "Brother Lin, you're not thinking of capturing a mutated animal as a pet, are you? It's a possibility. But I also intend to hunt another mutated creature to see if their flesh is consumable," Lin Yun acknowledged. "If the meat from evolved creatures is edible, it would be good news for all of humanity." Zhao Dehai ignited the engine and drove according to the dubious map's guidance. However, they deliberately took a longer route, navigating through more densely populated areas. As the truck approached an intersection, Lin Yun suddenly directed, "Head that way. I recall there's a clothing store there. We should borrow some garments." Having not visited the clothing store in quite some time, Lin Yun was uncertain of the current situation there. Zhao Dehai turned the steering wheel towards the clothing store. Upon arrival, the sight that greeted them was astonishing. The entire street was choked with an array of vehicles, all drivers transformed into zombies. Bai Yulu hesitated, asking, "Brother Lin, should we go in?" "Forget it. Let us just take some from the shops outside. Driving in would be too troublesome." Lin Yun contemplated and ultimately decided against entering. There would undoubtedly be a significant number of zombies inside. He was unwilling to deal with a horde of ordinary zombies, which were merely trash without any crystal cores. There were plenty of places selling clothes and shoes, so it didn't matter where they went. Zhao Dehai parked the truck in front of a clothing store, a large chain with decent quality. The three, armed with silenced handguns, disembarked from the truck. Although they were not inside the clothing mall, there were still quite a few zombies, numbering in the dozens. Poo. It must be said that Zhao Dehai and Bai Yulu possessed impressive shooting skills. This time, Lin Yun didn't even need to intervene, as the two managed to eliminate all the zombies effortlessly. "Just grab what you like, but stay safe and watch out for any Liao Lu zombies," Lin Yun advised. "Just in case, don't worry. We're not that foolish," Bai Yulu reassured, patting her heaving chest. Lin Yun averted his gaze, slightly concerned whether she would find the right sizes. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Bai Yulu approached, arms laden with clothes, exclaiming in frustration, "Brother Lin, there are no suitable sizes for masks in this store." "I guessed as much," Lin Yun remarked with curiosity. "How did you manage to get masks before?" Bai Yulu felt a bit embarrassed but explained, "I used to get mine custom-made from specialty stores." "What will you do now? There are hardly any people left. You can't go around like this every day." This predicament was a tad awkward, albeit slightly exhilarating. However, Lin Yun did not wish for his woman to provide benefits to others. He preferred to admire her in secret. "How about wrapping some fabric around you like a bear?" Lin Yun suggested. "For now, you could wear a chest binder. That way, you wouldn't have to worry about being seen." "I suppose that will have to do for now." Bai Yulu sighed resignedly, heading into the shop to search for a binder. Perhaps this was a common woe for those with natural talent. "Thank you." Before long, the three had loaded a considerable number of clothes into the truck, enough to last a month or two. Bai Yulu donned a chest binder, and though it still felt a bit shaky while walking, it was a significant improvement. Just as they prepared to leave, a sudden shrill cry echoed from a distance, emanating from a creature of considerable size. Hiss! Is it a big one? Lin Yun leaped lightly, using the whirlwind to elevate himself to the rooftop. However, the scene before him made Lin Yun momentarily dumbfounded. What in the world were those two monsters? As the distant dust gradually settled, a spine-chilling entity came into view. It was a grotesque creature towering over 30 meters, resembling a spider. Its body was devoid of skin, entirely composed of flesh and blood, the crimson, quivering muscle tissue laid bare without restraint. Viscous blood flowed incessantly from its contorted limbs, pooling on the ground into a stinking puddle of gore. Its thick, twisted legs resembled countless entwined flesh serpents, each step accompanied by the violent contraction of muscle and the creaking of bones. The immense abdomen was even more unsettling, densely covered with faceless human visages, each face contorted, grimacing, or filled with terror, all whispering in low tones. Their lips moved rapidly, producing indistinct, fragmented sounds that intertwined into a bizarre, spine-chilling melody. The eyes of these faceless visages were either hollow and vacant or glimmering with malice. Surveying their surroundings, judging by the characteristics of this monster, Lin Yun surmised it was likely a mutated zombie. But are you cheating? How can you be so enormous? Even from a distance, Lin Yun could feel an overwhelming sense of pressure. The other creature was rather peculiar. It resembled a triceratops but was significantly smaller, measuring only around 20 meters. Its robust skeleton was openly visible, protruding sharply. Between the bones, patches of skin were unevenly distributed, some taut and others missing. Its massive head resembled a small hill, the skull prominently raised, with particularly thick bone structure at the brow. Its sunken eye sockets glowed with a sinister green-slitted gaze, exuding a chilling ferocity. Below its enormous nasal bone lay a bloodied maw filled with sharp teeth, glistening with traces of blood, likely remnants from tearing into the spider-like creature. Furthermore, its tail was long and thick, with the end forming sharp, backward-facing hooks, covered in serrations, thrashing wildly behind it. However, this creature appeared to be in a poor state, ensnared by the viscous fluids of the spider-like monster, unable to break free. Was this also a mutant? But aren't mutants supposed to lack skin? Was it a new species, or perhaps an anomaly? Lin Yun stroked his chin in contemplation, gradually adopting a more lecherous expression. Was this scene not akin to a struggle between a clam and a heron? Chapter 47. Damn, Liao Lu, may you die a miserable death. Hiss! The terrifying, flesh-and-blood spider creature slowly writhed its massive body, preparing to indulge in its feast. The faces densely packed on its abdomen seemed to sense their master's delight, erupting into a cacophony of piercing laughter. Hee-hee. These faceless visages included the elderly, youths, and even children, creating a chaotic medley of laughter that resonated like a sinister melody in the mind. As the grotesque flesh-and-blood spider creature lunged to seize its prey, Lin Yun, concealed at a distance, furrowed his brow. To his astonishment, the prey, the horned dragon beast, was inexplicably laughing. Was it deliberate? Did this creature now possess a qualification for cunning? Which authority sanctioned this? In the next moment, the horned dragon beast, which had been awaiting its demise, erupted in a sudden blaze of blood flames. The flames, a bizarre dark red hue, were intensely searing, instantly incinerating the mucus coating its body. With a thunderous roar, the horned dragon beast unleashed a terrifying pillar of flame, measuring 5 to 6 meters in diameter, directed at the flesh-and-blood spider creature. The spider, caught off guard, was struck directly by the inferno. Sizzling, the flames enveloped its form, eliciting a haunting shriek, sharp and piercing. Even Lin Yun, peering from a distance, found himself compelled to isolate the sound with his vector abilities. The grotesque human faces adorning the spider's abdomen began to wail in agony, their cries echoing throughout the desolate ruins. Ah! The faceless visages twisted grotesquely, their features almost merging into one. Yet, a peculiar phenomenon occurred. The lamentations of the human faces within the spider's abdomen, intertwined with a terrifying psychic force, struck like invisible blades, piercing into the horned dragon beast. Momentarily dazed, the once raging flames extinguished, and the beast both individuals hold the truth in their grasp. As long as they do not encounter an excessively powerful mutated zombie, problems are unlikely to arise. Slightly controlling his own gravitational pull upwards, Lin Yun's body soared into the air, defying the law of universal gravitation. With the force of a whirlwind propelling him, he swiftly flew back in the direction he had come from. Meanwhile, Bai Yulu, stationed beside the truck, felt a twinge of anxiety, her fingers nervously caressing her handgun. The earlier commotion had been quite significant. Even from a distance, they could feel the faint tremors, making it hard to imagine what kind of beast could produce such a sound. Zhao Dahai, sensing Bai Yulu's unease, spoke up, "Do not worry. Brother Lin's strength is unfathomable no matter how formidable the creature. It cannot withstand a single strike from him. I am aware of Brother Lin's prowess. Yet I cannot help but feel anxious," Bai Yulu admitted, placing her delicate hand over her heart in an attempt to calm its rapid beating. But the excess padding rendered her unable to feel anything. "Ah, Brother Lin is back. I told you nothing would happen," Zhao Dahai suddenly exclaimed with delight. Bai Yulu turned to see a figure approaching slowly from a distance. It was indeed Lin Yun. "How are things on your end? Have you encountered any mishaps?" Lin Yun inquired as he reached the toot. "Rest assured, Brother Lin. Everything here has been handled," Zhao Dahai replied, leaning in with curiosity. "By the way, Brother Lin, what about your situation?" "Sigh, I am not one who enjoys boasting. But if someone is curious, I suppose I must provide an answer. It's nothing much, just two creatures measuring several dozen meters. Do not worry. I have already dealt with them." Lin Yun's tone was remarkably calm, as if he were casually swatting away a mosquito on his way to buy something. "How many?" Both Zhao Dahai and Bai Yulu looked on in disbelief, particularly Zhao Dahai, as a child. He had been fond of watching Ultraman. Those monsters, like the light giant, were only a few dozen meters tall. So how could Brother Lin truly contend with Ultraman? At that moment, Zhao Dahai ceased to believe in light and instead placed his faith in Lin Yun. "Brother Lin is incredible," Bai Yulu then asked with concern. "But, Brother Lin, are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries?" "Haha, as a seasoned ambusher, how could I possibly be hurt?" "Fear not. Those two small calami could never harm me. Am I not strong? Did you not witness it yesterday?" Upon seeing the mischievous smile at the corner of Lin Yun's mouth, Bai Yulu instantly understood, her face flushing with embarrassment. It seemed her thighs were beginning to perspire again. What a rogue. Zhao Dahai, however, assumed Lin Yun was referring to his impressive display of strength from the previous day, oblivious to the underlying implications. Meanwhile, a group of mysterious individuals clad in black trench coats and gray masks observed the scattered remains of a flesh spider. Looking somewhat perplexed, one of the mysterious figures, marked by silver patterns on his mask, spoke calmly, "Could someone enlighten me on what transpired? Why has our hard-won quarry been snatched away? Who was left here to monitor?" Despite the calmness of the speaker, the others lowered their heads, hesitant to utter a word. "You? Tell me who was responsible for monitoring this location," he commanded, pointing at a diminutive figure who had shielded the others. The small man's legs began to tremble, his knees buckling uncontrollably. The others instinctively moved aside, fearing the repercussions. Completely exposed before their leader, he could no longer bear the pressure, collapsing to his knees and frantically begging for mercy. "Lord, please grant me another chance. Do not fret. These are mere trifles," the leader replied. Just as the small man thought he could breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt the world spin, a familiar headless figure kneeling before him. "This is my body." He attempted to speak, his mouth agape in terror, yet no sound emerged. Moments later, the small man fell completely silent. "Let us proceed. We must find a way to lure a creature from the abyss of despair. This time, failure is not an option. Time is running short. The key to restart has depleted its energy. We have but this single opportunity left." Chapter 49. The coordination of two. Let us set forth. I wonder if we might encounter anything intriguing. Having secured the truck's door, the three gradually returned to their seats. Unintentionally, Lin Yun spotted several shadowy figures clad in black atop a distant rooftop. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they vanished. Was it merely an illusion? Lin Yun furrowed his brow, gazing intently at the spot until the truck rounded a corner and obscured his view. Bai Yulu, seated behind, meticulously observed Lin Yun, noting the frown etched across his features. "Even his frown is so handsome, Brother Lin. What were you looking at just now?" Did you discover something? She asked, her curiosity piqued. Lin Yun tore open a packet of spicy strips, replying, nothing much. I must have been mistaken. Would you like a piece? He then thrust a large spicy strip towards her mouth. Feeling the unexpected object near her lips, Bai Yulu's face flushed, but she still opened her mouth to accept the treat. With her mouth occupied, Lin Yun turned to Zhao Dahai. Dahai, would you like one? No, Brother Lin. I do not particularly enjoy snacks. Zhao Dahai declined. On their journey, the trio emptied several small supermarkets, though nearly half had already been raided. The truck was over half filled with an abundance of items, including many snacks from their childhood. Oh, this small supermarket surprisingly has big knife meat. I haven't seen this snack in ages. However, Lin Yun was not one to allow the two to take it easy for too long. Without sufficient trials, how could one grow? As they passed a barbecue shop, Lin Yun spotted a mutated zombie from a distance. Dahai, Yulu, can we handle that mutated zombie over there? Do not worry. I will have your backs. Zhao Dahai replied, studying the creature with furrowed brows. According to the official information, this zombie was at least a Tier 2, Yulu, and I may not yet be Tier 2, but we should be able to manage. Bai Yulu, her large watery eyes shifting from Lin Yun to the zombie, observed a towering figure nearing 3 meters in height, ambling about like a simpleton. I think we can give it a try. Bai Yulu's ability dealt less damage but offered solid control, while Zhao Dahai's lightning abilities were quite formidable. If they coordinated well, they should encounter no significant issues. Crucially, they also possessed the truth. Even a mutated zombie could not completely withstand its damage. Just be cautious. Although I will intervene at critical moments, unexpected situations can arise, so you both must exercise utmost caution. Lin Yun reiterated as they prepared to exit the vehicle. Rest assured, Brother Lin, we are well aware of our limits. Bai Yulu affirmed, refusing to act like a helpless girl. She understood the necessity of becoming stronger rather than relying solely on Lin Yun. She aspired to contribute in ways beyond merely cooking and warming his bed. Exchanging glances with Zhao Dahai, they resolved to first eliminate the zombies approaching them. Puff, 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 roar. The noise created by the zombies startled the dazed mutated zombie, which, upon seeing live prey, charged forward, its mind consumed by primal hunger. Roar, flesh, it is flesh. I must eat flesh. Bai Yulu extended her hand, activating her with control ability. Several root-like tendrils erupted from the asphalt, tightly ensnaring the mutated zombie's ankles. Flesh, boom. The mutated zombie toppled heavily to the ground. Naturally, Zhao Dahai and Bai Yulu seized the opportunity to rain down fire upon the fallen creature, emptying their magazines. Tat tat tat. Roar, it hurts. The zombie howled, its powerful arms shielding its head, though the bullets did not inflict fatal wounds. They left a multitude of puncture marks. Roar, die. The mutated zombie bellowed in rage, seizing the chance while the two reloaded. It exerted all its strength to break free. The roots binding its ankles gradually loosened amid its frantic thrashing. With a sharp crack, the zombie broke free, rising unsteadily. One of its arms dangled uselessly, nearly severed, held together only by a strip of torn flesh. As it moved, the wound exposed ghastly white bone and dark crimson bruising. The mutated zombie glared fiercely at the two in the distance, growling in anger. Roar, I will devour you. Reflecting on its diligent existence, the creature had only consumed a few delectable morsels each day, yet today it had been assaulted by its food. How could it endure? It was quite absurd that it remained alive after such an encounter. Zhao Dahai's brow furrowed deeply. Bai Yulu, though her expression was grave, spoke with evident excitement. Be careful. It's moving again. Spread out. No sooner had she spoken than the enraged mutated zombie charged towards the two, its speed defying its massive frame, creating a gust of wind in its wake. Zhao Dahai reacted swiftly, raising his weapon without hesitation. Bang. Yet the bullet merely embedded itself in the zombie's flesh. The creature paused briefly before resuming its charge. In the blink of an eye, it was upon them. Raising its massive hand to strike down, Zhao Dahai, unable to evade, could only brace himself with his gun. Smack! The rifle was bent under the force of the blow, sending him flying several meters back. Dahai! Bai Yulu cried out in alarm, quickly opening fire, her bullets igniting as they flew towards the zombie. However, this time, the foolish mutated zombies surprisingly became clever, using a zombie corpse as a shield. The bullets passed through the zombie's body with diminished force, inflicting little harm. The zombies were successfully lured, roaring in fury as they turned towards Bai Yulu, preparing to hurl the corpse at her. Ha! Taste my move. Old tree's root. At the critical moment, Bai Yulu whispered, the veins on her forehead slightly bulging as she exerted her full power to manipulate her wood-controlling abilities. The ground erupted with several thick roots, writhing like famished pythons, fiercely ensnaring the zombies. Roar, die, die, die. The zombies struggled madly, the roots creaking under the strain, but even with one arm severed, they ultimately lacked the strength. Damn it, how strong! Bai Yulu was almost unable to maintain control and hurriedly shouted to Zhao Dahai. Quickly! Zhao Dahai took a deep breath, focusing his mind, gripping a metallic rod crackling with immense electricity. He firmly planted his feet and hurled it forward. The metallic rod, charged with powerful electricity, pierced straight through the zombie's eye into its brain. Zzz. The zombie convulsed violently, the current wreaking havoc within its fragile brain, scorching it to a crisp. Moments later, the movements of the mutated zombie gradually ceased, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Zhao Dahai and Bai Yulu slumped to the ground, panting heavily, sweat thoroughly soaking their clothes. Chapter 50. Leave no survivors. Clap, clap, clap. Lin Yun approached, applauding the performance of the two with an affirming smile. Well done. He made no demands, as experience comes from practice, and the fact that they could achieve this level was commendable. In truth, compared to experience, Lin Yun couldn't claim to be particularly skilled, as he relied purely on numerical superiority when confronting zombies. Zhao Dahai and Bai Yulu exchanged smiles, feeling like children rewarded with a little red flower by their teacher. So delightful, Bai Yulu's cheeks still bore an unusual blush. She raised her hand to gently tuck a damp strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her fair earlobe, which bore a hint of charming pink. Slightly lowering her head, her gaze evasive, she softly spoke to Lin Yun. Brother Lin, I executed it so beautifully. Shouldn't you reward me? Her voice was sweet and soft, reminiscent of the little big fairy from last night. After speaking, she stole a glance at Lin Yun, her long eyelashes fluttering with anticipation. Hissed this little fairy, I isn't it a bit inappropriate to be so forward outdoors? Lin Yun leaned closer, whispering in her ear. How about we add an hour tonight? You re-insufferable, Bai Yulu covered her flushed face, playfully scolding. Zhao Dahai, am I that inconspicuous? I should report you for mistreating Haki Wong. Single dogs have rights too. After a brief rest, the group set out once more. This time, they wasted no time, as darkness could prevent their return to the community. In about an hour, they arrived at the entrance of the ZOO. As soon as they got out of the vehicle, a horde of zombies was attracted, staggering towards them. Ha ha! Zhao Dahai and Bai Yulu swiftly seized their assault rifles, unhesitatingly emptying their magazines. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets rained down upon the zombies, causing them to topple one by one. Flesh splattered, and the air was filled with an even more nauseating stench, worse than stepping on fermented sauerkraut in Hong Kong. Seems there aren't many zombies here. Bai Yulu observed her surroundings. Suddenly, Lin Yun conjured an air bullet at his fingertips and forcefully shot it at Bai Yulu's feet. Bang! The explosion startled Bai Yulu, who instinctively jumped back. What was that? Bai Yulu, still shaken, looked over to see a transparent worm, roughly 20 centimeters long, writhing in agony on the ground. The ground was splattered with the slimy substance it secreted, emitting a pungent odor. Upon closer inspection, the worm's body exhibited blue and white stripes. Likely its elongated organs. Lin Yun casually waved his hand, and a whirlwind materialized, instantly shredding the worm into a mass of fragments. This worm was a first for the three of them, but instinctively, they knew it was far from benign. Be cautious. I've never seen this before, and I can't guarantee what would happen if we got entangled with it, Lin Yun warned. The two nodded. Growing more vigilant, the trio cautiously ventured into the zoo, which was eerily silent, punctuated only by the occasional low growls of zombies. They hadn't gone far before they encountered wandering zombies. These zombies were exceedingly grotesque. Their bodies infested with writhing transparent worms. Their eye sockets had been replaced by these worms, which swayed within, seemingly controlling the zombies' movements. These zombies are parasitized, Bai Yulu frowned. Zhao Dahai snorted dismissively. Let us deal with them first. With that, he and Bai Yulu raised their assault rifles once more, unleashing a torrent of gunfire upon the zombies. The zombies fell under the barrage, But to their surprise, after dying, the transparent worms began to emerge from the zombies' bodies, rapidly crawling towards them. How could there be so many of these things? Lin Yun frowned, summoning a powerful gust of wind. Pft, pft. The gale transformed into countless sharp blades, shredding the approaching worms into pieces, sending worm remnants and slime flying. The trio pressed onward, and the situation worsened the deeper they ventured. It had become a nest of worms, with them swarming and secreting slime, making the ground slippery and nauseating beneath their feet. The zombies had become a breeding ground for the worms, and the animals within the zoo had not escaped their fate, all parasitized. Moreover, perhaps due to the parasitism, every animal they encountered had also turned into zombies. Controlled by the worms, Lin Yun furrowed his brow, glancing at the two, and declared, "These creatures are using zombies as breeding grounds for their larvae. I'm not comfortable allowing these things to continue developing. This city has too many zombies. If they spread, the consequences would be dire, potentially threatening our safety. Would you like to wait outside?" Before either could respond, a parasitized lion lunged towards them with its massive jaws agape. Its body was crawling with worms, and its eye sockets were similarly ravaged. Uniquely, the worms emerging from its eye sockets resembled eyeballs, akin to snail eyes. "What breed is this?" Zhao Dahai quickly fired, but the bullets only momentarily halted the lion, which then lunged at them with even greater ferocity. Roar. Seeing this, Lin Yun waved his hand, conjuring a powerful air blade aimed at the lion. The air blade was razor-sharp, instantly cleaving the lion in two. Blood and slime gushing forth. Hiss, roar. The lion howled in pain as a multitude of blood-red long worms erupted from its bisected body, intertwining and miraculously restoring its form. Bai Yulu, witnessing this, thrust her hands forward, summoning several roots from the ground to ensnare the lion. The vines quickly coiled around the lioness body, but the worms wriggled out, gnawing at the vines. "Damn it, what on earth are these worms? They incredibly troublesome," Bai Yulu gritted her teeth. Just as they found themselves in a stalemate with the lion, a horde of parasitized monkeys leapt down from the trees, launching their attack. Heek! These monkeys were remarkably agile, leaping between branches and hurling stones and twigs at them. Lin Yun's brow furrowed into a deep frown. Indeed, these vile creatures must be eradicated, for leaving them would only spell disaster. This creature is too terrifying. It cannot be allowed to remain. Chapter 51. The Giant Slug. Roar. The lion, recently cleaved in two, charged at Lin Yun once more. It seemed that the worms had sensed Lin Yun as the greatest threat, redirecting their focus entirely onto him. Lin Yun casually slapped the lion's head with a powerful blow. Bang! The lion's head exploded instantaneously, red and white fluids splattering everywhere. The immense force sent the lioness body flying like a cannonball, crashing hard against the wall behind. Boom! The wall, unable to withstand the impact, collapsed, sending dust and debris flying. Just as Lin Yun prepared to deal with the frenzied monkeys, he was drawn by a commotion behind him. To his astonishment, the headless zombie lion, under the control of a swarm of transparent long worms, staggered back to its feet. The worms, resembling white threads, slithered through the lioness body, manipulating its limbs as it stiffly approached Lin Yun and the others. Eek! Meanwhile, the surrounding zombie monkeys, perhaps triggered by the gruesome scene or receiving some command, screeched piercingly, launching themselves at the trio from all directions. The monkeys' mouths dripped with white slime, and their eyes had likewise been overtaken by worms, creating a thoroughly repugnant sight. Lin Yun remained composed, gently raising his left hand, palm forward, as an invisible force surged forth. The surrounding air began to swirl violently, forming a small vortex. Lin Yun's lips curled into a subtle smile as he gently waved his hand, causing the swirling vortex to rapidly expand, transforming in an instant into a howling whirlwind. Whoosh whoosh! The sound of the wind grew increasingly louder, the whirlwind engulfing nearby sand, stones, and splintered wood, its power intensifying with each passing moment. Zhao Dahai and Bai Yulu stood to the side, their faces awash with astonishment, eyes wide as saucers, and mouths slightly agape, as if they had witnessed a miracle. Yet, even greater shock loomed ahead, as Lin Yun continuously infused his abilities. The whirlwind swelled larger, gradually morphing into a colossal tornado. The tornado emitted a deafening roar, rampaging uncontrollably through everything in its vicinity. Trees were uprooted, tossed into the air like mere toys, buildings crumbled under the force of the mighty tornado, bricks and debris flying in all directions. A multitude of parasitic zombies were swept into the chaos, instantly torn to shreds, their flesh a gory mess. Strangely, this terrifying tornado did not affect them. Rather, it formed an invisible protective barrier around the trio. Observing the scene before him, Lin Yun felt it lacked a certain flair. Let us make today's wines a bit more boisterous. With a mere thought, he conjured several more tornadoes in an instant. Multiple whirlwinds rampaged through the zoo, intertwining and merging, leaving devastation in their wake. After confirming the absence of any zombies after relocating the supplies, the vehicle restarted and headed towards the residential area. However, their luck on the return journey was not particularly favorable, as they encountered only a few scattered mutated zombies, yielding merely 3 zombie crystal cores. Once the truck was parked, Lin Yun took the lead with the supplies, followed closely by Zhao Dahai and Bai Yulu as they ascended to the 6th floor of the complex. Yet, upon reaching the corner of the 6th floor and preparing to continue upward, the sight before them rendered their expressions momentarily stiff. The staircase that should have led to the 7th and 8th floors had vanished without a trace, leaving only a jarring platform and exposed rebar. Zhao Dahai's eyes widened. Although he had previously known that the stairs had been dismantled, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. They demolished it so thoroughly. Bai Yulu's reaction was even more pronounced, albeit more discreet. She subtly tugged at the hem of her clothing, attempting to conceal her pant legs. Furthermore, perhaps due to the anticipation of returning to a more intimate setting, her gaze towards Lin Yun was almost magnetic. The two stood frozen in place, one fixated on the abrupt absence of steps, the other on the handsome figure before her. "Fear not, for I am here," Lin Yun reassured them, placing his hands on their shoulders, his vector ability instantaneously altering their gravitational pull. Zhao Dahai and Bai Yulu felt their bodies become weightless, defying Newton's law of universal gravitation as they began to ascend. Lin Gu, I have a slight fear of heights," Bai Yulu exclaimed, leaping into Lin Yun's embrace, her voice soft and delicate. "Isn't this just a mere 10 centimeters off the ground? What is there to be afraid of? If you're feeling unwell, just say so," Lin Yun replied, somewhat exasperated, yet still holding Bai Yulu close. With her so willingly in his arms, how could he possibly refuse? Extending his other hand, a powerful gust of energy surged forth from his palm, coalescing into a small whirlwind. The whirlwind howled, propelling the three upward at great speed, further enhancing the altered gravity. Lin Gu, I'm really scared of heights. I want to hold on too," Zhao Dahai cried out, his eyes wide with panic. "As a man, you must learn to overcome your fears, you know? If you had a more alluring figure, I would certainly not refuse." Before long, the trio successfully reached the 8th floor. As Lin Yun retracted his ability, Zhao Dahai and Bai Yulu felt gravity return to normal, their feet firmly planted on the floor. Bai Yulu took a deep breath, savoring the scent coming from Lin Yun's chest, reluctantly letting go. Meanwhile, Zhao Dahai, his legs weakened, collapsed onto the ground. "Lin Gu, next time please give me some time to prepare. I truly have a fear of heights," he managed to say as he regained his composure, hurriedly crawling away from the safety passage, clearly still shaken. "You'll get used to it. A man fearing heights? How ridiculous. Look at Yulu. She wasn't scared at all." Though Lin Yun spoke with confidence, it was only due to his control over his powers. If he were an ordinary person, he would undoubtedly feel anxious about floating like that. Zhao Dahai felt somewhat speechless, wanting to say something but finding himself at a loss for words. "Boss, this makes me seem quite weak. All right, let us move on and set down the supplies." With Lin Yun's guidance, the supplies floated in the air, following the three into the room. Given the sheer volume, Lin Yun knew his own space was insufficient. They would have to place them in the adjacent empty unit. Their community was quite harmonious, and no one would object to borrowing a neighbor's place. However, the room required some tidying up, as it still bore the remnants of zombie blood and an unpleasant odor. Bai Yulu, possessing a slight obsession with cleanliness, insisted on thoroughly eliminating the stench and stains. Lin Yun could confidently assert that Zhao Dahai's current living space was not as clean. After spending a significant amount of time, they finally managed to organize the supplies. "All right, Dahai, Yulu, come here for a moment." Lin Yun led them to the sofa in his living room, retrieving several zombie crystal cores from his person. Take these crystal cores, they are of no further use to me. Zhao Dahai and Bai Yulu stared at the crystal cores on the coffee table. Momentarily taken aback, Lin Gu, I admit that initially, I followed you for your protection, but you have already provided us with so much. Whether it's supplies or weapons, taking the crystal cores now would be inappropriate. Zhao Dahai refused to even glance at the cores on the table. Lin Yun nodded silently, reaffirming that their visit to this community had been the right choice. Where else could he find such useful tools? Teammates. Bai Yulu also shook her head in refusal, stating, I have hands and feet, as well as a gun. I can easily kill zombies myself to obtain crystal cores. Her initial motives had mirrored those of Zhao Dahai, and she could understand their reluctance. It was a natural human sentiment. Just as one cannot resist the urge to browse the internet late at night, Bai Yulu did not wish to be merely a decorative presence. To stay by Lin Yun's side, her strength was an indispensable condition. Lin Yun was at a loss for words. It had been a long time since he had encountered someone so unselfishly greedy. Take them. These crystal cores are too weak for me, and 1T enhance my abilities. Lin Yun did not give them the opportunity to refuse any longer. I need you both to strengthen yourselves quickly. This way, you can assist me. From now on, you must obtain your own zombie crystal cores. That's settled. Zhao Dahai and Bai Yulu were on the cusp of advancement, and their self-defense capabilities would significantly improve. They exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was Zhao Dahai who first picked up a crystal core, took a deep breath, and swallowed it whole. This is how a normal person absorbs a crystal core, he thought. Realizing that Lin Yun and Bai Yulu only did so due to their abilities, a warm surge of energy flowed from his abdomen throughout his body, making him feel as if someone was gently teasing his meridians with a feather. Each cell quivering with excitement, the intense tingling sensation overwhelmed him. He felt euphoric, even more so than a drug addict indulging in their high. The atmosphere began to shift dramatically, and the scene became quite absurd. Just imagine a greasy, overweight uncle making such expressions. How painfully comical. Seeing this, Bai Yulu no longer hesitated and also began to absorb a crystal core. Several small roots emerged from her palm, entwining tightly around the zombie crystal core. Drawing energy into her body. Lin Gu, this is amazing. Could you please lower your voice? Lin Yun interjected, exasperated that I swear. I'm not doing anything to you right now. Please refrain from calling my name in such peculiar tones. You can call me later when no one is around. As the energy from the crystal cores continued to flow into them, their auras grew increasingly powerful, beyond the few cores Lin Yun had provided. They also absorbed the ones they had earned through their own struggles. Zhao Dahai's surroundings began to shimmer with faint purple arcs of electricity, crackling energetically. Meanwhile, Bai Yulu was enveloped in a soft green glow, slender vines emerging from the earth to encircle her. A few green leaves sprouted atop her head, giving her an exuberantly verdant appearance. Lin Yun couldn't help but feel that the sight of those green leaves was somewhat ominous. Perhaps should he secretly snip them off, but soon enough, her hair began to turn green as well. Surely, he couldn't sneakily cut her hair too. Initially, the tips of her hair bore a subtle hint of green, but as time passed, the color rapidly spread upward. The once jet-black strands were gradually replaced by this refreshing green hue. Once all her hair had transformed, the color deepened, becoming a rich and striking green. Lin Yun was taken aback by the sight. He'll advance one's powers while simultaneously turning green. This was a first for him. Before long, Zhao Dahai suddenly opened his eyes wide, a fierce lightning glint flashing within. He stood up, clenching his fists as he felt the surge of power within him. A confident smile playing on his lips. I've broken through. Second-tier lightning ability. I feel like I could shatter a mountain with a single punch. As he spoke, he raised his hand towards the window, unleashing a bolt of lightning the thickness of an arm. Crack! The hair of everyone present stood on end, creating a hilariously chaotic scene. It was evident that Zhao Dahai's strength had significantly increased upon reaching the second tier of his abilities, enabling him to discharge lightning. Bai Yulu froze for a moment, letting out an unclear moan before slowly rising, her eyes glimmering with surprise. Yet, as she stood, she discreetly tugged at her clothing, perhaps to conceal something. Lin Gu, look, she exclaimed, lightly waving her hand as the vines around her rapidly grew longer and thicker, spreading outward. With a mere thought, the vines sprouted numerous sharp thorns, Bai Yulu's transformation after her advancement was undoubtedly the most significant. Not only had her ability shifted from roots to vine-like structures, but she had also turned green. Lin Gu, I feel that my powers are incredibly strong now. Not only has my resilience increased, but I can also absorb energy from my enemies to nurture my vines. Absorb others' energy? Are you going to develop a thousand-handed manifestation next? What do you think, Lin Gu? Is this ability acceptable? Bai Yulu inquired, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Quite impressive, but why does your hair look like a lush meadow? Lin Yun chuckled, pointing at her vibrant locks. Bai Yulu responded, a lush meadow. Her mind immediately conjured images of the green often featured in social media trends. The kind that could be worn as a hat soon felt utterly impossible. She spent the entire day observing Lin Gu. How could a seductress possess such audacity to indulge in infidelity right beneath her nose? Beside her, Zhao Dahai wore a look of mild astonishment as he remarked, Yulu, how did you dye your hair? It's a vibrant green, quite striking. A flicker of suspicion crossed her mind, and she thought, I suspect your thick brows and eyes are hinting at something. Bai Yulu, filled with confusion, instinctively raised a hand to tousle her hair, her fingertips brushing against an unprecedentedly slick texture, causing her heart to race. Something was amiss. She abruptly tossed her head, and her once smooth black hair cascaded like a waterfall over Mount Everest. Yet, what met her gaze was a lush expanse of vibrant green, so vivid it made her uneasy. Bai Yulu's eyes widened in disbelief, her lips parted slightly, rendering her momentarily speechless. Am I green? Pfft. Ha ha ha. Lin Yun chuckled at her bewildered expression, finding it inexplicably amusing. Bai Yulu puffed up her cheeks like an adorable pufferfish, evoking an irresistible urge to pinch her and let the air escape. Lin Gu, you wouldn't want tonight's dinner to be inedible, would you? Oh, so you're threatening me now? In response, Lin Yun felt compelled to issue a stern reprimand. Thus, my apologies, it shall not happen again. Just wait until nightfall. You'll have a taste of your own medicine. This time, don't even think about sweet-talking me. Even if you call me Masuta, it won't work. Bai Yulu nodded in satisfaction, realizing that indeed, winning a man's heart through his stomach was crucial. She reached out to play with a strand of green hair, ceasing the use of her abilities, and the vines on the ground began to wither and decayed at that moment. As she halted the use of her powers, her hair astonishingly returned to its original state. Starting from the roots, it gradually transformed back to black, a truly magical sight. Such is the wonder of abilities, utterly unscientific. Hey, my hair is back. I'm not a green-haired turtle anymore, Bai Yulu exclaimed, her delight evident as she gazed at the strands in her hand. Subsequently, she opened her palm, and a small green twig with several leaves sprouted in her hand. However, her hair still hadn't turned the desired shade of green. Perhaps you should increase the output of your powers, Zhao Dahai suggested. Lin Yun concurred, stating it was likely due to insufficient power usage that her hair hadn't transformed. Although Bai Yulu felt something was off, she nonetheless amplified her abilities. The twig swiftly expanded, transforming into a vine as thick as her arm, cascading down to the floor. Concurrently, her raven black locks began to take on a green hue. Indeed, the abilities are at play, Lin Yun mused, stroking his chin. Just as Bai Yulu let out a sigh of relief, she heard Lin Yun speak again. This time, the advancement meant her hair would change color due to the use of her powers. She wondered if the next stage would result in a permanent green. Lin Gu, I'm ignoring you. I'm going to boil some water and take a bath. With that, she stormed off toward the kitchen to prepare. After an unintentional cold shower earlier, she was now well prepared to avoid another embarrassing defeat. Lin Yun, on the other hand, utilized his abilities to isolate his static electricity, restoring his spiky hair to normalcy. He then retrieved a power bank from a nearby drawer. He had collected several in the past, but they were only temporary solutions, bound to lose power eventually. Dahai, can you try to recharge this power bank? Zhao Dahai looked bewildered. Huh? Wait, Lin Gu and me? Lin Yun replied with a grin. You're an electrician and a power-oriented ability user. This should be a piece of cake for you. We're both dealing with electricity here. Dahai, you won't let me down, will you? Zhao Dahai responded. Are you going to ask me to take down Tang Sang and his disciples next? All right, I promised to complete the task. Initially, Zhao Dahai sought to negotiate. But upon seeing Lin Yun's playful expression, His body trembled slightly, and he quickly thumped his chest to assure compliance. With a face full of resignation, Zhao Dahai took the power bank in hand. Hesitating momentarily before confirming, Lin Gu, just don't blame me if this power bank breaks, don't worry. I want to hold you responsible, Lin Yun assured him. He had brought back over 10 of them, and even if Zhao Dahai broke them all, he could always borrow more. This was the apocalypse, after all, an era of zero-cost acquisitions, where one could take what they needed. Relieved, Zhao Dahai flickered his fingers, sparks of electricity dancing as he prepared to inject power into the device. But he paused once more. Lin Gu, if I accidentally blow this up, you must save me. He feared his ample physique might suffer dire consequences from the power bank's explosion. That's only natural. Even if you didn't mention it, I'd be keeping an eye on you. Lin Yun replied reassuringly. As Zhao Dahai was about to say something else, he caught sight of Lin Yun's meaningful smile. He obediently lowered his head, directing his focus back to the power bank. Lin Yun, maintaining his composure, released his tightly clenched fist, grateful that Zhao Dahai was perceptive. Otherwise, the situation might have escalated quickly. They say things happen in threes. Had Zhao Dahai dared to dawdle earlier, he would have understood why flowers bloom so vibrantly. Zhao Dahai's face was a portrait of indecision. Lin Yun, however, remained patient, allowing ample time for consideration. After a while, he slowly extended his trembling fingers, drawing closer to the connection point as his heartbeat quickened. Just as his fingers were about to make contact, Zhao Dahai instinctively swallowed hard. Finally, after a prolonged delay, his fingers met the connection point, and a surge of electricity coursed through his fingertips and into the power bank. Yet, merely 2 seconds later, the power bank swelled ominously, bang. As anticipated, with a resounding explosion, the power bank detonated without warning, scattering black fragments everywhere. Zhao Dahai instinctively recoiled, shutting his eyes, but after a long pause, he felt no pain. When he cautiously opened his eyes, he discovered a large hand shielding him. Cunningly, Zhao Dahai had withdrawn his hand just as he released a spark of electricity. Billowing black smoke erupted from the exploded power bank, filling the air with a pungent, charred odor that made Zhao Dahai cough incessantly. Cough, cough. Lin Gu, controlling the voltage and current is incredibly challenging. Before Lin Yun could respond, Bai Yulu, who had been boiling water in the kitchen, poked her head out, her brow furrowed in confusion. Lin Gu, what are you two doing? It sounds like something exploded. What's that smell? It's so pungent. Chapter 55. Not this mouth. I'm hungry. Lin Yun chuckled softly and replied, it's nothing. Just conducting a little experiment. Just don't blow up the house. Bai Yulu cautioned before turning back to check if the water was boiling. To ask for what they were doing, she was unconcerned. With Lin Yun around, there was little risk of calamity, unless a missile fell from the sky. Even the slightest disturbance was unlikely. Lin Yun continued to retrieve another power bank, offering it to Zhao Dahai. This time, before he could even speak, Zhao Dahai interjected, Lin Gu, this approach won't work. It's like how humanity can't draw a perfect circle. Ah, indeed. You are quite the talent. Even your manner of speaking is different. So, what do you propose? Should we live in darkness once the power runs out? Zhao Dahai furrowed his brow, pacing the room. This was an excellent opportunity for him to showcase his capabilities. One must have dreams, or else, as a level 1 electrician, would he merely settle for being a driver? He needed to step up. Suddenly, after exhausting countless brain cells in mere seconds, inspiration struck, and he exclaimed, Lin Gu, we can use a voltage regulator. By utilizing a voltage regulator to stabilize the voltage, we should be able to solve the charging issue for the power bank. He had encountered this device numerous times, though only the larger 3-phase types. However, he had seen portable variants and believed he could figure out how to use them. Lin Yun squinted thoughtfully for a moment before nodding. All right, that's a good idea. Let us look for one next time we're out. While Lin Yun wasn't particularly familiar with the topic, he had seen many factories utilizing such transformers and regulators. If Zhao Dahai could manage the power output, it should pose no significant issue. Meanwhile, Bai Yulu had finished boiling the water and carefully poured the steaming liquid into a bucket. As she entered the living room, she threw Lin Yun a flirtatious glance. Lin Gu, could you fetch me some clothes, please? Pretty please. Without waiting for Lin Yun's response, she walked away with the bucket. A mischievous grin plastered on her face as she headed towards the bathroom. Bai Yulu gently closed the door behind her, pausing just before locking it, as if remembering something. She raised her hands and began to unbutton her blouse, the fabric sliding down to reveal her fair skin, which shimmered softly in the dim light. As her hands descended to her waistband, she hesitated momentarily, her gaze fixated on her pant legs. A sudden rush of crimson crept up her cheeks, spreading from her ears to her neck. Yulu instinctively bit her lip, her brow furrowing. She had almost forgotten about this. How peculiar. Why had she been so drawn to such thoughts lately? You're so disobedient. I ought to discipline you. With a soft sigh, her face flushed with embarrassment, she lightly slapped her own cheek. Smack! Though the sound was not loud, it echoed clearly within the confines of the small room. You can't just wash up without asking for help. Wait, am I supposed to come and choose tonight's main dish? Lin Yun, halfway through his sentence, swallowed the words back into his throat, clearing his throat as he said, "It's just fetching some clothes. It's a trivial task, I'll go get them right away." He then turned to Zhao Dahai, you continue to ponder over this. I have other matters to attend to. Zhao Dahai responded, wait, Gumin. Your words sound eerily similar to my boss. Should honest people be destined to be treated this way? Alas, I am indeed the embodiment of a mere beast of burden. Never mind, I shall return and shower my little darling with affection. Zhao Dahai, with his plump, fleshy face, wore an increasingly perverse smile as he made his way back to the bedroom next door. His movements were tinged with urgency, and as he entered the room, he eagerly lunged toward the bed. Grasping a corner of the blanket with fervor, he yanked it away and carelessly tossed it aside. Immediately, his gaze fixated intently on the sniper rifle resting beside the pillow. His eyes igniting with fervor, brimming with obsession, he swiftly reached for the hem of his shirt and tore it off, flinging it to the floor. My darling, I am here. He gently extended his hands, treating the sniper rifle with the utmost care as though it were his beloved wife. Subsequently, he settled on the edge of the bed, his legs slightly apart, stabilizing the rifle upon his lap. Shooting is an art form, and prior to this, the maintenance of his cherished weapon was an indispensable ritual. He extracted a pristine white cloth from his pocket and began to delicately wipe it down, ensuring no minute detail was overlooked. His fingers grazed the rifle's body, the pressure reminiscent of caressing the tender skin of a beauty, fearful of leaving even the slightest mark. As he polished the barrel, he leaned closer, peering down its length to confirm the absence of dust before nodding in satisfaction. Darling, have you missed me? The corners of Zhao Dahai's mouth curled upward, revealing an indescribable, eerie smile as he immersed himself in the tender embrace of his sniper rifle. Perhaps one day, he would treat his darling to some gun oil, ensuring she would shine beautifully. This might be what they call a fetish. Though difficult to comprehend, it was undeniably shocking. Meanwhile, Lin Yun found himself in a quandary. He never anticipated that this little enchantress would acquire so many delightful items. Which one should he choose? Gazing at the wardrobe overflowing with a variety of clothing, stockings, and fabrics, he pondered before ultimately selecting the black stockings. A short skirt and a matching lace-trimmed top that, as for the fabric, it would undoubtedly be something alluringly sheer. The tantalizing, translucent allure was almost too enticing for Lin Yun to contemplate. Perfect. Lin Yun approached the bathroom, gently knocking on the door. Yulu, here are the clothes you requested. The next moment, Lin Yun found himself ensnared by the enchanting sorceress's spell, leaving him helpless. He could only rely on his keen insight to assess the situation. Click! The bathroom door swung open, revealing Yulu, who gently pushed the door ajar. Warm steam billowed forth as her dainty feet stepped out, food grade. Her skin glistened under the soft glow of the setting sun. Droplets of water cascading down her slender neck, tracing the curve of her collarbone before vanishing into an unfathomable abyss. Her long hair clung damply to her back, with a few strands playfully draping across her chest, strategically hiding her most alluring points and accentuating her subtle curves. Yulu's cheeks flushed slightly from the steam, her eyes reflecting a blend of languor and allure. She reached out to take the clothes, her delicate fingers lifting Lin Yun's chin as she slinked closer, her waist swaying like a water snake. Lin Gu, I'm hungry. What should I do? Lin Yun's thoughts momentarily faltered. If she was hungry, why not just prepare a meal? There was still plenty left from lunch that could be reheated. Yet, upon hearing her words, Lin Yun found himself feeling a bit hungry as well. However, before he could finish his thought, Bai Yulu gently pressed her finger against his lips. Slowly, she lifted Lin Yun's hand, placing it next to her cherry-red lips, and continued in a voice that could make any man weak in the knees. But I'm not craving that kind of hunger. No, sister. You are simply too alluring. Chapter 56. The plight of Bai Yulu. An hour later, Bai Yulu softly pushed open the bedroom door, stepping out with a slightly unsteady yet blissful gait. Her cheeks resembled the delicate hues of a sunset, radiating a subtle blush, an expression of indescribable shyness and fulfillment. Her gaze exuded an unusual warmth and timidity. Bai Yulu lowered her head slightly, her lips curving upward involuntarily, forming a sweet arc. The push-ups she had just completed had genuinely exhausted her. While self-discipline and exercise is commendable, overexertion can lead to physical strain. Presently, even a simple walk caused her voluptuous thighs to quiver slightly. Truly, Lin Gu had wielded new equipment with such formidable prowess. How would she fare through the night? Bai Yulu worried whether she would be able to sleep at all. A few rebellious strands of hair slipped down beside her flushed cheeks, adding an extra touch of enchanting charm. She gently raised her hand to tidy her slightly disheveled hair, her movements tender and languorous. Taking a deep breath, she inhaled the lingering sweetness that belonged solely to the two of them. A sudden touch to her nose revealed a trickle of mucus. Oh dear, Lin Gu is so annoying with that. Bai Yulu's complexion deepened in hue, hastily retreating to the bathroom for a quick wash. She meticulously cleaned her hands as well, mindful of hygiene after the earlier massage. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Lin Yun tossed a small balloon into the wastebasket, donning his attire. Ah, what a relief. Indeed, these black stockings are quite effective. Just a single step in them had rendered his body stiff. Hiss, perhaps he would give them another try tonight. After all, there were plenty to spare. Lin Yun sat at the head of the bed, extracting the crystal core from the flesh and blood spider monster, adeptly absorbing the energy within. Go advance. One crystal core would surely be insufficient. He would need nearly 10 of similar quality to fill him up. TSK, how many levels am I at now? This progression difficulty is utterly outrageous. Lin Yun found himself perplexed by his current situation, as his advancement process was unlike anyone else's. Absorbing the crystal cores of mutated zombies resulted in a staggering leap in power, an entirely different class of elevation. Soon enough, the energy from the mutated zombie crystal core was completely absorbed. The experience was devoid of agony or ecstasy. It simply felt a bit numb. More critically, the crystal core vanished in the blink of an eye after absorption. What on earth? Is it no longer reusable? Lin Yun furrowed his brow. This was nothing short of a disaster for him. However, he failed to notice the eye on his forehead had involuntarily opened slightly before swiftly closing again. Logically, there should be some residue left, at least a bit of powder or something, yet there was absolutely nothing. How unscientific! Just then, an enticing aroma wafted in from the kitchen, interrupting his thoughts. Braised pork? It smells delicious. I must take a look. Lin Yun stealthily approached the kitchen, positioning himself behind Bai Yulu. Initially intending to surprise her, he paused mid-motion, momentarily taken aback by the ingredients on the chopping board and the dishes simmering in the pot. To his astonishment, there lay an assortment of aphrodisiac herbs, such as cistanches, epimedium, and horny goat wheat, things he was all too familiar with. Wait, sister, what are you doing? A multitude of questions surged within Lin Yun. Don't I always manage to make you whimper? Why would you add these to the dishes? Isn't that a blatant way of saying I'm inadequate? Enraged, Lin Yun pressed his conscience and questioned, what is the meaning of adding these to the food? Ugh. Bai Yulu was caught off guard by the sudden ambush, unable to suppress a soft moan. Being threatened from behind only heightened her fear, causing her legs to weaken. Wait, I'm still cooking with that. Lin Yun grew even more incensed, and Bai Yulu found herself in a predicament. Lin Yun exited the kitchen, carrying the dishes to call Zhao Dahai, while Bai Yulu, exhausted, collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. Clearly, the effort of preparing dinner had taken its toll, and she hadn't yet recovered. During dinner, the same small lamp illuminated the room, with the same 3 individuals present. However, this time, 2 of them wore expressions reminiscent of constipation. Lin Yun, of course, was preoccupied with his role as the relentless aggressor. Meanwhile, Zhao Dahai felt utterly pained, finding the meal far from the joyous feast it had been the previous day. He even restrained his appetite, He couldn't fathom why the dishes were infused with a plethora of kidney-boosting ingredients. After eating this, would he even manage to sleep at night? Even if he did, what if he inadvertently rolled over? Bai Yulu, however, was different. With a smile on her face, she picked up a piece of braised pork, saying, "Come on, eat up." "Why is everyone just sitting there?" she continued, deliberately slowing her movements as she brought the meat to her lips. Taking a gentle bite, with a satisfied squint, she let out a soft murmur of appreciation, her expression growing increasingly smug as she chewed the braised pork, casting sidelong glances at the two men. Then, she picked up another piece, exaggeratedly chewing and making cheerful smacking sounds. "Lin Yun, Zhao Dahai, what a dog. Lin Gu, Yulu, I'm full now. I'll take my leave." Zhao Dahai managed to eat a few bites to satiate himself before making a hasty exit, knowing he had plenty of snacks on hand and wouldn't he go hungry. Click. As he stepped out, he kindly closed the security door, casting Lin Yun a supportive glance, silently conveying a message. "Lin Gu, our future meals depend on you. Do your best." Lin Yun took a deep breath and smiled. "Yulu, your cooking is delightful. I must indulge a bit more with that." He continued to serve himself another bowl of rice, showcasing his enthusiasm. Yet, this expression seemed somewhat ominous, stirring a hint of unease in Bai Yulu. Oh no. Could it be that he intended to pull an all-nighter? A flicker of panic crossed Bai Yulu's delicate face. "Wait, Lin Gu, eat less. It's not good for your health to overeat at night." Bai Yulu yearned to seize Lin Yun's chopsticks, only to be swept into his embrace and subdued in an instant. "That won't do," Lin Yun remarked with a cold smirk. "I feel as though I haven't yet had my fill, and how could I justify your diligent efforts without indulging a little more?" "Ah, the consequences of one's own actions must be faced," he added. Lin Gu, may I wear black stockings tonight? Could you possibly let me off this time?" Bai Yulu's eyes brimmed with tears, her lower lip gently bitten, leaving a rosy hue on her delicate lips, rendering her irresistibly enchanting. She slowly extended her slender fingers, lightly tugging at the hem of Lin Yun's garment, her body leaning slightly forward, a hint of fragile tremor in her voice, which was soft and laced with a touch of coaxing. "Please don't be angry. I realize my mistake. Will you spare me this once?" As she spoke, her head tilted slightly, her lustrous black hair cascading down her cheeks, revealing her fair and elongated neck. Accompanied by her beseeching gaze, she was simply captivating. "His temptress, splendid. You have successfully activated my speed boost. Ah, please, no." Lin Gu thus, Bai Yulu endured a rather arduous night, only able to find rest as the first light of dawn painted the horizon. Chapter 57. A week later time flew by, and a week had swiftly passed. During this time, both Bai Yulu and Zhao Dahai ascended to the third tier, their power significantly enhanced. They could now navigate through hordes of zombies with ease, even without wielding the truth. Naturally, facing too many would still be perilous. Take Zhao Dahai, for instance. His lightning-based powers boasted formidable offensive capabilities. He could effortlessly handle less powerful mutated zombies single-handedly. A single bolt of lightning would incapacitate most carbon-based life forms. Bai Yulu, too, had grown considerably stronger, though her approach differed slightly from Zhao Dahai's. In one-on-one confrontations with more powerful mutated zombies, she might still struggle, occasionally relying on the truth for support. However, when faced with multiple foes, she could unleash despair upon them. After upgrading her with manipulation abilities, she could now absorb energy to catalyze the vines she summoned, even without piercing her enemies. The more adversaries she faced, the more exuberantly her vines grew. Akin to a harvesting machine on the battlefield, as for Lin Yun, his progress was less pronounced, primarily due to the scarcity of formidable mutated creatures to combat. At least, during this week, he had not encountered any colossal threats akin to the flesh and blood spiders. He no longer scrutinized the cores that could enhance his power, absorbing them all, though the results were rather mediocre. Yet, this modest enhancement was only relative to his past capabilities. For instance, the tornado he once controlled in the zoo could now be manipulated with ease. When exerting his full strength, its power could multiply several times, enough to force even the worm lurking underground to surface. Moreover, his precision in wielding his abilities had significantly improved. "Lin Gu? Where are you? Why are you taking so long in the restroom?" Bai Yulu queried, perplexed as she gently pushed open the glass door of the sports shoe store. The bell above chimed cheerfully. "Lin Yun, she called out, her voice echoing in the empty store, yet receiving no reply. Her confusion deepened as she surveyed the interior. Dust lay thick upon the floor, and any movement stirred up small clouds that made her frown. The shoes on the shelves were strewn haphazardly across the ground, stained with dark blood. Besides her own footprints, another set marked the floor, unmistakably belonging to a man. This evidence confirmed Lin Yun had indeed entered. But where was he? Following the footprints, she arrived at a full-length mirror, where her reflection revealed a pure yet alluring figure, her physique breathtaking. Yet, where was he? The footprints abruptly ceased here. Could it be that Lin Gu had flown away from this very spot? Just as Bai Yulu contemplated searching other corners, she suddenly shivered. What was that? Startled, she felt an unexpected wave of sensation wash over her, her ample curves quivering enticingly. Stop, Lin Gu, she exclaimed, a flush creeping onto her cheeks as she stepped back, scanning her surroundings with vigilance. This sensation, Heidi felt eerily reminiscent of Lin Gu, yet he could not possibly be invisible. Who are you? Show yourself, or I shall be very angry. Bai Yulu clenched her delicate fist, summoning countless vines that burst forth from the marble floor. Crack, boom. Her lustrous black hair shifted to a striking shade of green. The robust vines lashed out behind her, but they found nothing. Instead, the dust was kicked up again, causing her to choke slightly. You are finished. If I don't get to bind you in a display of human art, I shall not bear the surname Bai. At that very moment, two strong arms suddenly enveloped her from behind, pulling her into a familiar embrace. The scent that enveloped her was instantly recognizable, causing her body to stiffen. The anger she had felt moments before froze in place. Bai Yulu's eyes widened, her expression shifting from shock to a soft blush that crept over her cheeks. Her hands instinctively attempted to break free, though her movements felt weak and hesitant, as if she were torn between resistance and acceptance. Her vibrant green hair returned to its original hue. How did you appear so suddenly? Bai Yulu's voice trembled slightly, laced with an undeniable shyness, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. She bit her lower lip gently, her gaze filled with confusion and uncertainty, unwilling to look back at the person behind her. Not here. Bai Yulu felt a tingling sensation, her strength waning as she grasped Lin Yun's hand. Rest assured, I would never do anything you wouldn't want. Lin Yun's chin rested on her shoulder, softly blowing a breath against her flushed ear. You're quite naughty, Bai Yulu replied, feeling a hint of regret at his words, yet the suddenness of the moment made her anxious to pull away, fearing she might sweat again. After straightening her slightly crumpled clothing and smoothing her tousled hair, she inquired curiously, by the way, Lin Gu, where were you hiding just now? Why didn't I notice you? Lin Yun smiled subtly. The art of invisibility is back at play, isn't it? I was right beside you. But you simply failed to notice. Bai Yulu was taken aback. How is that possible? I was quite observant just now. Allow me to demonstrate once more. Pay close attention, Lin Yun replied. As his voice fell, his figure began to fade gradually, until he vanished completely, witnessing a living person disappear before her eyes felt surreal. Lin Gu, how did you do that? This defies logic. Your ability isn't invisibility. Having followed Lin Yun for so long, she was well aware of his true powers. Lin Yun reappeared, affectionately pinching her cheek as he explained. We see things due to the reflection of light. Bai Yulu's expression shifted, her realization evident and adorably naive, prompting an overwhelming urge to tease her. Indeed, it seems you have deduced it. If I manipulate the light to bypass me, then I won't be illuminated, thus creating no reflections. Upon hearing this, Bai Yulu could only silently marvel at his prowess. The complexity of manipulating light to evade detection was unfathomable, akin to a monumental undertaking. It's indeed quite challenging. When I first attempted this, I mistakenly transformed into a two-dimensional figure. I gradually refined the technique until I succeeded. The mention of a two-dimensional figure was merely a metaphor. If an object entirely lacked light reflecting into a person's eyes, it would appear as a pitch-black silhouette, devoid of edges, resembling a mere two-dimensional doodle. Chapter 58. A few people upon listening to Lin Yun's explanation, Bai Yulu could only mutter, pervert. Why the insults when all is well? Where's your decorum? Just as Lin Yun prepared to deliver a light reprimand, Bai Yulu, leaning against the mirror with an innocent expression, was interrupted by a voice from the entrance. Yulu, What's going on? You've been in there for quite a while. Bai Yulu's alluring demeanor faltered, and she instinctively straightened up. Her hands, which had been supporting her against the mirror, hurriedly smoothed her slightly wrinkled clothing. Just as she finished, Zhao Dehai entered. You two aren't sharing any secrets, are you? He inquired, having noted the unusual state of the room, which prompted his investigation due to the sounds he had heard. Without dwelling on the implications, he shifted his focus to Lin Yun, saying, Lin Gu, I just spotted a few survivors. Should we make contact? With Lin Yun's formidable presence, he harbored no fears of adverse outcomes. Contemplating for a moment, he placed his hand thoughtfully on his chin and replied, Let us make contact. If they possess any potential, we can recruit them. After so long, it was time for the team to welcome new members. As always, only the elite would suffice, regardless of gender. After all, as the elder brother in this scenario, having a clear goal was essential. With a growing number of subordinates, he would soon enjoy the lavish lifestyle befitting a local tyrant. Without loyal subjects to support one's life, how could one indulge in the pleasures of existence? All right, Lin Gu, I'll go make contact. Zhao Dehai nodded before stepping out. With only the two remaining in the store, the atmosphere turned subtly charged. It felt as though one had been forcibly thrust into a situation, yearning to partake in something delightful, yet feeling too embarrassed to continue. Let us proceed and assess the circumstances. Since there was no intention of striking a significant deal, Lin Yun resolved to join the fray. Within a modest diner in the distance, a few individuals had just dispatched several zombies and were now panting heavily in fatigue. The air in the diner was permeated with a pungent, metallic odor, intermingled with the foul stench emanating from the corpses of the undead. However, the group had long since grown accustomed to such scents, having made do with the remnants of what had once been their snacks before they succumbed to zombification. They clutched makeshift weapons, such as wooden sticks or steel pipes, appearing quite disheveled, their clothing stained with grease and dirt. Their hair was greasy and unkempt, indicating a lack of proper hygiene for an extended period. Among them were 3 men and 2 women. 2 of the men were notably robust, clearly having had sufficient sustenance, while the other 3 appeared considerably more haggard and weary. Damn it, these creatures seem stronger than before. Perhaps it is merely my imagination, remarked a muscular man. The others paid him no heed, preoccupied with resting and attempting to regain some strength. Zhao Yingying stood by the diner's window, catching her breath, and inadvertently glanced into the distance, where a truck came into view. Beside the truck, a notably portly middle-aged man stood out, surrounded by a multitude of zombie corpses. If he were to wield a chainsaw, the scene would resemble that of a midnight butcher. Come quickly and take a look. Zhao Yingying urgently beckoned her companions. Upon hearing her call, they gathered around, directing their gaze towards the indicated direction. As they beheld the scene, expressions of trepidation crossed their faces. In this apocalyptic world, an individual capable of single-handedly slaying so many zombies was undoubtedly formidable. They realized why they had encountered so few zombies on their way here. It seemed the area had already been cleared by this individual. However, when their eyes fell upon Zhao Yingying, their expressions shifted to one of confidence. Zhao Yingying possessed a unique ability that could neutralize all supernatural powers. Regardless of how powerful one's abilities might be, as long as they were within her vicinity, they would be rendered ineffective. This person seems suspicious. It is best not to provoke him. Chun Nuanan adjusted his glasses and suggested. He appeared frail and gentle, yet his powers were quite violent. His ability, beast transformation, allowed him to morph one hand into that of a lion, granting him immense strength capable of obliterating a standard zombie's head in a single blow. Meanwhile, a delicate girl crouched in the corner, seemingly lost in thought. After a brief discussion, they all agreed it was wise to avoid provoking the intimidating middle-aged man. In this world of despair, it was often better to avoid unnecessary conflict, especially in light of the formidable display of strength he had exhibited. Bai Yushi, quickly conjure some water for me. I am parched, grumbled a burly youth wielding a steel pipe. Bai Yushi silently retrieved an empty water bottle and conjured a stream of water from thin air, skillfully guiding it into the bottle until it was filled. This was her supernatural ability, water manipulation. Initially, she could only manage a few drops, but with time she had developed the capacity to produce larger quantities. Logically, she should have been thriving, as water was a scarce commodity in this desolate world. However, reality had not favored her. Although others did protect her, her abilities lacked any offensive capabilities. resulting in her current plight where she received the least share of food and faced occasional scorn, truly a mere pawn in this harsh existence. This was the consequence of possessing utility without strength. Due to her lack of combat prowess, her growth and abilities was also slow. Merely producing a bottle of water left her feeling drained. The youth with the steel pipe snatched the bottle from her hands, taking a sip. "Tiske, what a waste. Only this much water." His tone dripped with disdain, yet he shamelessly took another gulp before passing the bottle to the muscular man beside him. Zhao Yingying frowned but chose to remain silent. Although she had dabbled in some martial arts, she was no match for the two men. The bespectacled man paid no mind to the minor conflict. Having grown accustomed to such daily dramas, nevertheless, she quietly approached Bayushi and clasped her hand, offering silent encouragement as Bayushi gazed at their joined hands. Tears welled up in her eyes. Once a cherished princess at home, she had never encountered such hardships before. Once the group had sufficiently rested, they began to scour the diner for any usable supplies. Given the passage of time, most of the food had spoiled, emitting nauseating odors. Only a few cans of luncheon meat and sausages remained unspoiled. The group eagerly packed the food into their large backpack. The two robust men, Li Ming and Wang Chong, lunged at the supplies like famished wolves. Utilizing their size to secure the lioness share, they stuffed their bags with most of the cans and sausages, completely disregarding the feelings of the others. "Heh, what a haul this is. We'll eat well for quite a while," Li Ming exclaimed with a grin. There were only a meager few supplies left for Zhao Yingying and her companions to divide among themselves, leaving them feeling quite dissatisfied. However, Li Ming was a physical enhancement ability user, while Wang Chong possessed magnetic manipulation, making them significantly stronger than the remaining trio. If they were to exert themselves in combat, others would not mind. But the issue lay in their tendency to act like cowards, shirking their responsibilities while reaping the greatest rewards. This was intolerable for anyone. Yet Zhao Yingying's group, consisting of 2 women and 1 man with relatively weaker abilities, stood no chance against Li Ming and Wang Chong, forcing them to suppress their grievances. Just then, Zhao Dahu approached from a distance. "Hey there, young folks." The group instantly tensed, watching him warily as they unconsciously tightened their grips on their weapons. The sight of Zhao Dahu carrying an assault rifle on his back sent shivers down their spines. Regardless of the time, the power of firearms was undeniable. In any context, this threat was absolute. Even a bear would think twice before approaching. Zhao Dahu waved his hand cheerfully, attempting to ease their tension. "Fear not. I am not a villain." Yet, the bloodstains on his face, combined with his grin, evoked a chilling sensation, only heightening their anxiety. However, behind them, Wang Chong's eyes flickered with greed. As a magnetic manipulation ability user, he could easily seize the assault rifle and eliminate Zhao Dahu, claiming the weapon for himself. To him, Zhao Dahu's ability to kill so many zombies relied entirely on his firearm. If he could obtain that rifle, he envisioned a life of luxury, ruling over others with his newfound power. As Wang Chong stealthily reached out, preparing to unleash his ability, Zhao Dahu's next words halted him in his tracks. "I am here to invite you to join our team. If Brother Lin deems you worthy, you shall be welcomed." "Brother Lin? Who is he?" Chen Yuanan adjusted his glasses and inquired. "Brother Lin is our leader, and he possesses extraordinary strength. Under his guidance, our team has abundant resources and formidable combat capabilities," Zhao Dahu explained patiently. "Well, 3 individuals can certainly constitute a team, especially with such an arsenal at their disposal." Zhao Dahu refrained from disclosing the specifics of their abilities or the number of team members. While he did not perceive any immediate threat from the ragtag group before him, he knew that caution was never unwarranted. Upon hearing this, the group felt a flicker of hope. Surviving alone in this apocalyptic world was exceedingly difficult, with daily encounters with zombies and a constant shortage of supplies. If they could join a powerful team, their chances of survival would undoubtedly increase. "What are the conditions for joining your team?" Zhao Yingying asked. "First, you must pass Brother Lin's assessment, who will evaluate each of your abilities and strengths to ascertain if you can contribute to the team. Second, once you join, you must adhere to the team's rules. You cannot act independently, and all supplies must be distributed equally," Zhao Dahu replied. Upon hearing that resources would be shared, Li Ming and Wang Chong's expression soured. They were accustomed to hoarding supplies for themselves, and the thought of relinquishing control was unacceptable. "We'll need to think it over," Li Ming grunted. Zhao Dahu remained unperturbed, understanding that such matters required time. Take your time to consider. I shall return shortly if you decide. Wait for me here. With that, Zhao Dahu turned and departed. To him, these individuals were insignificant. Whether they joined or not was of little consequence. It was evident from their appearance that they were not faring well, and their capabilities were likely limited. Once Zhao Dahu was gone, the group began to deliberate. I think joining the team would be beneficial. At least we wouldn't have to worry about being overwhelmed by zombies, and we'd have a steady supply of resources, Wang Cheng asserted first. However, the resources would be shared equally. Any food we gathered would have to be turned in, Li Ming said hesitantly. Turning it in is a small price to pay compared to the anxiety of scavenging for supplies every day. Moreover, Wang Cheng's expression darkened with malice. Of course, we might still find a way. He lowered his voice, unaware that Chen Yuanan, having awakened his ability, now possessed exceptionally sharp hearing and scent detection. A smile crept across Chen Yuanan's face. Isn't this a loyalty pledge? Zhao Yingying remained silent, contemplating the pros and cons of joining the team. Despite her formidable abilities, which could compel others to engage in close combat, the physical disadvantages of being a woman did not allow her to navigate the zombie-infested apocalypse with ease. In fact, her powers often proved futile, as the zombies were mostly devoid of any supernatural abilities. After a while, Zhao Dahai returned to the small restaurant. What have you decided? He inquired. We are willing to join. Chen Yuanan was the first to respond. Subsequently, Zhao Yingying and Bai Yushi also expressed their willingness without hesitation to them. Aligning with this team was evidently superior to their current situation, which was akin to a haphazard assembly of mismatched individuals. Although Li Ming and Wang Cheng felt somewhat reluctant, they could only nod begrudgingly. With all the useful members gone, how could they continue to enjoy a comfortable life? All right, then follow me, Zhao Dahai said. Pleased to see everyone in agreement, as he led them towards the truck, Li Ming rubbed his hands together, sidling up to Zhao Dahai with a fawning expression. Brother, is Lin Yun particularly demanding? Zhao Dahai pondered for a moment before replying. Not particularly, but we do not accept useless individuals. He was merely a minor figure, a half step into the pinnacle of electrical work, while Bai Yulu was just a modest food streamer. Their skills were of little significance in the apocalypse, so it stood to reason that their expectations would not be high. Upon hearing Zhao Dahai's words, the group sighed in relief. As long as the requirements were not stringent, they could avoid the embarrassment of being left behind while others were chosen. Soon, they arrived at the truck, where a man and a woman awaited them. The man was somewhat handsome, while the woman possessed striking beauty. Li Ming and Wang Cheng were utterly captivated, unable to look away. Even before the apocalypse, they had never encountered such extraordinary women. Although their own team had 2 female members, they were dirty and reeked of an unpleasant odor, making them unapproachable, let alone considering anything romantic. They preferred to resolve their needs in solitude during the quiet of the night. Bai Yulu frowned at the brazen stares directed at her, particularly since they came from 2 individuals who resembled beggars. Lin Yun instinctively positioned himself in front of them, initiating the interview process while quietly dismissing the 2 from consideration. The potential for future problems was significant, and he had no desire to risk infidelity. Lin Yun stepped forward and asked, "Are you all here to join us? I must clarify that I do not accept useless individuals. Please tell me what you can offer and what abilities you possess." The group exchanged glances, and Li Ming, being the more impatient one, spoke first. Lin Gu, I used to be a contractor, and I have extensive management experience. You can rely on me for any issues. A contractor? I have no need for labor on a construction site. What use are you to me? Li Ming boasted. My abilities are quite impressive, significantly enhancing physical strength. I can run and fight, and I assure you, choosing me will not be a mistake. After finishing, he looked at Lin Yun expectantly, wearing an ingratiating smile. Chapter 60. Waste removal complete. Lin Yun merely nodded, his expression unreadable. Next, Li Ming, feeling somewhat anxious, retreated behind the others. A sense of unease creeping in. Despite the young man before him appearing younger, he felt an overwhelming pressure. The next to step forward was Wang Cheng, who, apart from being slightly fairer than Li Ming, looked like a twin brother, both exuding a somewhat sleazy vibe. Perhaps due to the earlier incident, Lin Yun held a poor impression of the 2. Nevertheless, he proceeded with the customary questioning. What is your ability? Wang Cheng put on a sycophantic grin and replied, Lin Gu. My ability is magnetic control, allowing me to manipulate metal, just like in the movies. Before the apocalypse, He had been a petty troublemaker, and he certainly wouldn't reveal that aspect of himself. So he omitted that detail, focusing solely on his ability. Once I absorb more zombie cores, I will undoubtedly become a formidable force. His emphasis on absorbing cores was rather conspicuous, leaving Lin Yun feeling exasperated in his mind. He marked this fool with a big cross. You think you can just waltz in here and demand benefits without proving your worth? Next, Bayushi gently nudged the back of her companion, urging her to step forward. Shyly, she turned her head, meeting Zhao Yingying's encouraging gaze. After a moment's hesitation, Bayushi took a couple of steps forward, yet she still dared not meet Lin Yun's eyes. Fearing his disapproval, observing her timid demeanor, Lin Yun frowned slightly. Frankly, just her personality alone was sufficient grounds for elimination without needing to know her abilities. Such a person did not seem capable of surviving the harshness of the apocalypse. Keeping her in the team would simply be a liability. Tell me about yourself, Lin Yun said casually as he opened a packet of spicy strips. Bayushi appeared startled, her shoulders instinctively hunching. Her hands clasped tightly in front of her, fingers nervously intertwining. With her head bowed, disheveled hair obscured much of her face, revealing only her tightly bitten lower lip. I am Bayushi. She opened her mouth, summoning the courage to speak, but her trembling lips only managed a few words before she hastily swallowed them back. Her well-developed chest rose and fell rapidly, clearly indicating her anxiety. Lin Yun remained unhurried, casually munching on a spicy strip. After a considerable time, Bayushi finally found the courage to raise her head slightly, her eyes reflecting a hint of timidity as she stammered. I can create water. Oh, you can create water? Wait, what else can you produce? Lin Yun swallowed the spicy strip in surprise, inquiring eagerly. You can create water? Bayushi flinched at Lin Yun's sudden proximity, instinctively stepping back in fright. Why yes, Lin Yun thought to himself, how fortunate that he followed the process. Otherwise, he might have missed such a talent. You are qualified. He stepped forward, taking her grimy little hand in his, speaking kindly. Bayushi, suddenly grasped by the hand, initially feared she would be struck and instinctively prepared to withdraw and crouch down. Yet, upon hearing that she was accepted, she could hardly believe it. She considered herself a burden, a useless individual, and this man was willing to accept her. In this post-apocalyptic world, he was the second person not to disdain her for being inept. The first was Zhao Yingying. Had it not been for that girl, she would have perished long ago. Bayushi's shoulders began to tremble, and the emotions she had suppressed for so long could no longer be contained. Tears streamed down her cheeks, dropping like rain. She raised her hand to wipe her tears, but they continued to flow unabated, further smudging her already sooty face. Strangely, at that moment, she found this man before her extraordinarily handsome and radiant. For a brief instant, she felt as though her soul had been captured. Staring blankly at Lin Yun as if wishing to engrave his image into her heart, Lin Yun, perplexed by her sudden change, wondered if she had truly lost her senses. Would she still be useful to him? After a moment's hesitation, he chose not to retract his acceptance. Your name is Bayushi, correct? Hearing Lin Yun call her name, Bayushi snapped back to reality, her face flushing with shyness as she lowered her head. Yes, I am Bayushi. He remembers my name. Upon hearing Lin Yun utter her name, Bayushi's heart raced, and her cheeks turned fiery. However, with her face so dirty, it was impossible to discern any changes. She lowered her head slightly, but her lips involuntarily curved upward, revealing an uncontrollable smile. My goodness, how could such a talent be so foolish? Could it be that I am truly unlucky? Lin Yun gestured behind him with a smile, saying, go wait behind me. Bayushi complied, but behind her, Li Ming and Wang Chong were the first to object. You're accepting such a powerless individual, yet not us, who are destined to become great figures? How is that fair? Li Ming was the first to speak out. Lin Ge, if you accept this waste, then what about us? We are bound to be powerful ability users, far more useful than her. Wang Chong naturally protested, feeling it was unjust and wanting to plead his case further. Yes, we are much stronger than this waste. Tieske, how naive to think that a little favor would grant you special treatment. Lin Yun dismissed their complaints with a wave of his hand, unleashing a powerful gust that sent both men sprawling against the wall. My arm. Wang Chong's right arm broke with a sickening crack. Li Ming fared better, His physical enhancement ability ensured he only sustained minor scrapes, despite not utilizing his powers in that instant. "I'll kill you." Enraged by the incident, Wang Cheng attempted to hurl a steel pipe at Lin Yun, only to be stopped by Li Ming. "Don't act rashly. We are no match for him. Let's find an opportunity to retaliate later and leave for now." While Li Ming was muscular, he remained clear-headed and quickly understood the disparity between their strengths. The two men glared at Lin Yun in resentment as they helped each other away. Lin Yun, having heard Wang Cheng's outburst, felt a surge of hostility, but with the two still within sight, he refrained from taking further action. Scaring the new members would be counterproductive. As the two individuals rounded a corner, the previously silent Chen Nuanan finally spoke up. "Brother Lin, those two harbored malicious intentions even before coming to meet you. They were planning to strike. I overheard them discussing their desire for revenge just as they left. Indeed, they are a menace and must not be spared." Lin Yun extended his right hand and snapped his fingers. With a resounding crack, an invisible wave of terror erupted, engulfing the area where the two had stood, shattering every piece of glass in sight. The walls of the building did not merely crack. They splintered, revealing their subpar construction. Boom, the debris was cleared. Lin Yun had initially contemplated discreetly dealing with the matter later, but this unexpected turn had conveniently provided him with a justification. This young man shows promise. He is impressive. Chapter 61. The domain of fools. The sheer force of Lin Yun's gesture left everyone present momentarily stunned, their minds struggling to comprehend that such power could belong to a mere human. Zhao Dahai and Bai Yulu exchanged knowing smiles. They had traversed similar paths and understood the sentiments of those gathered. Bai Yulu glanced at Lin Yun's silhouette, her thighs brushing against one another, feeling somewhat tantalized yet reluctant to scratch that itch in such a public setting. What a pity that her moment of indulgence was interrupted. Reflecting on this, her eyes cast a resentful glance at Zhao Dahai, pondering that were it not for the fear of misinterpretation, she would have eagerly ensnared him in a binding embrace. Zhao Dahai had been keenly observing the potential newcomers when an inexplicable chill washed over him, causing goosebumps to rise on his arms. "What is with this abrupt change in weather?" he muttered, instinctively rubbing his arms for warmth. "Well, the safety threat has been successfully eliminated." Lin Yun turned to Chen Nuanan with a smile. "You are quite exceptional. What is your ability? What were you engaged in before?" Snapped back to reality by the inquiry, Chen Nuanan adjusted his crooked glasses and replied, "Brother Lin, my ability is beast transformation, allowing me to morph parts of my body into those of a fierce beast, thus acquiring formidable strength. Prior to the apocalypse, I was studying engineering technology at Jiaodong University, specializing in construction, and I possess considerable knowledge in solar energy development. Another talent indeed. It appears the universe has conspired to send me a boon." His primary objective today was to visit a prearranged villa in the suburbs, where he intended to establish a base. The arrival of this specialized ally could only be interpreted as fate. While the true strength of his ability remained uncertain, the mere fact of his transformation capability qualified him for inclusion. Lin Yun, unperturbed by the dirt on Chen Nuanan's hands, clasped his own. "Excellent, excellent. I have indeed not misjudged you. You are truly an asset. I plan to establish a substantial base, and I entrust this task to you." He patted Chen Nuanan's shoulder, his expression radiating approval. "This pertains to the safety of the base and is of utmost importance. I shall provide you with the highest level of support in construction." Well, if one does not paint a grand vision, how could the laborers willingly contribute to a brighter future? Under Lin Yun's sincere persuasion, he painted a picture of the future that had Chen Nuanan grinning like a fool. This is the power of experience. Otherwise, how could one have managed to charm a superior's spouse, a him? Chen Nuanan, being a university student, possessed a modicum of intelligence, albeit not much. The weight of Lin Yun's experience, honed over 2 to 3 years in the societal trenches, proved irresistible. He was wholly captivated. "Thank you, Brother Lin, for your acceptance." Lin Yun regarded him with satisfaction. "Now, await further instructions." "All right." Chen Nuanan scampered over to Zhao Dahai's side. Eager to strike up a rapport, Bai Yulu, recognizing her close association with Lin Yun, opted for discretion, merely offering a greeting before keeping her distance. It was no wonder that unscrupulous factories preferred employing university graduates. They possessed skills and were easily swayed, willing to toil for minimal gains. Truly a worthwhile investment. Now, only one individual remained. Aside from the two inconsequential ones, The rest were commendable talents, which piqued Lin Yun's anticipation for the final candidate. Zhao Yingying was, in a word, unremarkable. Her face was obscured in shadow, offering no insight into her beauty, and her figure was mediocre at best. Wait a moment, something feels off. Lin Yun's gaze shifted downward. Zhao Yingying was clad in jeans marred with stains. While her front was unremarkable, her rear was decidedly well endowed. This time, without Lin Yun needing to prompt, Zhao Yingying spoke up. "I am Zhao Yingying. Studying accounting, I was preparing for a secretary interview when the apocalypse struck." "A secretary? I have a rather immature idea I would like to explore." Zhao Yingying continued, "My ability allows me to create an invisible domain in which individuals cannot utilize their powers. Due to its resemblance to a certain anime ability, I have dubbed it the domain of fools." Lin Yun's brows furrowed upon hearing this. Such a capability is rather sinister. If it can disregard levels, that would be outrageous. I hope it does not affect me. Otherwise, this was the second time Lin Yun felt the urge to eliminate someone today. Although Zhao Yingying bore him no grudge, he had no desire for a blade that could threaten him at any moment. "Release your ability. Let me see its effects." Lin Yun clenched his fists. Should Zhao Yingying's power truly pose a danger, he would resolve it with brute force. However, he soon relaxed his grip. If he were to resort to violence, it must not be in the presence of others, as it would breed instability and hinder future deception. Zhao Yingying remained oblivious to her precarious position, her fate hanging by a thread, dependent on the potency of her ability. "All right." Zhao Yingying nodded. In the next moment, an eerie power radiated from her, expanding outward. Upon contact with this energy, Bayushi and Chen Nuanan felt their abilities severed from their bodies, unable to summon even a trace of power. Chen Nuanan adjusted his glasses, casting a wary glance at Zhao Yingying. Without their abilities, she could easily incapacitate him. "What is happening?" Zhao Dahai attempted to channel his lightning-based powers, only to find them sluggish and unresponsive. If before he could exert 5 units of energy, now he could barely muster 2. The reduction was staggering. Bayushi frowned, finding her ability's activation notably sluggish, which left her deeply unsettled. She summoned a slender vine from her palm, intending to manipulate it into a heart shape, only to be met with failure. How could this be? Unable to restrain herself, Bayulu inquired, "What level are you currently at?" Zhao Yingying answered candidly, "I am a level 1. Nearing level 2, and upon hearing this, Zhao Dahai was taken aback. "You, a level 1, can influence us, who are level 3. Lin Yun stroked his chin, contemplating whether to wait until she was out of sight to take action. He had yet to feel the effects of her ability. The strange energy had been instinctively repelled by his own vector powers as it approached. Does this ability ignore ally and enemy alike? Zhao Yingying hesitated momentarily before nodding. This was indeed her power's greatest flaw, its inability to discern allies, which severely undermined its utility. However, this was not something she could conceal, so she reluctantly admitted it. Undoubtedly, Zhao Yingying's domain of fools was formidable, yet also rather impractical. After some contemplation, Lin Yun resolved to spare her life. If this ability could be controlled in the future, it could become a formidable weapon. Furthermore, it appeared that her power was rendered ineffective by his vector ability, so perhaps keeping her around would be prudent. This decision was certainly not influenced by a growing curiosity regarding her remarkable posterior. With that thought in mind, Lin Yun turned to Zhao Yingying, smiling as he proclaimed, "Congratulations, you have qualified." Chapter 62. The little pixie's tail nearly shot to the sky. Congratulations on your successful interview. "Laborers, you must certainly contribute to my bright future," Lin Yun declared. Zhao Yingying, relieved to have passed the interview, felt reassured. Having a strong ally was far better than floundering alone. "Thank you, Brother Lin, for your recognition. I will strive to do my best. Well, we shall see how you perform." With that, Lin Yun opened the cargo truck's rear, revealing a bounty of food and beverages. Zhao Yingying and the others gulped as they beheld the vast array of supplies. Clearly starved. Knowing that he must not shortchange those he had personally selected, Lin Yun ensured that he provided them with ample benefits, for such gestures would win their loyalty. He handed each of them a bottle of soda and a vacuum-packed duck leg. "Here, take this as a welcome gift." The group hesitated, unsure if this was some sort of test. Ultimately, it was Chen Nuanan who reached out first, followed by the 2 girls who accepted their offerings one by one. "Thank you, Brother Lin." Zhao Yingying tore open her packaging, inhaling the aroma of the duck leg. Unable to contain herself, She took large bites, chewing voraciously. As a martial artist, her appetite rivaled that of a young man. However, since the apocalypse began, a single sausage a day had been a luxury. How could she endure such deprivation? The other two were similarly affected. Lin Yun instructed, "You three, head to the truck, by the way. Does anyone here know how to drive?" With the growing number of people, acquiring an additional vehicle was imperative, preferably one with ample space to accommodate more supplies. Chun Nuanan seized the opportunity to demonstrate his capabilities. Slowing his chewing to say, "Brother Lin, I can drive. I often helped my father transport goods during the summer. Driving a van would suffice, albeit it is a bit cramped." Seize the opportunity for him to learn how to drive a large truck. After all, he is young and possesses a remarkable capacity for learning. Excellent. I shall see if I can borrow a large truck shortly for you to operate. Am I referring to a van? Did I mishear? Lin Gu, I meant the van. I have never driven a large truck before, Chun Nuanan quickly interjected, adjusting her glasses. Lin Yun patted his shoulder earnestly and remarked, "They're all vehicles. A large truck is still a vehicle. As is a van, and I have faith that you can manage. Young people must believe in themselves." Chen Nuanan replied, "What is the difference between this and you going to eliminate Tang Sang and his disciples?" With a wry smile, she could only nod in agreement. One by one, they climbed into the truck's cabin, with Lin Yun leaving the door ajar to avoid darkness. "Oh, by the way, take this gun for self-defense." Lin Yun tossed his handgun to Bai Yushi, his prized possession that must be well protected. The current water supply is tainted with unknown viruses. Ordinary individuals who consume it are likely to turn into zombies, while those with special abilities risk severe dehydration. Only bottled water is safe to drink, but it will eventually run out, underscoring Bai Yushi's significance. Moreover, he noticed that nearly all ordinary people had awakened some latent abilities, albeit most only exhibiting minor physical enhancements. Still, it was a positive development for humanity. Bai Yushi fumbled to catch the gun. Although the cold metal felt chilly against her skin, it radiated warmth in her heart. Is this Lin Ji's token of affection? The more she pondered, the warmer her cheeks became, and a peculiar heat blossomed in her lower abdomen. This was the first time she had reacted this way towards a man. Previously, such feelings only emerged when she cuddled with Zhao Yingying at night. She found it difficult to articulate this sensation, but each time it arose, her body felt strange, yet not unpleasant. She was curious to discover if Lin Ji's chest was warm. As she touched her increasingly flushed face, her thoughts grew more chaotic. Lin Yun and the others returned to the driver's seat. However, the scene was markedly different. Now, Bai Yulu was nestled directly in Lin Yun's embrace, showering Zhao Duhai with an abundance of dog food. Zhao Duhai had long since grown indifferent to such displays. Bai Yulu lay in Lin Yun's arms, soft as a feather, resembling an alluring little cat. "Lin Gu, shall we find a place later to finish what we didn't complete earlier?" She tilted her head back, her sparkling eyes brimming with anticipation as she gazed at Lin Yun. Her voice was sweet and melodious, each word tinged with an enticing lilt that danced into Lin Yun's ear. Bai Yulu's fingers traced circles on Lin Yun's chest, her faint fragrance wafting with each movement, causing his heart to flutter. Goodness, this little enchantress is insatiable. How utterly vexing, Lin Yun mused. It seemed inappropriate to indulge in such activities during daylight. He had never unleashed his full potential outdoors. This was a considerable challenge for her. "Humph, I don't care. I'm simply hungry," she pouted, her delicate lips jutting out as she nuzzled closer to Lin Yun, her voice increasingly petulant. "Where do I put my hands?" Zhao Duhai muttered. "I am a mechanical being devoid of emotions. I am a mechanical being devoid of emotions." The truck gradually rumbled to life, making its way towards the outskirts. Lin Yun, unable to contain himself any longer, delivered a resounding slap that reverberated through the air. "Ah, Lin Gu, how could you bully me?" Bai Yulu curled up in Lin Yun's embrace, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, brimmed with innocence and grievance. The misty depths of her dark eyes shimmered as her lashes quivered, dampened by tears. "All right, I may have overacted," Lin Yun replied, exasperated. "Heh, I don't care. You bullied me, and now I'm very sad," Bai Yulu retorted, her expression shifting to one of playful cunning. Bai Yulu discreetly brushed her voluptuous thighs. Having just been slapped by Lin Yun, causing her to perspire slightly, Lin Yun sighed in relief. He had nearly lost his composure. If he had truly succumbed to temptation, that little enchantress would have been soaring to the heavens. Thus, he resorted to minor tactics to maintain decorum. Zhao Duhai repeated, I am a mechanical being devoid of emotions. I am a mechanical being devoid of emotions. Duhai, stop the vehicle for a moment, Lin Yun suddenly instructed. Zhao Duhai brought the truck to a steady halt. Lin Gu, what is the matter? Nothing much. I just spotted a rather decent vehicle. Lin Yun opened the door and patted the rosy-cheeked Bai Yulu. But she clung to him like a sloth. I want to get out. Bai Yulu blinked her big eyes, feigning confusion as she tilted her head. Then go ahead and get out, Lin Yun sighed, deciding not to pursue the matter further. Upon exiting the vehicle, several zombies quickly surrounded them, each one grotesque in appearance, exuding a nauseating aura. Some were draped in decaying flesh, while others bore only half a head. Black, viscous fluid oozing from hollow eye sockets. Others crawled with contorted limbs, emitting incoherent growls. With a gentle stomp of his foot, Lin Yun amplified a slight tremor that cracked the ground, spreading toward the zombies. The earth beneath their feet erupted with formidable force, sending several zombies soaring into the air. Boom. The 63rd chapter. An inexplicable comfort. The hurled zombies crashed heavily to the ground, rendered motionless. The terrifying vibrations had shattered their internal organs, including their brains. Lin Gu, you're still as fierce as ever. I still can't fathom your true strength, Bai Yulu cooed, snuggling closer to Lin Yun, her voice soft and melodic. Smack! Lin Yun playfully swatted her again. You may not know my strength, but I certainly know yours. Is quite shallow. How rude. Bai Yulu's body felt slightly weakened, yet her long, slender legs tightened around him. She could distinctly feel a warmth radiating from her lower abdomen. So powerful, and now I'm thinking, get down. How old are you? Still acting like a child? Lin Yun replied incredulously. Bai Yulu's cheeks flushed crimson as she gently bit her lip, her eyes filled with reluctance. However, she was not the type to throw a tantrum. She slowly released her grip around Lin Yun's neck. In one fluid motion, she tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear with her delicate pinky. If Lin Gu wants me to be a child, she purred, slightly tilting her head, her captivating gaze laced with allure, drawing him in. The way she spoke sent shivers down his spine, nearly breaking his composure. Was this something one could say in public? Although they had grown accustomed to such exchanges at night, there was still an appropriate time for everything. The others had disembarked the vehicle, and the scene of chaos around them was somewhat jarring. However, one person felt differently. Bai Yushi watched Bai Yulu and Lin Yun in their intimate embrace, feeling a pang of envy that left her heart aching and her vision slightly blurred. It was a sensation she had never experienced before, and the unexpected intensity of it took her by surprise. Beside her, Zhao Yingying seemed to notice Bai Yushi's unusual demeanor, gently stroking her head. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Bai Yushi shook her head in silence. I'm fine, just a bit tired. Zhao Yingying enveloped her in a warm embrace, eager to replicate a scene from an anime where someone felt downcast but was uplifted by a comforting gesture. Yet, she overlooked one detail. Yingying Jia, be gentle. You're pushing against me, Bai Yushi's soft voice protested. In a daze, Bai Yushi heard something shatter, a sound that echoed through her mind. I'm not small. I'm clearly at A-grade level. There are ranks. Initially, she had been the sole one feeling melancholic, but now, under Bai Yulu's honeyed words, she felt her emotions swell to a new intensity. Lin Gu, you're so annoying. You enjoy bullying me? Bai Yulu pouted, rubbing her reddened cheek, gazing at him with feigned reproach. Her voice captured Bai Yushi's attention. How enviable we share the same surname, yet the disparity is vast, across all aspects, including the ample fleshiness. Bai Yulu was not only fair and beautiful but also utterly spotless. The contrast between them was as stark as that between a swan and an ugly duckling. After finally experiencing a flutter of emotion, she found herself utterly defeated. Despite the twinges of jealousy in her heart, she couldn't help but feel a strange comfort coursing through her body. Bai Yushi unconsciously slid her hand beneath her clothing, gripping the small bun she had kept hidden. Chan Nuanan, come here for a moment. Lin Yun's voice resonated. Zhao Yingying snapped out of her melancholic state, while Bai Yushi froze, her body trembling involuntarily, nearly collapsing under the weight of her emotions. Zhao Yingying exclaimed, noticing her sway, and quickly steadied her. Yushi, what's wrong? If you're feeling unwell, just sit down and rest. Feeling the warmth of Zhao Yingying's solid chest, Bayushi was enveloped in a comforting sensation that intensified the earlier warmth. She felt an overwhelming urge to crush the small bun in her grasp. I'm fine. I just almost lost my balance. Standing upright beneath Zhao Yingying's concerned gaze, Bayushi wished to dispel her worries and conceal the unusual sensations in her thighs. Chen Yuan, upon hearing Lin Yun's call, hurried forward. Lingo, are you calling me? Lin Yun pointed to a nearby van and inquired, what do you think of this vehicle? Chen Yuan turned to look and saw a Wuling Rongguang V parked by the roadside. The driver's door was ajar, and the keys were still inside. The vehicle appeared to be in relatively good condition, certainly suitable for use. The sole drawback was the presence of some mysterious bloodstains inside. Accompanied by a foul-odored it was likely that a zombie had once occupied this space but had somehow managed to escape. After a brief inspection, Chen Yuan remarked, it generally seems fine. Lin Go, let me see if I can start it, go ahead. It should be operational, Lin Yun encouraged. Chen Yuan rubbed his hands together in excitement, eager to test the steering wheel's feel, an essential factor in the enjoyment of driving. Meanwhile, Lin Yun took out his phone to enlarge the map and check their progress. They had already traveled nearly half the distance and would reach their destination in about another half hour. It seemed that having less money wasn't entirely disadvantageous. At least it made leaving the city swift and convenient. While they awaited developments, a sudden low growl echoed from the depths of the alley. Woof, woof, woof. Immediately, a pack of zombie dogs sprang forth. These creatures had lost their former sheen, their fur now disheveled and brittle, hanging in tatters. In some areas, large patches of fur had fallen away, exposing mottled, decaying skin, with dark red blood and pus trickling to the ground. Their teeth were bared from slightly parted jaws, sharp and yellowed, with strands of flesh still clinging to them, suggesting they had recently indulged in a snack. Leading the pack was a fully grown Tibetan Mastiff, significantly larger than the others. Its tail was half severed, leaving a small, bony remnant swaying behind it. Woof, woof, woof. The charge of the zombie dogs was quite impactful. Lin Gu, be careful. Chen Yuan had just transformed his right hand into a lion's paw using his beastification ability when, boom, woof, woof, woof. A powerful whirlwind swept through, sending the zombie dogs soaring into the sky to join the sun. Thud, thud, thud. The continuous sound of their descent echoed, as apocalyptic fireworks erupted on the ground. This was not Chen Yuan's first encounter with zombie dogs. They had faced a pack just days prior. These creatures were more troublesome than ordinary zombies, exhibiting neither stiffness in their movements nor fatigue, making them a formidable challenge for most. Unfortunately for them, Lin Yun was anything but ordinary. Chapter 64. The toll booth. Chen Yuan stood frozen. His small cat paw lowered, adjusting his glasses which had been blown askew by the wind. The other two women wore similarly astonished expressions. Don't just stand there, get on with it, Lin Yun said with a hint of exasperation. This seemingly bright lad often appeared lost in thought. Upon hearing the reminder, Chen Yuan snapped back to reality, his resolve to cling tightly to Lin Yun's leg now stronger than ever. All right, Lin Gu, just a moment. He took a deep breath and reached for the ignition. However, the key fumbled in the lock, refusing to turn. Lin Yun observed his struggle, causing the boy to break into a sweat. Can you even operate it with your hand like that? Lin Yun couldn't help but comment. Chen Yuan instinctively glanced down, feeling embarrassed to see his right hand still transformed into a lion's paw, rendering him unable to grasp the key. I was just a bit overwhelmed by Lin Ge's commanding aura. It was purely accidental. He quickly retracted his ability. This time, when he grasped the key, his movements were much smoother, and he successfully started the van. The engine roared to life, allowing him to exhale in relief. Lin Gu, this vehicle is operational, and it has plenty of fuel left. Indeed, being somewhat daft had its perks. Let us hope the construction of the base proceeds without a hitch. Zhao Yingying, Bayushi, you too should take this van. Riding in the cargo area is uncomfortable, Lin Yun suggested, pointing at the Wuling Rongguang V. The two women expressed no objections, with Zhao Yingying carefully shutting the cargo door before proceeding. Once back inside the vehicle, Bailu naturally occupied her designated spot, though it was a bit stiff, making her restless. Observing this from the adjacent Wuling Rongguang V, Bayushi felt an unexpected pang of jealousy. It was sour yet oddly satisfying. Ugh, Bayushi bumped her head against someone's solid frame. Zhao Yingying assumed she had hurt herself again. Be careful. Don't knock your head too hard at her. Bayushi seemed like someone overly sheltered before the apocalypse, appearing delicate and easy to intimidate, looking rather like a simpleton. It was hard to imagine how she would have fared without encountering them. Bayushi clung tightly to Zhao Yingying, her body momentarily stiffening, but she quickly returned to normal, though her breathing grew a bit hurried. No, I'm fine. Even a blind person could see something was amiss with her state. Zhao Yingying frowned, brushing aside her bangs and feeling her forehead. You're a bit warm. Feel you have a fever. You should rest a bit. I'll see if I can find some fever-reducing medicine later. Fever? Which fever? Have I been discovered? Bayushi's anxiety surged as she tightened her grip on her thighs. She couldn't bear to imagine how the man she had just met would perceive her after seeing her feelings for him and another woman. Yingying Jia will definitely think I'm a pervert, looking at me as though I'm trash, and then, just as her mind spiraled further into chaos, Zhao Yingying's words shattered her fantasies. If there's an opportunity, I'll see if I can find some fever medicine. You should rest for a while. It'll help. As she spoke, Zhao Yingying gently patted her back, soothing her to sleep. Wait, fever medicine? I haven't even discovered. Realizing she had avoided detection, Bayushi felt a wave of relief wash over her. Yet for some inexplicable reason, she felt a tinge of regret. The vehicles began to move, with the cargo truck leading the way and Chen Nuanan's Wuling Rongguang V following closely behind. Soon, they arrived at an expressway entrance, where a toll booth awaited them. However, the scene before them sent chills down their spines. An endless line of cars stretched as far as the eye could see, completely blocking the roadway ahead. Moreover, a dense throng of zombies wandered about, with several mutated zombies discernible among them. It was clear that unless one were driving a military tank, passing through here would be tantamount to a death sentence. Zhao Dahai maintained an air of calm, showing no intention of slowing down. The sound of the cargo truck's engine naturally attracted the attention of the horde of zombies, who began to charge toward them. Roar! Flesh! I want to eat flesh. I'm so hungry, just let me have a bite. Their forms were twisted, with missing limbs. Some dragged broken legs, while others had arms hanging at bizarre angles. Yet, they showed no fear of pain, and these factors did not impede their speed. The zombie's skin displayed a revolting bluish-gray hue, cracked and covered in black scabs, with pus oozing from their wounds. Their eyes were filled with insatiable hunger and frenzied murderous intent as they barreled toward the cargo truck. Countless zombies collided and jostled each other. Even as many were crushed underfoot, none ceased their advance. Among them was a zombie with disheveled hair obscuring most of its face, continuously dripping black slime from its mouth. It appeared similar to the others, but lacked the same frenzied demeanor. It evaded the crazed mob, skirting around the chaos without concern that the food in front of it might be devoured first. The small, dark-skinned zombie moved the fastest, its muscular legs propelling it forward with force. Boom! The asphalt cracked beneath its weight as the speedster lunged toward the cargo truck's cabin. Just before colliding, the exposed brain of the small zombie exploded. Merely due to its curiosity, its body twisted violently, hurtling backward at an even greater speed, smashing several zombies into pieces along the way, leaving a trail of gore and a foul stench that made onlookers involuntarily hungry. Lin Yun gently raised Bayulu's hand. With a snap, an invisible sound wave erupted forward. Bang, 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 bang. A multitude of zombies toppled to the ground, their handsome faces meeting the asphalt intimately. The inertia left long trails of blood, rendering them grotesque. Stop the vehicle. Let us collect some zombie cores, Lin Yun instructed Zhao Dahai. The cargo truck came to a steady halt. The group disembarked to confront the grotesque scene before them. Baiyulu and the three from the Wuling Rongguang also joining. Seeing such a sight for the first time, Zhao Yingying and her companions were startled. So many zombies. Lin Gu, did you do all this? Chen Nuanan asked, trembling as he adjusted his glasses, uncertain. Indeed, I have a task for you now. Lin Yun produced 3 daggers, handing them to the group. Rest assured, these zombies are all dead. You are to extract the cores from the mutated zombies' brains. Zhao Yingying, the tough girl, nearly retched at the sight, let alone Bayushi, who was now on the verge of vomiting rainbows. This is overwhelming. Why are there so many chapters to review today? Even a single word is being scrutinized. Chapter 65. Ugh, this task was undoubtedly challenging for the group, yet it was a hurdle they could not avoid in a world turned upside down. If they couldn't endure this much, how could they hope to survive in the future? When the timid turtle hides away, does it rely solely on its companions? Lin Yun and his two companions have gradually adapted to this situation, much like the seasoned inspectors of adult content, who become desensitized after extensive exposure. Brother Lin, Yushi is feeling a bit unwell. Allow me to take care of her share, Zhao Ying said, gazing at Lin Yun with hope. Lin Yun frowned. Yushi was like a treasure to him, and he could not afford any mishaps. Yushi, how are you feeling now? Faced with Lin Yun's concern, Yushi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. After a moment of hesitation, she stammered, No, I'm fine. I'm completely well now. Lin Yun remained silent, extending his hand, and to Yushi's astonishment, he gently touched her forehead, which was darkened with grime. No, I am dirty. Yushi recoiled, retreating several steps until she hid behind Zhao Ying. She did not want Lin Yun to soil his hands because of her dirt. Previously, this grime had served as her armor, but now she desperately wished for it to vanish. However, Lin Yun displayed no sign of disgust. Your forehead feels a bit warm. Hi, could you retrieve a box of antipyretics from the vehicle? Lin Yun turned to the vigilant Zhao Dahan. Sure, Brother Lin, Zhao Dahan replied, nodding as he rummaged through the truck storage compartment. In this apocalyptic world, various medications were indispensable resources. While he might not need them, others certainly would. Brother Lin, you're still concerned about me and even touched my head. Yushi, concealed behind Zhao Ying, gazed with her large, watery eyes filled with shyness. She fidgeted against her thigh, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Soon, Zhao Dahan returned with a box of acetaminophen. Lin Yun took it and presented it to Yushi. Here, take the medicine and rest well. You won't be doing this today. We can find another opportunity later. Yushi accepted the antipyretic, feeling warmth in her heart. However, she resolutely refused. No, Brother Lin, I want to do it. If I continue to be this cowardly, I won't deserve to stand by your side. Yushi stepped out from behind Zhao Ying, her gaze resolute as she approached the horde of zombies. You forgot your dagger. Lin Yun's reminder nearly caused Yushi, who had just ignited her fighting spirit, to stumble. Her dagger had been taken by Zhao Ying. Sheepishly, Yushi hurried back, retrieved her dagger, and turned once more towards the zombie horde. How mortifying, if not for the layer of grime obscuring her face. It would surely be as red as a monkey's backside. Brother Lin, even I would feel somewhat uncomfortable in this situation. Perhaps we should reconsider. We can take our time later. Yulu, once again employing her usual tactics, maneuvered closer. Lin Yun found it hard to resist as she firmly grasped his arm. Nonetheless, his gaze remained fixed on Yushi. Let us wait and see. This is her decision, and she must bear the consequences. However, as Yushi stood before the mass of corpses, her feet felt as if they were nailed to the ground. It was revolting and terrifying in this world. Only the Air Force personnel might be unafraid of encountering corpses outdoors. Of course, it could also be that they were reluctant to leave their freshly made nests. Digging into the mutated zombies to extract the cores was not something many could endure, let alone her. Yet, thinking of Lin Yun, she gritted her teeth and resolved to complete this task, determined to become a bit stronger. Ugh! She couldn't suppress her nausea and vomited until nothing remained. The food she had consumed earlier felt wasted. Zhao Ying approached, somewhat helpless, and gently patted her back. Perhaps we should just forget it. Yushi took a deep breath and slowly approached the zombies. No, I don't want to be useless. I want to contribute something. Zhao Ying shook her head. This girl, though not particularly strong mentally and possessing a delicate disposition, could be quite stubborn at times. With persuasion proving fruitless, she resigned herself to her own task. However, despite being raised like a boy, even she felt queasy at the sight of this grotesque scene. Her throat churned as she struggled to suppress the urge to retch, gingerly stepping over the corpses. Yet with such density, it was inevitable she would step on something. Some even bursting with a splatter that stained her shoes. The sensation was revolting. With both girls engaged, Qian Nuanan could not remain behind. Resolutely, she strode into the horde of zombies. Unfortunately, she failed to notice a particularly unpleasant spot and stepped right onto a piece of unidentifiable matter, which adhered to her shoe, triggering a violent reaction in her stomach. Ugh, gag, ugh, her footing faltered, and she inadvertently crushed a zombie's eye. Pop. It had a squishy texture, reminiscent of a meatball. Ugh, ugh, ah, the youth of today truly lack resilience. I never retched once back then. Zhao Dehan and Bai Yulu watched with great enthusiasm, akin to university students observing high schoolers pulling all-nighters to achieve miracles, or enjoying a watermelon while watching junior students undergo military training. Meanwhile, Bai Yushi found herself mere inches away from the zombies when an overwhelming stench assaulted her senses, as if countless tiny insects were frantically invading her nostrils, wreaking havoc. Her stomach churned violently, and her mind went blank. Wow! Ugh! Acidic bile surged to her tongue, stinging her eyes with unshed tears. Yet, Bai Yushi simply wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, causing her face to become even more smeared with tears and sweat. Trembling, she navigated through the bodies, her hands shaking as she slowly reached for the head of a particularly corpulent zombie. However, upon making contact with the slimy, cold, and decaying scalp, she shuddered, nearly retching again. Nevertheless, she suppressed her discomfort and labored to pierce through the zombie's cranial cavity with her dagger. It was akin to using her fingers to painstakingly pry into the zombie's skull, tugging at a corner while her other hand continued to cut. After completing the craniotomy, she plunged her hand into the viscous mess, searching for the core. Despite her body continuing to tremble, she refused to give up at last. She felt a hard object, roughly the size of her fingernail. I did it. But just then, a sound sliced through the air. Whoosh! Lin Yun, who had been keeping a watchful eye on her, flicked his fingers. A highly compressed ball of air shot forth, instantly blasting the zombie in half. Bai Yushi turned to see the expression of delight on her face freeze instantly. Chapter 66. Remaining ahead, yet still elegant. Bai Yushi retreated in terror. Before her lay a writhing tentacle, adorned with sharp bony protrusions, still struggling on the ground. The owner of this tentacle lay lifelessly on the floor, its skin a ghastly shade of gray. Its abdomen bore a horrific gash, grotesquely gaping. The flesh around the edge was inverted, the blood long dried and congealed into dark brown scabs clinging to its gaping maw. Inside were rows of razor-sharp teeth. Suddenly, swathes of thick tentacles emerged from that terrifying mouth, splattering fetid black blood everywhere. These tentacles were covered in jagged bony spikes, still stained with dark red blood. The tentacles writhed slowly, resembling horrifying strips of spicy jerky, each movement accompanied by a spine-chilling creak. Several tentacles lunged at Bai Yushi, who was relatively close, with astonishing speed. She, being just an ordinary person with a bit of water in her, had no chance to react. Whoosh! An invisible blade of wind severed all the tentacles. Lin Yun lowered his raised hand, coldly observing the still feigning zombie. Damn it! How can there be such a cunning zombie? Pretending to be dead to lure others? This zombie was peculiar. No, it was just too ordinary. It resembled those mindless zombies that simply wandered about. Yet, how could a typical zombie possess such tentacles? The truth was unmistakable. This zombie could disguise itself. As the sixth type of zombie saw its ruse fail, it ceased its pretense. Tentacles sprouted rapidly like bamboo shoots after a rain, growing longer and thicker. The tips of the tentacles split into sharp barbs, anchoring themselves into the ground. In the next moment, the tentacles exerted force, lifting the zombie's emaciated body upright. Its eyes darted around, scanning the crowd, as if rapidly locking onto its prey. The zombie slowly opened its mouth in front of the astonished onlookers, proclaiming, "What a delightful meal. I have 5 more appetizers to go to. WTF? Are you sure this is reasonable?" Lin Yun, who had always hovered around a passing grade in English, couldn't help but exclaim, to his surprise. The zombie responded, "This is very reasonable." What the hell? Is this really a zombie? Not only Lin Yun, but the others were also dumbfounded. In this day and age, even zombies could speak English. How could a poor student survive? It's just something anyone could learn with a glance. Why are you all so surprised? The zombie scoffed. Just mere food. Nothing but lowly creatures. Winky face. Death penalty. Damn it. Being ridiculed by a zombie. How can I endure this? Your grandfather? Lin Yun spread his palm, a violent whirlwind coalescing in his hand. Boom! The whirlwind, accompanied by a deafening roar, surged toward the zombie, in honor among thieves. You dare to sneak attack? The zombie gritted its teeth, commanding its tentacles to defend. Though the wind was intangible, it could be observed in subtle ways. The whirlwind swept through, stripping away a layer of the asphalt road, leaving the zombies reduced to an indistinguishable mush. Bang! The zombie's eyes widened involuntarily, their murky pupils nearly bursting from their sockets, filled with terror and confusion. The whirlwind, imbued with formidable strength, instantly enveloped the zombies. Their bodies, as fragile as paper, were mercilessly torn apart by the tempest. Their garments were swiftly stripped away, revealing skin riddled with sores, followed by muscles and bones disintegrating under the onslaught of the whirlwind. Fragments scattered in all directions, leaving behind only a pool of crimson juice and a foul stench. Thud! A zombie's head fell to the ground, its gaze vacant, still caught in a daze. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Lin Yun stepped forward, approaching the disembodied head, and looked down. Stating, indeed, a lowly creature, only fit to gaze up at your father. No, I have no son as grotesque as you, the zombie. It bared its teeth in a futile attempt to bite off a piece of flesh from Lin Yun. But with only a head remaining, it was obviously in vain. Having lost its larynx, it could not even roar. Still daring to be fierce, are we? Do you know the national football team? The one that eats sea cucumbers. Lin Yun smirked coldly, tilting his head slightly. With a subtle shift of his weight, he engaged his thighs, and then his calves kicked out like lightning. Even without using his abilities, this kick was immensely powerful. Bang! The zombie's head was sent flying, crashing heavily against a car's trunk. Crack! A resounding thud echoed as the rear section of the car was severely deformed. The trunk caved in, and the rear glass shattered into countless fragments. Creaking, the tremendous impact propelled the car forward several meters, leaving black tire marks on the ground before it finally came to a halt amidst the chaos. The zombie's head had created a massive hole in the trunk, embedding itself within. Look at that, a goal. I must return and reward myself with some sea cucumbers. Baiyulu dribbled the ball, colliding with Lin Yun's back. So, Lin Gu, how do you wish to reward me? She teased, extending her delicate finger to trace circles on his chest. Baiyushi noticed this scene and tightened her grip on the crystal core. She was also curious to experience what it felt like to draw circles on Lin Yun's chest. Zhao Yingying and her companions were about to continue scavenging when a noise erupted from the distant car. Click, click. Chun Nuanan adjusted her glasses, and upon listening closely, confirmed it was the vehicle Lin Yun had kicked the zombie's head into. She frowned, a sense of foreboding creeping in, and addressed Zhao Yingying beside her. Zhao Yingying, quickly take Baiyushi and retreat. Something feels off. Zhao Yingying also sensed the strangeness and deemed it prudent to withdraw. Come on, Yushi. Baiyushi, still processing, was being pulled back. Wait, but, boom! The distant car exploded, scattering various parts and raising a cloud of smoke. Whoosh, a long, bone-spiked tentacle shot towards Chan Nuanan. However, just as it was about to strike her head, a large hand intervened. Crack, splatter! The bone-spiked tentacle twisted grotesquely, emitting a piercing sound as black blood splattered. A force continued to twist and destroy, spreading along the tentacle. Its owner acted decisively, severing the tentacle eye in the distance. The smoke gradually dissipated, revealing a head roughly 1 meter in diameter. Several writhing tentacles sprouted from its neck, lacking a body. This head bore an uncanny resemblance to the previous zombie boss's second form. The zombie's mouth split open, revealing a mouthful of jagged teeth. It elegantly extended a tentacle to smooth its hair, black blood resembling hair gel slicking it back. Chapter 67. The sit-up boss. Let us continue. This time, I must be serious. The zombie displayed a sinister smile, seemingly envisioning the defeat of Lin Yun and his companions in a cut scene. It lowered the tentacle that had been grooming its hair. In its entire form, the head suddenly pulsated like a heart, swelling momentarily. Then, its brain began to swell violently, veins bulging. Hey, kid, today I shall inform you that as a qualified high-end hunter, concealment, bang, the lower half of the massive head, now swollen to about 6 meters in diameter, exploded in an instant. Thud. Black blood gushed forth, leaving only half a head that bounced twice upon hitting the ground. It still blinked its adorably large eyes, clearly in disbelief at being so swiftly vanquished. Surrounding it was a pile of debris. Lin Yun retracted his fingers, expressing disdain. This is indeed the first time I've encountered a zombie that talks so much nonsense. What did this man just do? How did he unleash such an attack in an instant? Confusion gave way to rage. This lowly creature had repeatedly humiliated it, driving this self-proclaimed superior being into a frenzy. Its hair, drenched in black blood, floated as if charged with static electricity. Simultaneously, the remaining half of its head began to ooze repulsive tumors in response to its fury. These tumors seemed to harbor something within. Pulsating and growing as more and more tumors emerged, swelling further. Its once charmingly large eyes were soon deformed and bloodshot. Yet, those eyes, brimming with resentment and madness, remained fixated on Lin Yun. "What the hell is this monster?" exclaimed Zhao Dahai in shock. Bai Yulu released Lin Yun, her previously shy smile gradually turning cold. "Lin Gu, don't kill it just yet. I want to see how much damage I can inflict on this thing." Lin Yun, however, was unconcerned. Even if this creature entered its boss's third phase, he could easily handle it. "You do as you see fit, but be cautious." Bai Yulu nodded, a playful smile gracing her lips, both gentle and enchanting. Her eyes crescent-shaped. "Rest assured," she replied softly, her voice imbued with an intoxicating warmth that drew one in. Yet, when Bai Yulu's gaze returned to the still mutating zombie, it deepened, and her previously sweet smile began to shift subtly. The smile remained, but it was no longer pure, tinged with a hint of madness. "Come on, monster, let your elder sister test your toughness." "Ha ha ha." Bai Yulu's grin twisted, her lips curling into an exaggerated arc. Her laughter transformed, taking on a sharp, eerie tone that made Lin Yun beside her click his tongue in awe. With such a wide grin, no wonder she's so adept at slurping noodles at night. The sounds were not quiet. She was clearly enjoying herself as she activated her abilities. Bai Yulu's once smooth hair whipped about as if caught in a tempest. The dark hue faded, replaced by a vibrant green, spreading from the roots to the tips. "Ha ha ha, hee hee hee." The ground around began to tremble slightly, forming small mounds. Soon, cracks spread like spiderwebs. Boom. Crash. Thick vines burst forth from the ground, growing with unrelenting vigor. These vines, rough-skinned and adorned with sharp barbs, surged toward the grotesque mass of flesh under Bai Yulu's command. "Die, you cursed thing." The zombie sensed a hint of threat, its malevolent gaze shifting towards Bai Yulu. As the grotesque mass of flesh expanded rapidly, it became increasingly unrecognizable as a head, resembling a massive meatball instead. It swiftly secreted a slippery mucus that coated its entire form. The vines quickly ensnared it, tightening in concentric circles, the barbs piercing deep into the mass. Jet-black mucus oozed from the wounds, releasing a nauseating stench. Simultaneously, as the vines triggered their energy-absorbing properties, they began to multiply rapidly. The strength of the entangling vines intensified, seemingly becoming the final straw to crush the severely deformed eyeballs. Splatter! The large, charming eyes exploded, showering black blood everywhere. The vines layered upon one another, enveloping the meatball entirely, leaving behind a massive, writhing green cocoon. Moreover, the vines continued to absorb energy, growing thicker and more resilient. "All done, Lin Gu. What do you think? Am I impressive?" Bai Yulu clapped her hands, seeking approval from Lin Yun. "So, can I get a reward tonight? I want to be on top." Bai Yulu toyed with the strand of hair, her cheeks flushed as she shyly spoke. Observing her demeanor, Lin Yun could hardly reconcile it with her previous twisted expression. Women are truly terrifying to ask for. Bai Yulu's request, Lin Yun rejected it without a second thought. In a way, what a joke. As the main attacker, he must always steer the wheel. How could he be dominated? Huh? Why? Lin Yun helplessly resisted the little vixen's advances, glancing at the slowly writhing vines, feeling an unsettling sense of foreboding. That last display had been reminiscent of a third-phase boss from a game. Yet before it could fully transform, Bai Yulu had already ensnared it in an Asian binding. Just as Lin Yun was about to smack Bai Yulu for her mischievousness, a loud crash echoed. The vines encasing the zombie ruptured under immense internal pressure. A massive flesh ball, approximately 10 meters in diameter, emerged, adorned with several thick, bony tentacles, its front bearing a gaping maw filled with countless sharp teeth. The gelatinous mass opened its cavernous maw, exclaiming, "Inferior sustenance, you shall pay for your actions." With that declaration, it extended all its tentacles, incessantly coiling around the corpses of the zombies and shoving them into its gaping mouth. Crunch, crunch. The sound resembled that of fried chicken being devoured. As it continued to consume, its form gradually expanded. 11 meters, 12 meters. Zhao Dahai retrieved a grenade, poised to pull the pin, only to be halted by Lin Yun's intervention. Patience, let us observe how formidable this creature can become. It requires further sustenance. The chives are not yet ripe for harvest. Lin Yun gazed at the gelatinous entity with a hint of anticipation. Although Zhao Dehai felt perplexed, he ultimately retracted the grenade. Although he did not comprehend his elder brother's reasoning, he trusted in his judgment. Bai Yulu also refrained from any mischievous actions, understanding that in such a scenario, it was best not to disturb Lin Yun. The monster, too, sensed the oddity of the situation, perplexed as to why these morsels did not resist its feeding, yet consumed by its own hatred, it would not squander this exceptional opportunity. I feast, I shall have my revenge. Chapter 68. A warning for the next life. Beneath the gaping maw of the gelatinous mass, even the mutated zombies were no different from mere snacks. It gulped them down with a slurp. Gradually, the creature ceased its tentacular motions, its massive mouth agape burp. A resounding and piercing belch echoed forth. The colossal gelatinous form exhaled a breath of hot air, proclaiming with pride, inferior sustenance, you are fortunate to witness my magnificent true form. Consider yourselves honored. Soon as the words left its mouth, a fissure appeared above the gelatinous mass. Splurt. Sharp fangs pierced through flesh, forming a new mouth. Ah! The gelatinous entity emitted a wretched howl, its voice booming with a sound akin to ultrasonic waves. Lin Yun waved his hand, sending all the reverberations back in the distance. The glass of cars blocking the tollgate shattered. A testament to the creature's immense power, it transforms, yet it relishes in its own roars. Surely, it has watched too many scion transformations. Qian Nuanan couldn't help but comment. The others remained silent, observing intently in stark contrast to Lin Yun and his companion's composure. Zhao Yingying and her friends appeared somewhat horrified. Such a small-scale spectacle was unfamiliar to them. Roar! The gaping mouth atop the gelatinous mass expanded further, an unknown inky liquid continuously oozing forth. Gradually, immense, irregular masses of flesh emerged from its mouth, resembling tumors. Woo-woo, roar! As the tumors swelled, its mouth stretched wider, in no time. The tumors erupting from the creature's maw had grown several times larger than the original gelatinous mass, their edges twisted and wrinkled, exuding a viscous, foul-smelling slime. However, the transformation was far from over. A far more horrifying change was underway. The ever-growing tumors began to contort and reshape, slowly taking on a humanoid form. Limbs extended from the sides of the tumors, and the outline of a head gradually became discernible. Features emerged in the distortion, yet the visage was grotesque enough to instill terror. Meanwhile, the original gelatinous mass had stealthily relocated to the back of this newly formed humanoid monster. Extending several feet in the next moment, a horrifying power surged along the bony tendrils. Bang, bang, bang. The muffled sounds of the tendrils echoed as the bones continued to shatter, spewing forth ink-black blood. Lin Yun clicked his tongue in impatience and remarked, "Indeed, just as I suspected. This ghastly creature is truly difficult to kill." The monster, its headless corpse propped up by its hands, attempted to rise. "Since you've fallen down, you might as well remain there. It aligns perfectly with your character." Lin Yun ceased to levitate, allowing his body to plummet downward, accelerating rapidly. Boom! With a strike enhanced by vector acceleration, he smashed the colossal creature back into the ground, creating a deep crater in just one blow. Not only did the monster's body become concave, but the earth within a 100-meter radius also cracked and distorted. Though this thing appears massive, it's likely just a puppet you've conjured. Your true form must be here. As Lin Yun spoke, he approached the fleshy mass on the monster's back. The creature seemed to sense his intentions, manipulating its bony tendrils to attack him relentlessly. Yet, each time the tendrils were on the verge of touching him, they would distort and then explode. Before long, all of the monster's tendrils were utterly obliterated by the reflective armor. The mass on its back, teeming with sharp teeth of varying sizes, snapped repeatedly, attempting to devour Lin Yun. Unfortunately for the monster, its bite lacked sufficient strength. Upon contact with Lin Yun, its teeth shattered. Suddenly, a fissure split open in the fleshy mass, revealing a large mouth. "Inferior creature, I could let you go. We have no significant conflict, and there's no need for violence." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Lin Yun scoffed at the audacity of the creature. realizing its shamelessness. However, it is unfortunate for you. I prefer not to leave potential threats behind. So it would be best for you to perish swiftly. Upon hearing Lin Yun's words, the monster panicked. Wait. I was wrong. I apologize. Extreme low temperatures swiftly encased it in ice, rendering its apology eternally trapped within. You merely realize you're facing death, not that you were wrong. Lin Yun kicked the frozen flesh ball, shattering it and uncovering a black crystal core within. Despite the monster's size being comparable to a behemoth, the core was only the size of a fist. However, Lin Yun was astonished to see a faint golden hue emanating from within the core, resembling strands of hair. What could this golden essence be? A more advanced core? Grasping the core, Lin Yun could feel the immense energy contained within, not only vast but of exceptional quality. If he could absorb it, it would undoubtedly lead to a significant enhancement of his power. If not an evolution to the next stage, Lin Yun immediately activated his abilities to draw energy from the core. The tremendous energy surged through his body, reinforcing his physical strength. The golden essence from the core flowed into his arm and then throughout his body. In an instant, the golden energy transformed into countless imperceptible strands that connected to every cell in Lin Yun's being. The operation of his powers accelerated, and their potency increased significantly. After a while, the energy from the core was fully absorbed. The now empty core slowly melted away under Lin Yun's gaze, vanishing into his body. So this is how the mutated zombie's core disappears, Lin Yun mused. Indeed, this monster is an incredibly powerful mutated zombie. Its most evident trait is its superlative strength, coupled with the absence of skin on its true form. The current state of mutated beings is truly absurd. They are capable of cunning and possess intellect, making survival for ordinary people nearly impossible. Lin Yun could hardly fathom how an average individual would endure an encounter with such a deceptive and intelligent zombie. He could sense that his strength had doubled once more, granting him greater control over his abilities. For instance, Lin Yun extended his hand, arcs of electricity crackling around him. He gathered vast amounts of air, compressing the molecules into plasma under his command. Go forth, let me witness your power. With a vigorous wave, the highly concentrated plasma shot forth, likely surpassing the speed of sound. Lin Yun himself was uncertain of its exact velocity. The plasma left a long trail in the air, resembling a javelin. This was the vector wind gun. Boom. A white light illuminated the distance, followed by a small mushroom cloud rising slowly. A tremendous roar and a gust of wind surged forth. Satisfied with the power of the technique, Lin Yun nodded. It was quite impressive. It perfectly compensated for his previous inadequacies in ranged attacks. Had he known this move from the start, he wouldn't have needed to engage in close combat with a mutated zombie of such size. A single shot from the vector wind gun would have sufficed. Moreover, Lin Yun slightly raised his right hand. As he did, the already ravaged toll booth in the distance began to tremble. Subsequently, cars began to levitate slowly, and the toll booth emitted sounds of metal fracturing, eventually breaking apart into several pieces, all ascending into the air. This was electromagnetic force. He merely adjusted the direction and magnitude of the magnetic field slightly. Lin Yun casually dismissed his power, causing the levitating cars and debris from the toll booth to crash down to the ground. Crash, bang, bang. My current abilities are quite commendable. I am nearly catching up with that white-haired individual, Lin Yun said with a smile, feeling a sense of foreboding that during his next advancement, he might even reach the level of handcrafting a nuclear bomb. Chapter 70. You hit me. I stuff you. Lin Yun lightly tapped the tip of his foot, causing the mutated zombie's massive form to slowly float. He then propelled himself swiftly into the distance. Boom. The zombie's enormous body crashed several kilometers away, raising a visible cloud of dust. As Lin Yun controlled his descent back to the ground, he noticed the path had been utterly destroyed during the battle with the mutated zombie, leaving only a sizable crater. If filled with water, it would resemble an artificial lake. It would be wise to restore it, as he would frequently traverse this route. This road was the sole passage connecting the city to the island villa area in the lake. Once he secured the island villa area, it would be necessary to traverse this path to gather supplies from the city. Lin Yun's abilities surged, causing the ground beneath him to tremble and rise, as if something was forcibly injected into its belly. The ground began to flatten, with the surrounding elevated earth following suit. However, The surface had transformed from asphalt to a mixture of soil and gravel, significantly downgrading its quality to that of a rural dirt road. Not far away, a sphere formed by green vines wriggled momentarily, slowly unraveling to reveal Bai Yulu and a few others hidden within. "Brother Lin, you're fast. Is it done?" Bai Yulu peered around, confirming the end of the ordeal before relaxing and relinquishing control over the vines. However, Lin Yun felt displeased upon hearing Bai Yulu call him fast. "How would you know if I'm fast or not? Do you understand the concept of hammering stakes all night? Tonight, I must impose a severe punishment. Rest assured, that monster has already been dealt with." Lin Yun strategically took a sip of water while pricking up his ears for a response, but after waiting for a while, there was still no reply. "Brother Lin, this truck is covered in dust, especially the windshield. I can hardly see anything." Zhao Dahai inspected the truck, finding no significant damage, just a layer of dust and sand. A few minor scratches were inconsequential and did not affect its usability. Just a trivial matter. Lin Yun stepped forward and kicked the front of the truck. Bang! The truck shook, and the dust and sand clinging to its surface fell away. "Impressive, Brother Lin. If you master this technique, you might not need to bathe anymore." Zhao Dahai exclaimed excitedly. "Just unleash your royal aura, and the dirt sticks to your skin will fall off automatically." Lin Yun was taken aback by this unexpected application of his abilities. Such a thought had never crossed his mind. Zhao Yingying and the others emerged from the vines, their eyes widening at the drastically altered toll booth entrance. Having accompanied Lin Yun for a considerable time, they had witnessed much but were not immune like Bai Yulu and Zhao Dahai. Zhao Yingying clenched her fists silently, overwhelmed by the unimaginable destructive power Lin Yun had displayed in the future. "Will I be able to reach such a level? It seems impossible," she pondered, as a figure loomed larger in her heart, resembling an insurmountable mountain. Lin Yun had no idea that his inadvertent display of strength would cast such a profound shadow over someone. "Chen Yuanan, please check if the van is still operable." Lin Yun's voice snapped Chen Yuanan back to reality. "All right, Brother Lin, I will go right away." Though his tone remained similar to before, the fervent and adoring gaze from Chen Yuanan caused Lin Yun to feel a shiver down his spine. Could this kid be a male admirer? Chen Yuanan approached the van, which appeared no different from a scrap vehicle, grasping the door handle and pulling it open with force. Creak. As soon as the door swung open, a cloud of dust erupted from the vehicle. Caught off guard, Chen Yuanan was suddenly choked by the dust. Cough, cough. He instinctively raised his arm, covering his mouth and nose with his sleeve in an attempt to block the dust from entering. Yet the sensation of foreign particles spread through his nasal passages and throat, making it difficult for him to breathe, his eyes watering slightly from irritation. What in the world? Why is there so much dust? Chen Yuanan quickly retreated, fearing further exposure to the dust. After waiting a couple of seconds, when the dust had settled somewhat, he cautiously entered the driver's seat. The vehicle started without any issues, and no faults were detected. However, the roof bore several dents from previous impacts with gravel, though this was not a significant concern. "Brother Lin, the car is fine," Chen Yuanan remarked. "All right, everyone, let's board the vehicle." Lin Yun returned to the large truck, casually brushing off the dust from the minivan. For him, the encounter with the colossal mutated zombie had already yielded substantial gains. The only regret was that those mutated zombies had been devoured by the aberrant ones. Otherwise, he could have collected some crystal cores. The two vehicles slowly made their way onto a side road beside the toll station, heading towards the Celebration Villa district. At that moment, a group of young people had gathered. The atmosphere somewhat tense. "Xiao Lizi, how do you find the terms I proposed? You must give me an answer today. Otherwise, you know the consequences," Qi Yuza said with a sinister smile. Li Yuhua furrowed his brow. Despite his overwhelming anger, he managed to suppress it. The reason was simple. He could not overpower them. "Your demands are outrageous. You wish to usurp us without offering any benefits, and you expect us to surrender all our supplies?" Qi Yuza scoffed. "Have you never heard of neighbors hoarding grain while I hoard weapons? Am I your grain depot? Damn it, how shameless." Li Yuhua was seething, wishing he could tear that smug face apart. Gritting his teeth, he warned, "Do not be too arrogant. Beware of the day you might be struck by lightning." Struck by lightning? The things I've done should have warranted divine retribution long ago. Yet what happened? The heavens dare not act. Ha ha ha. Qi Yuza stuck out his tongue, rolling his eyes, his hands raised in a provocative manner, resembling someone in white claiming, I do not consume beef. Li Yuhua clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. You are infuriating. Go on. Hit me. Why are you not making a move? Qi Yuza thrust his face towards him, reveling in his arrogance. How dare you bully me? Enough is enough. Just as Li Yuhua was about to throw a punch, a younger associate unexpectedly entered. Boss, there's a truck approaching us on the bridge, followed by a minivan. Li Yuhua's attention shifted, his fist halting midair. Let us go take a look with that. He retracted his fist, disregarding Qi Yuza, and followed his associate out. Qi Yuza sighed in disappointment. A disruptor had arrived. If only Li Yuhua had thrown that punch, he could have justifiably initiated an assault. Not only could he eliminate Li Yuhua, but he could also claim the other as subordinates. What he had done in that room was unknown to others. As long as he silenced everyone, his words would stand true. One of Qi Yuza's subordinates hesitated and asked, Boss, should we continue with the original plan? Qi Yuza dismissed his casual demeanor, replying, No rush, let us follow and see.